A few days had passed and Berenger was currently sitting at his desk in his room. Surrounding him were three people: Linda his lover and slave, Ingbert, formerly a close ally of his brother, now a turncoat, and Arnulf von Thiercy, who was an important vassal to his father. All three of these people could provide the evidence in which Berenger needed to justify the cruel actions he had planned for his brother. A tyrant could do as he pleased, but to engage in cruelty and be praised for it by his people would require evidence of wrongdoing and well-placed propaganda. He did not wish to be known as another kinslayer. Instead, he wanted to be known as the man who was willing to go to great lengths to ensure that justice was acted out against wrongdoers, even if one of those wrongdoers was his own flesh and blood. He was currently listening to Arnulf discuss his terms for providing the ledger to Berenger with an indifferent expression on his face. "I desire a position on your council when you take up your position as regent and certain assurances that Lambert will be dealt with accordingly. I do not wish to see leniency on his behalf, because he is your brother." Berenger tapped his finger on his desk thrice as he listened to the demands presented to him by the Lord. After sighing heavily, he began to present his counter-offer. "I assure you that there is no love lost between my brother and me. When he is charged and found guilty, he will be given an appropriate punishment for his crimes. As for the position of counselor, I am a man who rewards merit. If you can prove yourself to be the most suitable candidate for the position you desire, I have no problems choosing you to fulfill it. However, if someone better appears in time, know that I have no qualms removing you from that position." Arnulf stared into Berenger's icy sapphire eyes and felt intimidated by the pressure he was receiving. Sure enough, Berenger was not an easy man to negotiate with. However, he honestly could not think of a valid retort to Berenger's counter. As such, he acquiesced to his second demand and returned with a better offer. "Fine, but I want compensation." Berenger maintained his indifferent expression as he glared at Arnulf. There was no hesitation in his voice as he inquired about the details of such a thing. "In what form?" Arnulf gulped at the response. He did not explicitly state he wanted money, he merely desired compensation, and Berenger had caught that immediately. Clearly, the young lord was very shrewd in diplomatic affairs. The man looked over at the suit of armor Berenger had lying in the corner of his room with envy in his eyes. Though it was only half-plate, it was truly magnificent in design, and he deeply desired a set of his own. A good suit of armor was worth a fortune in this time period, and if he were to march to war alongside Sieghard, he wanted superior protection than the set he currently had. "Your factories produce plate armor such as that in high quantities, is that correct?" Berenger scoffed at Arnulf's request. He thought too much of Arnulf and assumed the man would want his armies equipped with such magnificent technology. That was a demand which Berenger would never allow to come to fruition. "My factories are currently busy producing the equipment necessary to arm my forces. I do not have the means of production to create enough to equip yours." Arnulf shook his head and stopped Berenger before he could continue with his train of thought. "You misunderstand my intent, my lord. What I desire is a single set of plate armor for myself. Can this be arranged?" Berenger was stunned when he heard this request. It was a far more reasonable offer than what he had initially estimated to be Arnulf's thoughts. Of course, a full set of plate armor was an outrageous expense, but that was because of the limited ability of this era to produce steel in high enough quantity to create such a thing. Not to mention the intensive labor required for personal fitting of the armor. However, Berenger had more steel than he knew what to do with at the moment. With the use of advanced manufacturing processes like trip hammers in his factories, the labor would be far less extensive, and as such, far less expensive to manufacture a set of full plate armor. After careful consideration, Berenger agreed to the terms Arnulf had stated. As such, he rose from his chair and extended his hand to the lord in front of him. "Then, if that is all, I believe we have come to an agreement." The two men shook hands, signaling the dawn of a new alliance united against their common enemy. After agreeing to the terms, Arnulf handed over the ledger to Berenger for safekeeping, and Berenger promised Arnulf that he would get his set of armor within a reasonable amount of time. The style of armor in which he would craft for the man would be in that of the famous Maximilian set, which German knights and men-at-arms used during the 16th century of Berenger's previous life. After the two had concluded their negotiations, Berenger turned his focus to Ingbert, who was waiting patiently for his turn to speak. When Berenger motioned for Ingbert to voice his concerns, the man kneeled before him. "My lord, I confess to conspiring against you alongside your brother in the past and openly ask for forgiveness. I offer you my written and verbal testimonies of the wicked deeds I have witnessed Lambert engaging in as my sincerest apologies for my actions." The young knight's action slightly amused Berenger. He never really cared for Ingbert, but somehow Linda had managed to gain his support in the fight against Lambert. After all, he had punished her severely the night before for hugging him. Even if it was an act, he could not allow his slave to touch other men. Though he held no grudge against Ingbert for that scene, as such, he motioned for Ingbert to rise as Berenger gave his decree. "Rise, Sir Ingbert. I shall spare you under the condition that you stay true to your words and aid me in bringing down my brother." Ingbert rose from his kneeling position with a wide smile on his face. He was not doing this for Berenger but for Linda, who desperately needed his help. Or so he thought. The reality is that aside from the one encounter with Lambert in the hallway, he had never laid a hand on her before, nor would he ever again, as the boy was so clearly traumatized by Berenger's threat. With these new pieces of evidence and the letter from Lambert's previous attempt on his life, Berenger now had everything he needed to charge his brother with attempted fratricide and treason. With this evidence in his hands, he could justifiably execute his brother the moment he gained control over the seat of power in Kufstein. Now all he needed to do was wait for his father to march off to war, leaving him in control of the barony. Of course, first, he would have to deal with the threat of the Inquisition breathing down his neck, but to him, the Church and their attempts to intimidate him into compliance were merely child's play. If the Church wanted to provoke a tyrant, then he was happy to play the part. Berenger would soon show his enemies what happens when they conspire against the Tyrant of Steel. Berenger stood in a room alone with his mother, Gisela. The Baroness had quite enough of Berenger's fling with Linda and was currently confronting her eldest son about his misdeeds. She stared up at her son with a look of scorn on her regal face. He was quite a bit taller than her, however. This did not prevent her from leering into his gemstone-like sapphire eyes. There was a degree of arrogance in her baby boy's gaze which caught the mature beauty off guard as she lectured him. "Until now, I have put up with your little escapades with that vile woman because I thought you would grow sick of her company, and I could use it as an excuse to be rid of the vixen once and for all. Now I can see she has dug her claws into both of you two brothers." Berenger could not help but chuckle at his mother's wording. She made it appear as if he was being manipulated by Linda when she was actually quite the obedient slave. This laughter did not ease his mother's fury as she continued to glare at her own errant son. "What is so funny?" Berenger knew that his mother was furious with his behavior, but he would never allow her to get rid of his favorite toy. As such, a wicked grin spread across his lips as he sneered at his mother's ferocious display. "Linda does not have her claws dug into me, as you proclaim. In fact, the situation is quite the opposite. She obeys my every will and whim like an obedient little girl. It was true that she was the one to approach me, but I am the one who dominates in this relationship. I have no plans to get rid of her anytime soon, as she has proven to be quite the excellent concubine. Plus, as I am sure you have suspected, the child within her is my own." He had no problems revealing this information to his mother. The woman had long since suspected this to be the truth, and he knew the woman would never betray him. Blood is thicker than water, and despite her opinion of Linda, she would not disgrace her family's reputation by making such information public. However, Gisela's reaction was out of his expectation. She slapped Berenger across his cheek and chastised him for his behavior. "Do you have any idea how scandalous your actions are? You have cuckolded your own brother and impregnated his fiancée. He would never forgive you if he were aware of this fact." Berenger held his cheek, which had reddened upon impact. He felt humiliated by the strike but could contain his rising anger. After all, he would never harm his own mother. After calming himself down, he exhaled deeply before revealing the truth of Lambert's schemes to his doting mother. "It is a punishment well deserved for the crimes of my seemingly pious little brother." Gisela looked at Berenger strangely. By the tone of his voice, Lambert had done something unforgivable to him, but she would never imagine that the two brothers were so estranged that they were plotting against one another's lives. "What did he do to you that would require such an extreme act of vengeance?" Berenger took a few moments to organize his thoughts as he paced about the room, trying to figure out the best way to inform his mother of his own brother's outright treasonous actions. After a while, he stopped in the middle of the room and stared at his mother with a somber gaze. "He tried to kill me. On 3 separate occasions that I know of, 2 of which he came incredibly close to succeeding." Gisela was shocked by the news and faltered as she fell to her knees while holding her painful heart. Berenger saw her do so and quickly rushed over to support the woman. There were several minutes of silence between the two as the loving mother thought things through in her head. With this news, many things that were confusing in the past began to make sense. Ultimately, she would not just believe Berenger's words and finally broke the silence when she had managed to recover her resolve. Can you prove this? Berenger nodded his head with a serious expression on his face. His mother knew that the boy was not lying by the look in his eyes. However, she would not believe it until she saw the proof herself. As such, she demanded to see it at once. Show me the evidence. Thus Berenger opened the door and led his mother to his room, where he took out the ledger, the letter, and a written and signed testimony from Sir Ingbert. Berenger had gone through great lengths to hide and secure these items. As such, it took him a while before he could get them into his mother's hands. These 3 items contained key authentication about all 3 attempts Lambert had made on Berenger's life. When his mother read through all of the evidence Berenger had compiled against his brother, she sat down upon his bed in silence for many minutes. What Berenger had said was true, and the evidence he held in his hands was enough to convict Lambert on the charges of attempted fratricide and treason. It took some time for the woman to come back to her senses before she asked Berenger the most important question on her mind. Why have you not brought this to your father's attention? Berenger's expression softened as he looked upon his mother with a great degree of pity and empathy. He could not imagine the pain and suffering she was going through, knowing that her second son had attempted to kill his elder brother not just once or twice, but 3 times that could be proven. As such, Berenger got down on one knee and held his mother's trembling hand with his own while gazing into her soft, tear-filled eyes, and voiced his innermost thoughts about the dire question his loving mother had asked. No father should have to execute his own child. Gisela immediately felt her heart shatter as she heard Berenger's dire words. She immediately knew what the young man intended to do and was beside herself with the information. Berenger intended to endure Lambert's attempts on his life until he came to power so that he may spare his father the guilt of sentencing his own son to death for the crimes he had committed. She knew Lambert was guilty of heinous crimes, but she could not bear to see him executed as a common criminal. As such, she pleaded with Berenger to spare his brother's life. Berenger, please. He's your brother. Berenger shook his head as he rejected his wounded mother's pleas of mercy. If I allow him to live, he will only make more attempts on my life. He has powerful allies, and they will continue in their efforts to put him on the seat of power in Kufstein. As long as he lives, I am not safe in this world. Luckily for Lambert, his mother was quite insistent and had quickly grabbed a hold of her senses and came up with an alternative option that would allow Lambert to continue living while giving up his claims to the land and thus preventing his allies from conspiring against Berenger. She stared at Berenger with a level of determination that Berenger had never seen from the woman before. We will show this information your father, and he will force Lambert to take up the vows of the Teutonic Order. He will spend the rest of his life in a righteous crusade redeeming himself. Berenger wanted to reject this notion, as he knew this could potentially allow Lambert to return to Kufstein with an army of hardened warriors at his back. However, when he saw the desperate look in his mother's eyes, he could not help but give in. After all, he still had a great degree of guilt he held from dying in his previous life without gifting his parents with any grandchildren. He could not imagine the grief they had suffered from their only child's death. He did not want his parents in this life to suffer the same way. Eventually, he sighed heavily and hugged his mother tightly. Fine, we will do it your way. The light of hope returned to Gisela's eyes as she accepted her son's loving squeeze. After a few moments, Berenger let go of his doting mother and picked up the evidence. He would not wait any longer. Now that he had changed his plans, the quicker Lambert was expelled from the family, the safer he was. As such, he gathered his witnesses, including Linda. Though it took a few hours for Arnulf and Ingbert to arrive at the castle in Kufstein, as such, Berenger spent the time with his mother, trying to ease her anxiety. After the men had arrived, he marched into his father's study with his witnesses and evidence in hand and slammed them down upon the Baron's table, who was busy going over various reports. The old Baron looked up at his son with a confused expression and asked, "What is this?" Berenger did not beat around the bush. He quickly and efficiently explained his case against Lambert while his father looked over the materials. Over the past few months, I have been compiling evidence against Lambert and his treasonous activities. On 3 separate occasions, he had made attempts on my life, 2 of which nearly succeeded. He has been aided by the Count of Tyrol and other nobles within this domain. Ingbert was once one of his allies and can bear witness to such deeds. Linda, the eldest daughter of Count Lothar, can also bear witness to her father's schemes with Lambert to eliminate me, establish Lambert as the future Baron, and concede our family's vast resources to the Count of Tyrol. As for the death of the late Marshal, Arnulf here has suspicions that his father found out about Lambert's misdeeds and was permanently silenced by him and his allies. Sieghard was in shock when he saw such information, but the evidence did not lie. Eventually, after processing this information for several minutes, Sieghard came to the conclusion that Lambert was guilty. Even his own fiancée had turned against him and her father. The only problem is that he could not understand why. As such, he had to clarify with the young woman why she would betray her own family for Berenger's sake. The old baron glared at Linda furiously as he suspected her of scheming against him and his family. There was a large possibility that this was all the plan of Lothar, or so he thought until he asked her for the reasons behind her actions and heard her reply. "What do you stand to gain from betraying your father and fiancé?" The young woman instantly blushed as Berenger's father cornered her. She gazed at Berenger for confirmation that she was allowed to speak, before exhaling deeply and revealing the contents of her heart. "I gain the security of my lover and the father of my child. Your son and heir, Berenger." Sieghard seemed to be the only one shocked by this news, as everyone else within the room was already aware of her relationship with Berenger and the true nature of her child's parentage. This instantly made the old baron furious as he began to yell at Linda with all his fury. "You slept with both of my sons." Linda quickly defended herself as she shook her head and explained her situation. "No. I have only ever been with Berenger. The night of his engagement ceremony, he instructed me to frame Lambert as the father to avoid suspicions. I was already pregnant at that point. I merely doused some goat blood on Lambert's bedding and laid down next to him. When he awoke from his drunken stupor, I told him that we had slept together, but nothing occurred between the two of us. I swear on my life." Sieghard felt himself getting a headache as he heard all of this information. His two sons were scheming against one another behind his back all of this time. One had attempted to murder his older brother and usurp the inheritance, and the other had cuckolded his younger brother and impregnated his fiancée. At least, as far as Sieghard was concerned, Berenger's actions were far more forgivable, considering what the boy had suffered at the hands of Lambert. Eventually, he looked at his loving wife for an explanation on how to deal with this awkward situation that had been forced upon him. "What do I do with all of this information?" Gisela spoke to her husband with a grave tone as she commanded him on how to deal with their errant children. "Order Lambert to relinquish his claims to this land and to take up the vows of the Teutonic Order where he may redeem himself in the eyes of men and God through righteous crusade. As for Berenger's actions, conceal it." After much deliberation, Sieghard sighed deeply as he gave his decree. "Bring the boy to me." Lambert was in his room while reading a letter from the Bishop of Innsbruck about his request for the Inquisition's interference, which the Vatican accepted. Within 2 weeks, the Inquisition would arrive and help him deal a devastating blow to his accursed elder brother. A wicked smile appeared across the boy's face as he read the letter. He had finally obtained the victory he desired, or so he thought. Just as he was about to light the evidence in his hands aflame with a candle, the door to his bedroom burst open, and the castle's guards pointed their muskets in the direction of in which he sat with their bayonets affixed. Immediately Lambert reacted by trying to finish the job of destroying the evidence. He had no idea why they had barged into his room, but clearly, he was in deep trouble and could not afford for such damning information to exist. When the guards saw his action of potentially destroying evidence, they quickly apprehended the boy before he could succeed, thus obtaining the letter as further evidence of his crimes and the depth of the conspiracy against the von Kufstein family. Lambert struggled out of the grasp of the burly soldiers, but it was no use. There were too many of them pinning him down and placing chains around his limbs. As such, he cursed them as his face grew red with fury. "What are you bastards doing? Have you forgotten the family in which you serve? I will have your heads for this." Instead, he was roughly dragged up to his feet and was placed before the captain of the guard, who backhanded Lambert violently for his vile tongue. "The Baron has ordered us to carry out your arrest under the suspicion of assassination, attempted fratricide, and treason against the realm." Lambert's heart sank into an endless abyss as he heard those words. He realized at that moment Berenger had been one step ahead of him. For his father to order the boy's arrest, Berenger must have presented substantial evidence, though he had no idea how that scoundrel had managed to acquire it. Lambert merely lashed out verbally at the guards when he was viciously escorted to the Great Hall, where Sieghard, Berenger, and the others were waiting for his arrival. "You fucking bastards. When I come to power, I will have you and your families brutally tortured to death for such treasonous activity." The boy could not accept such an outcome had occurred to him while he was merely 2 weeks away from the arrival of the Inquisition and their investigation into Berenger's heresy. He was so close to winning this war, but instead, he was brought down on the edge of victory. Lambert nearly had a heart attack when he witnessed not only Sir Ingbert but Arnulf and his fiancée Linda standing by Berenger's side acting as his witnesses. He could not believe that so many of his allies had turned against him, especially that bitch Linda. She truly was having carnal relations with his brother behind his back. However, he put on a facade and acted as if he was ignorant of the charges he was facing. After the guards forced him to kneel in front of his father, the Baron, who stared at him with a look of disgust, the boy desperately attempted to explain his way out of the precarious situation he found himself in. "Father, what is the meaning of this?" Sieghard glared at his second son. The boy was still putting on an act even after all of the evidence that had been accumulated. The captain of the guard approached Sieghard and handed him the letter they had confiscated from Lambert. "My lord, your son Lambert was in the middle of attempting to destroy evidence of his crimes. If you read the letter, it very clearly states yet another attempt on Berenger's life by falsifying crimes of heresy and blasphemy and requesting the Inquisition's interference." Lambert was immediately frightened when he realized that the guards had caught him red-handed and began to swell up in tears as his father screamed at him with a degree of rage the boy had never witnessed before. "You would bring the might of the Inquisition down upon my house? My son? Your brother? For what? Because you desire my position, which is your brother's, by birthright. Do you have any remorse for your deeds whatsoever?" By now Lambert was putting on a convincing display of crocodile tears, which he choked back as he tried to plead with his father about his innocence. "I am being framed. It is Berenger who is the wicked one. He stole my fiancée and now plots to have me removed so he can keep her to himself." Sieghard nearly snorted at the boy's response. Could the boy seriously not come up with a better excuse than that? On the other hand, Adela was present to witness the scene and was shocked by the whole development. She had no idea the two brothers' schemes were this ruthless, and the accusation of Berenger stealing Linda was particularly worrisome for her. Linda, who noticed the young girl's presence, denied this accusation. Though she desperately wanted to shove her affair with Berenger in Lambert's face, the family had already decided to conceal the truth, and thus she could not reveal it in public. Either way, Lambert would be removed from this day forth, and she would no longer have to marry the little blackguard. Instead, she denied the accusations with a convincing display as she too conjured tears to make it appear as if she was heartbroken by her fiancé's words. "You bastard! I gave you my chastity, and you accuse me of having an affair with your brother. What kind of woman do you think I am?" When Adela heard those words, she sighed in relief. Surely Berenger would not do such a horrible thing. Lambert, on the other hand, was on the edge of having an aneurysm from the degree of fury in which had built up inside of him. He struggled desperately in his chains to break free of the guard's grasp and attack the woman. However, the moment he lunged at her, he was brought down by the guardsman and pinned to the ground in front of the woman he once thought he loved. Staring at her with a murderous gaze, he spat out a curse upon her. "You fucking whore. You not only have an affair with my brother, but you also turn me into my family, and you still have the gall to deny it? I hope there is a special place in hell for you and your bastard child." Suddenly a loud noise echoed throughout the hall. It was the sound of Sieghard furiously pounding his fist on the armrest of his seat of power before declaring his verdict. "Enough. Lambert, after seeing the evidence for myself, I Baron Sieghard von Kufstein find you guilty of all charges and convict you of assassination, attempted fratricide, and treason. I hereby disown you from my family and order you to take the vows of the Teutonic Order. Perhaps you can redeem yourself in the eyes of God by spending the rest of your life in a righteous crusade. Guards, have this wicked child taken away to the Teutonic state." With that decree, the guards grabbed a hold of Lambert and dragged him away, kicking and screaming. The last words spoken by the boy before he was forced out of the great hall were a plea for mercy. "Father, please don't do this." Unfortunately for the boy, Sieghard was too disgusted with his actions and replied mercilessly to this request. "You are no son of mine." After the castle guards had dragged away Lambert, he was placed in a prison wagon and shortly thereafter hauled off to the Teutonic Order, where he would spend the rest of his days redeeming himself in the eyes of the Lord and men. The boy had committed heinous deeds and was not only forced to join the Teutonic Order but was thoroughly disowned. This result was mercy considering the plans Berenger had for the treacherous scoundrel. Yet to Lambert, it was a cruel punishment he felt he was undeserving of. As he sat in the back of the wagon looking through the iron bars which caged him, he made a solemn vow to himself and the Lord. "I swear to God that one day I will rise through the ranks of the Teutonic Order and one day return to this land with an army at my back. I will not rest until those who have betrayed me have paid the price with their blood. Those were the last words Lambert spoke within the confines of his family's lands, shortly after the carriage faded into the distance and continued on its journey to the Teutonic state in the east. As for the family, they dealt with the aftermath in different ways. Henrietta grieved for the loss of her brother and refused to leave her room for weeks on end. She spent her time crying under her covers and managed to survive by having her servants look after her. She could not accept that Lambert had committed such crimes and blamed Linda for her brother's fate. Gisela spent this time mostly in the church praying for the Lord's forgiveness of her son's misdeeds. To deal with her grief, she had turned to religion, as so many do in times of desperation. The loving mother had always doted on her two sons and could not understand why things had turned out the way they had. In his suffering, Sieghart had turned to the bottle as a way to comfort himself for the mistakes he made as a father. With the rise of distilled spirits coming from Beringer's distillery, it was far easier to spend the day drinking your sorrows away. He truly blamed himself for the way things had turned out. As such, he left the governance of the barony almost entirely in Beringer's hands. After all, the boy was a far more capable leader than he could ever be. Though he had not abdicated his position, at this point, the aging man was baron in name only. On the other hand, Linda wrote about the news to her father, informing him that Beringer had won the war of intrigue and there was no longer a point to conspire against him. She came clean to her father about her illicit relationship with the man he had plotted against and demanded that she stay in Kufstein to act as his mistress. After all, what kind of man would want to marry her now that she was pregnant with someone else's child? The Count was furious, but there was nothing he could do at this point. Ultimately, Linda convinced her father to agree to these terms by playing to his greed. If she maintained her affair with Beringer, then the profitable relationship between the two houses could continue as it always had, and potentially increase. Though Beringer would never forgive his enemies for plotting against him, now was not the time for vengeance. As such, he consolidated his forces and the newfound security he found himself in. He spent the following days improving his militia, implementing agricultural technology, and always expanding his businesses, which had begun to become extremely profitable. With Count Lothar and his allies no longer conspiring against Beringer, he was able to open up the trade of excess materials and products to the men who were once his enemies. Regardless of whether or not their troops were equipped with fine steel armor and weapons, it did not matter to Beringer as such equipment was useless against the power of the musket. Besides, they lacked the means of production and the knowledge to mass-produce plate armor. As such, at most, his enemies' forces would be mass-equipped with brigandine and mail. While effective against swords, arrows, bolts, and lances, it would be useless against a musket ball at a proper distance. Beringer's greatest advantage was the technological advancement of his forces, which increased by the day. He estimated that within a year, he would have the ability to rebore all of his troops' muskets so that they were rifled and thus far more effective. By then, he would have the capacity to engage the enemy at roughly 300 yards, potentially more considering the barrels on his muskets were 6 inches longer than the Springfield 1861 rifled musket in which he had derived the estimated effective range from. Adela had become suspicious of Beringer's potential relationship with Linda, but she had not investigated it. Instead, she spent her remaining days peacefully with Beringer, trusting that he was not a womanizer like she thought he might be. Soon she would have to return to her family's lands. After all, she did not have an excuse to stay here for so long after the engagement ceremony, and her father was pressuring for her to return. Unlike Linda, who had her father wrapped around her finger, Adela held no authority in that regard, and once she returned, it would be quite some time before she could see the man she loved again. Currently, Beringer sat next to Adela in his father's study, which he had claimed to be his own during these past few days, and where he spent most of his waking hours. The girl was accompanying him once more while chatting about the future while snacking on cookies and milk. It's hard to believe it will be 4 years before we are married. Will you visit me for my birthday? Beringer, who was neck-deep in paperwork, overlooked her question and merely nodded as he grunted the phrase, "Ooh-ha," which instantly got on the little girl's nerves. She was acting so adorable and discussing their future as a couple, and all he could think of was paperwork. Thus she decided to test him to see if he was really listening. Now that Lambert is gone, Linda has no father for her child. Would you be willing to take that role? Beringer continued writing and merely replied as if he were on autopilot, completely unaware of what he had just been asked. Sure, why not? At this point, Adela began to pout. Clearly, Beringer was not paying attention to what she was saying, either that or he was serious about her question, which only provoked her further. As such, the adolescent girl flicked his ear, which managed to gain the young man's attention. Adela, what the hell? When Berenger noticed the look on his face, he realized he had been caught and felt it was better to apologize for ignoring her than to continue to act like he was listening. I am sorry, truly I am, but I am currently swamped with paperwork. What was it you were saying? Adela merely snorted and walked out of the office while throwing a temper tantrum. Forget it. Clearly, you're too busy to listen to what I have to say. Berenger felt embarrassed as she strutted out of his room but had too much work to do. As such, he got back to his paperwork. Hopefully, he could finish it by dinner time. At this point, his greatest concern was the arrival of the Inquisition, who would be within Kufstein in a matter of days. If he could not settle things peacefully with the Crutch's emissaries, there was only one solution. War. Berenger was currently in a makeshift classroom temporarily located in the local tavern of the town square. He was currently writing the alphabet down on a blackboard he had created with a piece of chalk. As he went over the sound every letter made and how to read and write them, he gazed upon his class of laborers who had gathered to begin the process of basic education. With the 40-hour workweek in session, there was a healthy amount of spare time for many of the laborers of his factories. Because of this, Berenger had offered free drinks and meals to whoever was willing to come and learn from him and his staff for a couple of hours each day after work. It had caught on pretty quickly as people could drink light beer, enjoy a nice meal, and educate themselves with brief breaks for socializing in between. Workers, supervisors, and foremen all gathered in the town square as if it were a festive occasion. Berenger had always found that an entertaining approach to education was far easier to learn from than a boring monotone instructor who sucked all the life out of the information. As such, he made games of learning and gave small prizes like an extra drink or dish to whoever could win his contests. It seemed to be working as the common people were quickly catching on to elementary-level language, mathematics, and science. This was a temporary solution. Of course, he intended to build genuine halls of education, and one day even universities. For now, while those things were being constructed and organized, Berenger, Linda, and Adela were teaching the common population rudimentary knowledge in their spare time. No matter how busy they were, Adela would teach the children from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., Linda would teach the women from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., and Berenger would teach the men from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Berenger was still on the quest to find educated people who had the ability to teach others, but that was a difficult task considering the educated population was primarily from either the nobility or the priesthood, neither of which were exactly fond of the idea of teaching commoners how to read, write, and do basic arithmetic. Let alone learn the concept of science in which Berenger had begun teaching, which was basically outright heresy in the eyes of the church. Berenger was currently teaching a basic sentence on the blackboard and see which of the men in his class could read it. He scribbled down the German characters for the phrase "a fair day's wage for a fair day's work." This was one of the many concepts he was trying to instill in the working man and nobility alike. He truly believed people should be paid the worth of their labor. After writing down the sentence, he looked upon the crowd and gave them another contest. Whoever can raise their hand first and read the sentence correctly will get another pint. The men all quickly got to work looking over their alphabet sheets and deciphering the sentence. Eventually, a thin young man covered in soot from the furnaces raised his hand before anyone else, and once called upon, answered the question correctly. Berenger called out to one of the women working in the tavern. "Bar wench, get this man a pint of beer." Soon enough, an attractive young girl came over and poured the man a pint of beer in which he was happy to accept and quickly drank from the mug. Afterward, Berenger asked a question to the class to see if they understood what the phrase meant. "Now, this sentence is fairly important to every one of you. I believe that a man should be paid an appropriate amount to the worth his labor." Berenger began to stride around the tavern, picked up a liter of beer, and began to drink from it as he continued his lecture of economic philosophy during a rudimentary language lesson. "As men under my employment, you are afforded payment for your labor. I also believe that the harder a man works, and the better results he gets, the more he should be paid." After saying so, he pointed at a man in the crowd and asked him a question in front of everyone. "You, sir, what is your name, and many hours a week do you work if you don't mind me asking?" The man looked around before noticing he was called upon and answered respectfully to Berenger. "I am known as Riengard, and I work 50 hours a week, my lord." Berenger then quickly pointed to another man and asked him the same question. "And you? What is your name, and how many hours do you work a week?" The man cleared his throat before speaking in an embarrassed tone. I am Bruno, and I work 40, my lord. Berenger noticed the anxious expression on the man's face and smiled gently as he comforted the man for his choices. There is nothing wrong with working 40 hours a week. In fact, it gives you plenty of time to spend with your family or follow your passions. Both are important factors to the quality of a man's work and society as a whole. After saying this, the man began to smile confidently, even after Berenger said the next piece of his impassioned speech. However, because Reingard works 10 hours a week more than you do, he is paid more than you and is more likely to be considered for a raise or a promotion in the future. We all make choices in life, we all have our own priorities. It is up to you to choose the course that would make you most happy. Each man in the room carefully contemplated Berenger's words of wisdom as if they were a creed to live by. Ultimately, Berengar concluded his lecture with a bit of humor. If you do manage to find the perfect balance in life, please let me know how you managed it, as I am dreadfully lacking in balancing my affairs at the moment. With this being said, the slightly inebriated crowd of workers began to laugh at Berenger's self-deprecating sense of humor. They could not imagine a man such as Berenger lacking a balanced life. The young man perfectly scheduled every moment of his time and was teaching them because of this. After the workingmen made a few good-natured jabs, Berenger began to chuckle and ended his class for the day. All right guys, get out of here and go back to your families, we all need to be up for work tomorrow morning, and missing sleep is detrimental to your health. After saying this, every man in the class came up to thank Berenger for the free lecture, booze, and feed. After a while, they all managed to return home, and Berenger had done the same. He still had much work to do on this night before he could get to sleep. His humorous statement was not a joke. Now that he held near absolute authority in the barony, he was swamped with work and could barely manage the time to check in on his family, who was currently grieving over Lambert's crime and sentence. Though the boy had lived, he would never return as a member of their family. Berenger did not have time to worry about such things. Tomorrow the Inquisition would arrive, and he would have to entertain the emissaries of the church. Hopefully, he could resolve this issue peacefully now that Lambert had been dealt with. Berenger sat upon his father's seat of power as he tapped his armrest thrice with his left hand and drank from a chalice of wine in his right. Standing before him was a group of priests garbed in scarlet robes, with a golden cross hanging around their neck. These were the men of the Inquisition, a group of zealous and sadistic priests who rooted out, tortured, and executed heretics. The number of innocent people they had put to death was immeasurable, as they truly did not care about whether or not someone was guilty of the so-called crime of heresy, merely the thrill that came with torturing another human being. The men refused to bow to Berenger was currently acting as the regent of Kufstein and was essentially barren in all aspects but name. Instead, they stood before Berenger, who took a sip from his golden chalice as he listened to the Inquisition as they introduced themselves. Their leader was a short fat man with an obviously balding set of grey hair and a matching mustache. If the sex crimes of the Catholic Church from Berenger's previous life were to exist in this timeline, then just by first glance, one could assume this man was engaged in such activity. Luckily for Berenger, neither Henrietta nor Adela were present, or else he would not be able to contain his wrath at the stubby fat priest's lecherous gaze. Thinking of such a possibility, Berenger instinctively sneered in disgust at the man as he introduced himself to Berenger in a way that lacked the proper respect afforded to a man of his position. The man spoke with a heavy Spanish accent, immediately telling he was not a German speaker by birth. I am Father Alphonse, and these two are my associates, Fathers Antonio and Gillis. We have come at the behest of the local priest and one Lambert von Kufstein to investigate claims of heresy. I was told that the Baron of Kufstein was a middle-aged man. Who might you be? Berenger could not help but curse to himself inwardly. Fucking Christ, a Spaniard, a Southern Italian, and Frenchman, of course, there would not be a German in their little tribunal. It seems I won't be able to play the fellow countryman card. After having such thoughts, Berenger took a sip from his glass as he proclaimed his authority in front of the unwanted priests who had barged into his home. I am Berenger von Kufstein, son of Sieghard von Kufstein, and acting regent of the barony of Kufstein while my father has secluded himself in penance. All authority to deal with this matter has been invested in me by my father Baron Sieghard von Kufstein in accordance to the laws of men. Berenger made sure to emphasize that last part, as he was making it abundantly clear to the Inquisition that they had no authority here in his domain. Father Alphonse immediately frowned when he heard this news. This was the worst possible outcome. If what Berenger said was true, investigating the claims and finding the young lord guilty may prove to be difficult. Nevertheless, Father Alphonse proceeded with his task. Tell me, where is Lambert von Kufstein? I wish to discuss with him the concerns which he brought to our attention. Berenger glared at the Inquisition leader with a smug expression as he boldly declared Lambert's fate. Lambert has been convicted of assassination, attempted fratricide, and treason against the barony of Kufstein. He has been disowned, stripped of his name and titles, and sent to the Teutonic Order, where he will spend the rest of his days redeeming himself in the eyes of the Lord. The fat and balding priest was stunned by this news. It had only been a matter of weeks since they had become aware of the situation, yet the man in which the Bishop of Innsbruck insisted on backing to maintain the church's power in Kufstein was already removed from the equation? How did this happen? Father Alphonse now understood why Berenger was calmly sitting on his throne sneering at him with disgust and disdain. With his key witness convicted and disgraced as a traitor and murderer, his chances of ousting this young man from power was slim. Unless he could find something in a legitimate investigation to prove he was a heretic. Now that was the church's only hope. Either that or they could just frame Berenger for the crimes he was accused of. As such, the man put on a smile and began to command Berenger as if he were a mere servant. Before his departure, Lambert had made several bold accusations of heresy within the region. As such, I will require your full cooperation in my investigation. The fat priest began to smile wickedly as he waited for Berenger's answer. All they needed to do was plant some evidence in their investigation and get the local church and its parish to side with them. The Inquisition would have enough justification to convict Berenger of heresy and remove him from power. Whoever took over this minor barony after his death was not of the church's concern so long as they abided by the whims of the Vatican. However, the response Berenger gave Father Alphonse was completely out of his expectation. Berenger took a sip from his chalice and placed it down on his armrest before shifting in his seat of power so that he was peering down at the priests below him with a gaze of intimidation. Under whose authority do you dare to investigate such accusations in my realm? All three of the priests were shocked as they stared at Berenger with contempt. Father Alphonse could no longer hold back his tongue. He had never witnessed such an impudent young lord before. As such, he began to flex his backing to Berenger, attempting to intimidate him into allowing his improper investigation. Under the authority of the Holy Father himself. As such, the priest pulled out a large scroll signed by the Pope. In it were the orders to investigate and purge Kufstein of any heretical thoughts and their believers. However, Berenger was unfazed by these remarks and merely continued to gaze down upon the men with domineering and overbearing pressure. The last time I checked, these lands were ruled over with absolute authority by the Baron of Kufstein, my father, who in his absence has appointed me regent in his stead, to act with all the authority of the Baron himself. As far as I'm concerned, neither the Pope nor the Vatican has any judicial authority in my family's lands, and you would best return from whence you came before I deem your stay no longer welcome. The words he spoke were chilling to the bone, and the other two members of the Inquisition began to tremble in Berenger's presence. Only now do the priests of the Inquisition notice the ranks of men equipped in half-plate armor and armed with what appeared to be a weird mixture of a hand cannon and spear staring at them with indifferent gazes. Berenger had called the most loyal and elite of his men here, the Grenadiers, especially for this meeting. Men who had already fought and killed for Berenger at the Battle of Mining Town. Men who would willingly lay down their lives for their lord and commander who had brought them and their families up from servitude and into the well-paying jobs of industry. Outraged by the outright blasphemy in which Berenger spoke, or at least as far as he was concerned, Father Alfonso no longer acted politely to Berenger and blatantly threatened him. Blasphemy! I am warning you, if you do not submit to our investigation, then we will deem you guilty by default, and we will return with a holy order to raze this land of heathens to the ground. This threat against not only Berenger but the land and people under his dominion was the last straw. He was no longer willing to politely negotiate. Instead, he stood up from his chair and stared down at the priests below as he gave his command to Eckhard, who was currently leading the unit of grenadiers, which acted as Berenger's personal guard at this moment. Vice Commander Eckhard, arrest these men for conspiracy to usurp the barony of Kufstein. There was no hesitation in Eckhard's voice as he motioned for his men to follow the regent's orders. Yes, my lord, I will do as you command. Quickly, the grenadiers surrounded the priests and lowered their bayonets to aim at the inquisitors' chests. Father Gillis began to protest immediately as the bayonets were mere inches away from piercing his heart. I am an emissary of the Holy Father, you cannot do this. Berenger began to step down the stone steps in front of his throne and approach the three men in front of him. Father Alphonse, Father Gillis, by the power invested in me as Regent of Kufstein, afforded to me by my father, Baron Sieghard von Kufstein. I hereby convict you of espionage, sabotage, and usurpation. Henceforth, you shall be sentenced to death by firing squad. Men. Take these would-be usurpers out into the courtyard, line them against a wall, and shoot them. Immediately his troops responded in unison without a hint of disobedience in their collective voices. Yes, my lord. Afterward, the priests of the Inquisition were dragged out of the great hall and brought into the courtyard, where the men lined up into a proper firing squad. Berenger dragged Father Antonio over to the window to watch from above as his comrades were executed. The terrified priest begged Berenger to rethink his actions and spare the inquisitors' lives. Lord Berenger, if you do this, you will be excommunicated and branded a heretic. The Church will consider you an enemy for eternity. Berenger merely looked over at Father Antonio with a look of indifference and raised his hand, signaling the troops to fire their shots. The thunder of gunfire and the smell of smoke filled the air as the priests' bodies were shredded apart by a dozen musket balls, their blood splattering the stone walls of the castle courtyard like a painting of death. Antonio looked in horror as his brothers were gunned down by the mighty hand cannons. He was only awoken from his shock when the iron grip of Berenger grabbed a hold of his shoulder. The young and princely man stared into the eyes of the priest with the ice-cold gaze of a born killer and responded to his earlier words. When you return to the Vatican, inform the Holy Father that he may have the power to excommunicate me and to brand me a heretic, but ultimately when I finally perish from this world it is under the judgment of God, not the Pope, that will determine whether or not I enter the kingdom of heaven. You will tell him that, yes? Antonio began to tremble in fear as if he had been touched by the cold hands of death and stared into the eyes of the Grim Reaper himself. After struggling to find his voice, he eventually said nothing and merely nodded at Berenger's request. From this day forth, Berenger had made a powerful enemy, one who would never forgive him for his actions here on this day. The divide would only grow further as Berenger refused to bend the knee to a corrupt and bloated church and the supreme pontiff who presided over it. With the death of the Inquisition, a gloomy atmosphere had fallen over the castle of Kufstein. His family was not immediately aware of the fact that Berenger had just slapped the church in its face and denied its authority in his family's lands. Adela was the first to find out about such a thing. Having heard the gunshots from outside, she rushed to the great hall, where she checked to see if Berenger was uninjured. When she arrived, she witnessed the scene of Berenger grasping onto Father Antonio's shoulder and staring at the priest with a cold and murderous gaze. Adela was unaccustomed with the ruthless expression on Berenger's face, for she had never before witnessed his wrath. This was not the gentle smile and loving eyes he showed to his loved ones. Rather it was the callous gaze of a vengeful tyrant who took pleasure in punishing his enemies. She had never seen such a side of Berenger before, and as a deeply devout Catholic, Adela was concerned that Berenger had done something unforgivable. However, she never would have guessed that Berenger had executed 2 priests in his courtyard. When she looked out the window to see what had transpired, she was horrified by the bloody mess that remained from the scene of the Inquisitor's execution. She could not contain her terror and shrieked as she gazed upon the merciless display of Berenger's authority. When Berenger heard the screams of his fiancée, he looked over to her in shock, and wondered why was Adela there at this particular moment. This was not something he intended for the young girl to witness. In her dismay, Adela quickly ran over to Berenger and Father Antonio and inquired why such a horrific scene occurred. Berenger, what have you done? Berenger was well aware of Adela's extremely religious nature and had never actually talked to her about his views on the subject. After all, he was afraid she would react poorly to his thoughts about the church. However, he could not lie his way out of this one. He had just executed 2 emissaries of the Vatican in his own courtyard. As such, he put on a stern expression and scolded the little girl for recklessly making assumptions. The church conspired against me and aided my brother in his attempts to usurp my birthright. These men came here as part of my brother's final ploy to have me convicted as a heretic and executed. They even threatened to raze my family's lands to the ground when I refused to recognize the legitimacy of their so-called investigation. As such, I had them executed. Isn't that right, Father Antonio? Berenger gave the Inquisitor an oppressive gaze, implying that if the priest did not admit to his crimes, Berenger would have him suffer the same fate as the shredded corpses in the courtyard below. The truth was, despite being an excellent torturer, Antonio was a cowardly man who deeply feared death. As such, the Inquisitor quickly crumbled and admitted to Adela the crimes of the church. What Berenger says is correct. Lambert, while sponsored by your local priest, petitioned the Bishop of Innsbruck to request an investigation from the Inquisition into accusations about Berenger's heretical views. We knew the charges were false, but were afraid that Berenger would not follow the will of the Church. Thus, we planned to frame and convict him anyway. Which we would have done if he had allowed us to investigate the charges against him. Adela was shocked to hear this news. All her life, she looked up to the Church as a beacon of hope and viewed them as the arbiters of truth. Yet these men had conspired against Berenger to install a puppet onto the seat of power in Kufstein. It was as if the image she had in her mind about a flawless church came crumbling down around her as she listened to the wicked priest confess to the crimes he had committed. She could tell the man was speaking the truth, even if it was under duress. Berenger noticed the stunned expression on the girl's face and could tell that she was in the middle of an existential crisis, and as such, he walked over to his little fiancée and hugged her while patting her head and whispered his utopian propaganda into her fine ears. My sweet Adela, I know you are faithful, and I respect that, but men rule the Church, and no man is above corruption. As long as you have faith in Christ and follow his teachings, you will be a good Christian woman. Father Antonio could not help but mutter the word blasphemy under his breath. However, the moment he did so, Berenger stared fiercely at him, and the man instantly shut his trap. After hearing Berenger's words, Adela wanted to know more of his view of Christianity. However, she realized that he was currently dreadfully busy and decided to contemplate his words while praying to the Lord about which path to follow. After thinking it over for a few moments, she looked up at Berenger with her shining sapphire eyes and thanked him for his comfort. Thank you, Berenger, I do not know what I would do without you. Afterward, the girl released herself from his embrace and returned to her room. She had many things to think about and prepare for. She knew Berenger's actions would invoke the ire of the Church, and as such, she wanted to protect him to the best of her abilities. Thus she began to write a letter to her father, who was currently in his castle in Graz, and inform him about the recent events within Kufstein. She would remind him to honor the terms of their alliance with the von Kufstein family if such actions were needed. Berenger remained with Father Antonio and continued to exude his authority while in the priest's presence. If I see you or any other members of your wicked order entering the confines of my family's lands, I will have you and your ilk shot on sight. Is that understood? Father Antonio had nearly soiled himself in fear at this point. He had witnessed the power of the muskets as their volley fire mangled the bodies of his fellow members of the Inquisition. He had no intentions of ever returning to this godless land and would make sure to warn the other members of his order to avoid Kufstein at all costs. With his departure, Berenger had seized absolute authority over this barony comprised of roughly 20,000 people and now reigned supreme. After Father Antonio's departure, word quickly spread around Kufstein of the Church's actions and plots to usurp the barony and install a puppet on the seat of power. Mostly thanks to Berenger's intricate spy network. Gisela, who had turned to God during her recent crisis, immediately confronted Berenger about his rash actions. She could not believe that he would so cruelly execute ordained priests of the Church. As such, she scolded her eldest son as if he were a small child caught with his hands in the cookie jar. How could you do such a thing? Do you not fear the wrath of God? Berenger merely laughed at her comments with a smug grin on his face. If God truly cared about what mankind does on this great earth, he would not allow his so-called church to be ruled by murderers, rapists, and thieves. The way Berenger spoke about God was indeed blasphemous from the eyes of a God-fearing woman like herself. Gisela could not believe Berenger viewed the church in such a manner. She further emphasized the seriousness of the situation to her eldest son. You will be excommunicated for this, maybe even damned as a heretic. Berenger looked at his mother with a look of pity as he began making her question her beliefs like the serpent he was. Mother, have you ever actually read the Bible? Gisela looked at her son like he was an idiot before proclaiming. Of course not, it is up to the clergy to decipher God's word. You should know this, Berenger. Berenger merely shook his head as he pulled a large leather-bound book out of his desk and placed it on the table. It was an accurately translated Bible in the German language. He pushed the Bible in the direction of his mother, encouraging her to take a look for herself. Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. Matthew 22 verse 21. Gisela looked at Berenger with a confused expression, but his meaning could not be clearer. He flipped to the page which contained the verse he had quoted, showing his mother the full context. Afterward, he pointed at himself and explained the verse with an indifferent expression on his immaculate face. I am the Caesar of this land, according to the words of Christ I hold all authority in this earthly domain we call the barony of Kufstein. The church should focus their efforts on spirituality and leave the politics of this world to the men of this world. Gisela could hardly believe her ears as she heard Berenger quote scripture and use it in a way to legitimize his ideas of the separation of church and state. Berenger's views were extremely contradictory to the common belief of the Catholic Church, which maintained a large degree of political control over the European kingdoms. Nevertheless, the words he spoke were true, and Gisela had no response to them. Seeing that his mother was conflicted, Berenger stood up from his desk and approached his mother, and wrapped his arms around her, showing her the same degree of comfort he showed Adela not too long ago. "Mother, I know you're worried about me and my safety. I also know you are deeply concerned about my soul after what happened with Lambert. However, I promise you all I am doing is in the best interests of our family and the people of Kufstein." Gisela accepted her son's loving embrace, and as she looked into his warm expression, her worries about him following the path of Satan began to vanish. He was still the gentle and kind boy she had doted on all of these years. Though his actions may seem extreme, he did them with the safety and security of his family and the people in his mind. Berenger knew that his mother was shaken up by Lambert's true nature and was suspecting him to be equally as despicable deep down inside, and as such, he had to play the part of the loving son. Unlike Lambert, Berenger deeply cared for his family in both his past life and his current one. He spared Lambert because he could not imagine the suffering his family would go through if he had executed the little scoundrel. If Lambert had never conspired against Berenger, then he never would have stolen his fiancée and forced him out of the family. However, what Gisela did not know is that Berenger truly did have a wicked and ruthless nature. However, he reserved it entirely for his enemies, and at this point, the Catholic Church had become his enemy. By conspiring against him, Berenger viewed them as a threat to his existence and would not rest until their stranglehold over the German people and the lands they inhabited was fully liberated. He was willing to do great evil to achieve these goals. If one could describe Berenger's personality, it was practically split in two. He was loving, kind, gentle, and caring for his loved ones. Yet, he was brutal, ruthless, sadistic, and cruel to his enemies. The reason why the people who loved him were so worried about his recent actions was that it was entirely out of the character he had always shown them. However, after hearing Berenger's explanation, Gisela chose to believe in his actions and supported him in his endeavors. After all, the rest of the family was currently still processing their grief about Lambert's removal. Both Henrietta and Sieghard had shut themselves in their rooms, hiding from the world at large. Right now, the only person Gisela could speak to about her feelings was her son and her priest. Though now that she knew the priest had conspired against her son, she would not be going to church any time soon. Instead, the mature beauty grabbed a hold of the Bible Berenger had given her and decided to spend some time educating herself about the Word of God from the source directly. Gisela thanked Berenger for understanding her position and comforting her before leaving the room. "Thank you, Berenger, you have always been and will always be my beloved son." With those words said, she departed the room and returned to her quarters to look after her husband, who was currently intoxicated and depressed. Berenger, on the other hand, stayed in his quarters and continued to fulfill his obligations as regent. It would be a matter of hours before he could have a break and continue to educate the common folk of Kufstein. After consulting with his mother about his previous actions, Berenger arrived at Ludwig's workshop, where he greeted his old friend with a quick hug. Both men had been swamped with work recently and could immediately feel each other's growing exhaustion. "Ludwig, my old friend, tell me you have some good news?" Ludwig chuckled lightly as he heard Berenger's remarks. He indeed did have good news. "Well, my lord, you picked the most opportune time to pick a fight with the church. After all, the printing press machines you invented have long since been implemented and are currently working at full capacity. You just have to say the word, and we will change their production output to help you fight the misinformation the church is bound to present about you." Berenger slapped Ludwig on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "Ludwig, you are a genius." The old man smiled at the compliment and brought Berenger into the factory, which had been constructed explicitly for paper manufacture and printing materials. Water-powered paper mills were set throughout the large factory. Once processed, they were placed on the printing presses to make the various reading materials Berenger introduced for public education. However, right now, he had a dire need to spread the word of the church's sins, and as such, he needed a lot of pamphlets. Berenger currently stood in front of all the workers who had gathered before him. By now, they were well aware of the ploys against him by the church, and as such, he did not need to explain the whole situation. Berenger took out a prototype pamphlet he had designed and sent it to the foreman of the factory. I need these made in the thousands so that we can ship them across the German-speaking regions. It is my hope that every literate man may read of the church's misdeeds. Can this be done? The foreman of the press was a middle-aged man with short gray hair and a mustache. He was dressed in the new Renaissance-style peasant attire Berenger had introduced to his population through his textile factories. His hair was also slicked back with pomade much like Berengar's, and his mustache was properly waxed with the material. The man had an ecstatic expression on his face. He was always excited to help the regent of Kufstein. After all, without the young man's innovations, he would still be breaking his back tending to a farm somewhere while gaining nothing but the scraps. Now, this man was part of the growing middle class and was quite wealthy among the common population. He owed his success in life to Berenger and would never forgive the bastards in the church for trying to frame him. As such, he quickly nodded his head and gave Berenger a satisfactory answer. Of course, my lord, I promise you, by the time the church hears about what you have done to those damned inquisitors, all of Tyrol and most of Austria will be aware of those bastards' misdeeds. Berenger smiled and shook the man's hand with excitement. It was good to have capable people working for him. If this man pulled this off, he might actually have to give the whole factory a raise. However, he made sure to give the man and his crew a fair warning before doing so. Overtime is completely voluntary. I do not want you guys working so much that you neglect your family and your health. Just know that I will be offering proper compensation if you choose to work extra hours. If not, that is entirely up to you, and I respect your choices. To Berenger, the people under his rule were part of the people he showed his more gentle side to. These were men, women, and children under his protection as sovereign, and he would not mistreat them if he could avoid it. He genuinely cared for the happiness and well-being of his people, as he too had once been a commoner in his previous life. With that said, he bade farewell to the factory workers and returned to his family's castles, where Linda quickly greeted him. By the look on her face, she had good news, and as such, Berenger dragged her to his study. He sat down on his desk and offered his pregnant lover a seat before asking her about the reason for her excited appearance. Do you want to tell me why you are smiling from ear to ear? Linda was smiling fervently and could not wait to inform the father of her child of the good news she had. I have successfully established another cell in Innsbruck and Trient. Soon enough, the entire counties of Tyrol and Trient will be under our surveillance. Berenger was delighted by the news and rushed out from his desk and kissed the heavenly beauty passionately after hearing the information she provided. It was too early in the day for the couple to fool around, but he could not help himself from doing so after he heard the good news. Eventually, he managed to contain his growing lust and instead sat next to his lover. He wanted to know more about the details of her operations. Linda carefully explained how she had contacted trustworthy people and informed them that she wanted to form a spy network, though she did not explain who it was that she was working for when regarding her contact in Trient. Over time, the cells were fully established and were operating independently as per usual. As of right now, Berenger's ability to disseminate propaganda had greatly expanded beyond his own borders. Pretty soon, the commoners of other regions would see him as an ideal candidate for leadership. By the time he began to make his move for his political aspirations, few among the common population would believe the church's lies. After spending some quality time with Linda, Berenger dismissed her before returning to the village, where he oversaw another day of instruction of basic education for the commoners in his realm. He began to wish for the day he did not have to instruct these people himself. Hopefully, he could find some competent teacher soon. The Supreme Pontiff was an elderly man in his early 60s who was of Italian descent. Currently, the man sat upon the throne as he listened to grave news regarding the arrest and execution of a duo of the church's inquisitors within the barony of Kufstein. In his hand was a letter written by Berenger. During the time it took for Father Antonio to return to the Vatican to make his report, Berenger had used his printing press to distribute flyers in the German language accusing the church of attempting to usurp his family's lands. By now, these propaganda pamphlets had spread throughout all of Tyrol and parts of Bavaria and the other Austrian counties. Pope Simeon too rubbed his temples intensely, trying desperately to decrease his growing headache. He had no idea how the young regent had managed to write so many of these pesky things and distributed them so quickly. The Pope exhaled heavily before voicing his thoughts aloud. This boy is certainly bold. I will give him that. You said he had a message for me? Father Antonio was kneeling before the Pope. Beside him were several cardinals who acted as the Holy Father's advisors. Father Antonio quickly responded to the Pope and began to inform him of Berenger's message word for word. After the frightening display of authority Berenger had used to intimidate the priest, Father Antonio had ingrained the young regent's words into the very depths of his mind. Lord Berenger told me that when you return to the Vatican inform the Holy Father, that he may have the power to excommunicate me and to brand me a heretic, but ultimately when I finally perish from this world it is under the judgment of God, not the Pope, that will determine whether or not I enter the kingdom of heaven. The Pope's expression stiffened as he heard these words. Berenger was clearly challenging his authority as the personal representative of God on earth. The young lord's words were essentially daring the Holy Father to act in such a manner and prove how worthless such a punishment was. A nearby cardinal had a furious expression on his face as he could no longer hold back the anger burning in his heart. Blasphemy! You all heard what Father Antonio said. The boy does not recognize the authority of the Church. He must be brought to heel, and quickly, before such blasphemous ideas spread to the rest of the German nobility. God wills it. Half of the cardinals in the room immediately responded in the same manner. God wills it. However, another cardinal quickly countered the impassioned outcry of the man who called for Berenger's demise. How do you suppose we do that? He has already stated he does not care if he is excommunicated and branded a heretic. All of the holy orders are currently fighting wars at the moment. The Teutonic Order is fighting in the east against the Rus, the Hospitallers are in North Africa waging holy war against the Saracens to reclaim Alexandria for Christendom. The Spanish orders are all waging Reconquista. Even if we could spare the men, how would that look to the other German noblemen? Many of them would certainly rally behind Berenger. If we march into Kufstein now, we will only be justifying his behavior, which is exactly what the boy wants. Quickly the cardinals began to bicker among themselves like a bunch of children as every one of them spat out a different idea on how to handle the scenario. It had been a long time since any lord in Europe, especially one with a lowly position like Berenger, had slapped the Church in the face in such a manner. It was an outright rejection of their power and authority over Christendom and a total humiliation to the Inquisition. Under normal circumstances, the Church would call for a crusade to wipe out the heresy within Kufstein. However, since all of the surviving holy orders were currently expanding Christian influence elsewhere, they could not afford to send an army into the Alps at the moment. Eventually, the Holy Father had enough of the infighting among his cardinals and declared his solution to the issue. Enough. We will excommunicate Berenger, brand him a heretic, and deny his accusations against us. Then we will paint the picture that he is a vile, wicked, and sinful man who engages in debauchery on a daily basis. As for invading Kufstein, we will leave that option on the table in case he misbehaves again in the future. Do you really believe the people will obey the rule of a man who the Church has labeled as a disciple of Satan? The room fell quiet with this declaration. Those who were thirsty for the blood of Berenger, and the people of Kufstein quietly calmed themselves and accepted the Pope's words as law. If the boy wanted to be a tyrant, they would show him that he cannot rule so easily without the support of the common people. Unfortunately for them, they were making a huge mistake, as the local church in Kufstein was plagued with corruption, and like most churches, embezzled a large portion of the money they received from tithes. Under Berenger's reforms, he had brought a great degree of prosperity to the common people within his domain. Combine this with the fact that the people in his territory were becoming literate and reading the Bible independently, there was a growing sense of distrust with the Catholic Church within the barony of Kufstein. It would not be long before these views spread across Tyrol and, by extension, Austria. After all, Berenger's spy networks were growing by the day. His views of the Church and its role in society were quite popular among many nobility who were dissatisfied with the Church's interference with their secular rule over their dynastic lands. As such, by excommunicating Berenger, declaring him a heretic, and attempting to sabotage his reputation, the Vatican had unwittingly taken the first step to the reformation of the Church within the German-speaking regions and the removal of papal authority. When Berenger heard the Church's response to his actions, he was reported to have a wicked grin on his face as if everything was going according to plan. Currently, Linda stood face to face with Adela. The day would soon come for Adela to return home, and she was currently in a heated debate with her rival. The little girl had for quite some time had suspicions about Linda and Berenger and their illicit relationship. However, she had been in denial up until this point. Currently, the two conflicted with the fact that Adela would be returning to her homeland, while Linda would remain in Kufstein, which acted as a thorn in Adela's side, constantly reminding her of the possibility that Berenger would sleep with the teenage temptress if she left the two of them alone. Lambert's accusations at the scene of his conviction also left a lasting impression on her. He seemed to be certain that Berenger was the father of Linda's child, and such Adela had grown quite vicious in the little scuffle between the two girls. Berenger, of course, was not present for the conflict. Otherwise, he would have acted as a mediator and gotten the two of them to calm down. However, since she could not do so, Adela began to raise her voice at Linda in her frustration. "What right do you have to stay in Kufstein now that your fiancé is gone?" Linda sneered devilishly at Adela. She knew the little girl was jealous of her, and she was not afraid to shove it in Adela's adorable little face as she deflected the question. "Oh, my Adela, are you perhaps jealous?" The very idea that Adela would be jealous, while accurate, infuriated her, and she quickly latched onto the bait. She was not an experienced debater, as could be seen by the ease of falling prey to Linda's trap. "Jealous? That's preposterous. Why would I be envious of you?" Linda leaned in close to Adela, showing off her mighty bosom in an act of superiority as she taunted the girl further. "Obviously, you are jealous of the fact that I get to stay here by Berenger's side while you have to go back to Graz. Don't worry, I will take good care of your fiancé while you are away." The strawberry blonde-haired vixen purposely emphasized the last part in great detail as she whispered in Adela's little ear in an attempt to infuriate her further. Though Linda had accepted her role as the lover and that she would never be Berenger's bride, she still found teasing her master's little fiancé to be delectable. Of course, if Berenger were here to witness such a scene, he would punish Linda for her actions. Adela's face grew red like a strawberry as she envisioned all kinds of naughty things between Linda and Berenger and immediately felt embarrassed. She began to stammer as she found it difficult to form a sentence in her disrupted state. "Why? You harlot. How dare you?" Linda's face was no longer grinning with satisfaction but had turned furious as she gazed at Adela with the intent to slap the little bitch. Being referred to as such a term greatly offended Linda and her pride as Berenger's lover. After all, she had only ever been with one man. Nevertheless, she refrained from backhanding Berenger's fiancé as she knew he would be genuinely displeased with her actions if she did so. Thus she forced herself to calm down and refute Adela's harsh words. "Oh little Adela, you are quite wrong about that. I have only ever shared my body with one man. I am quite the opposite of what you claim." Due to the cryptic nature of Linda's refutation, Adela could not help but blurt out the question digging at the very essence of her soul. "Oh yeah, and who might that be?" Linda was waiting for this response and ended the argument with another vague answer that was sure to antagonize Adela further. This was her way of punishing the little girl for daring to call her such a wicked term. "I'll leave that up to your imagination." With that said, Linda walked away from Adela with a sinister smile on her face. She knew she had won this argument. Of course, Adela was fuming with fury as she watched Linda leave her behind. However, she quickly realized that she had never been able to get the answer from Linda about why she was allowed to stay in Kufstein. She could not help but curse herself after Linda had disappeared. That bitch. On the other hand, Linda had pressing matters to attend to and proceeded to her quarters, where she began to communicate with her subordinates in the spy network she had helped establish, informing them of boosting propaganda efforts across German-speaking regions. Sooner or later tales of Berenger's benevolence to his people and the crimes he suffered at the hands of his little brother with the backing of the church would spread by word of mouth through Tyrol and Trient. From there travelers and merchants would spread the stories across the entirety of Greater Germany. These stories of Berenger's treatment of the common people within his realm would make the barony of Kufstein a common destination for refugees when the war finally broke out. Even Linda had no idea how effective these stories would be as they were passed around inns and taverns across the land. On the other hand, Adela was ruining the forthcoming day when she would have to return to Graz and was currently spending more time with Berenger. At the moment, she was complaining about Linda and wanted an official answer from Berenger on why she was allowed to stay. "Berenger, why is Linda allowed to stay now that Lambert is gone and disowned? She's no longer engaged and has no further ties to this land." Berenger saw the pouting face of Adela and could not help but pinch her cheeks as he reprimanded her for approaching Linda about such a question. "I know you're jealous, but don't worry, she has a valid reason to be here. Her father was a backer in my brother's plots and does not trust one will continue to conduct business in good faith now that his involvement has been revealed. Thus he has decided to leave her here in Kufstein to oversee our trade. Besides, it's not like she can get married anymore now that she's pregnant. The least I can do is take care of my brother's bastard, considering that he is no longer around to raise it. Berenger almost had a Freudian slip at that moment, and it did not go unnoticed by Adela, who frowned deeply as she heard Berenger proclaim that he was going to be raising Linda's child. She cursed that she was still too young to get married, otherwise, it would be her who was pregnant with Berenger's child at the moment. Such thoughts immediately caused her face to flush red with embarrassment. She quickly stormed out of Berenger's room in an attempt to hide her shameful thoughts, leaving Berenger staring at the doorway, thinking to himself. What did I do to upset her now? The minds of the fairer sex were truly unfathomable to men. Currently, Lambert was still within the confines of the prison carriage constructed for his transport to the Teutonic Order. They had traveled for several weeks with a caravan to Malbork Castle within the Pomerelia region to maintain the transported prisoner's safety and integrity. Lambert sat in his cage, with a blanket over his shoulders. The only thing keeping him alive throughout his journey was the idea that he would return home one day and exact vengeance upon his family for what they had done to him. The state of the Teutonic Order, oftentimes referred to as the Teutonic State, was currently embroiled in a series of wars against the Eastern European populations. Whether they were pagans or Eastern Orthodox, the fanatical crusaders of the Teutonic Order did not care and used whatever excuses they could to justify their wars of conquest. Pomerelia, however, was far closer to the borders of Germany and was merely used as a training ground for recruits, to foster them into the order and their way of life over time. As a militant order of the Catholic Church, the Teutonic Knight required all full brothers to take monastic vows. They would become celibate and father no children, nor could they ever marry. If they were noblemen, they would give up all claims to their family's lands. This was a genius act by Gisela to spare Lambert's life while making him no longer a threat to Berenger's position. On the other hand, Lambert saw this as a chance to rise in the ranks of the Teutonic Order and gain enough power to enact vengeance upon the family that had abandoned him. Especially that whore Linda, he would never forgive her for her misdeeds. After all the time and energy he had spent courting her, she threw it all away for his despicable brother. He was utterly disgusted with himself for being such a fool as to think he could be with a girl like Linda and putting up with her degrading acts because of it. Not long after having these thoughts, Castle Malbork came into sight, and the sentries of the Teutonic Order rode out to meet with the approaching caravan. A knight in full plate armor, with a white tabard and black cross emblazoned on it, stopped before the carriage and gave his commands. By orders of the Grand Master, all outsiders are forbidden from traveling beyond this point. State your business, or be on your way. The caravan guard was not the least bit threatened by the knight and calmly stated his reasons for being in the area. By decree of Sieghard von Kufstein, the Baron of Kufstein. This young man Lambert has been convicted of the crimes of assassination, treason, and attempted fratricide and hereby sentenced to join the Teutonic Order where he may redeem himself in the eyes of God in righteous crusade. Though the knight's face could not be seen beneath the visor of his great bassinet, his exasperated expression could be heard in his voice as he sighed deeply. Another one? All right. We will escort the prisoner from henceforth. The truth was, crusading was not nearly as popular as it was in the previous centuries. After the French conspired against the Templars for their wealth and burned them all at the stake as heretics, many people had no desire to suffer a similar fate. Nowadays, the ranks of the Teutonic Order were filled with either convicted criminals, refugees, orphans, or disillusioned noble youth. Despite the success of the Crusades to the Holy Land within this timeline, the Northern Crusades were not exactly popular in the eyes of the people of Christendom. In many countries, one might even say they were unpopular, especially now that the heathens of the Baltic had mostly been conquered and were in the process of being Germanized, which was a polite way of saying that they were being wiped out entirely and replaced by ethnic Germans. Regarding the other so-called Holy Crusades, Reconquista was a matter of Iberian pride. As such, the militant orders of the region swelled with the ranks of zealous young men who wished to drive the Moors from their lands. However, unless one were particularly hateful of Muslims, they would not venture from another region to join the fight to reclaim Iberia. The ongoing crusades in North Africa, if you could even call them such a thing, were mostly handled by the might of the Byzantine Empire's vast army, who wished to reclaim lost territory in Egypt and Libya. Despite being Orthodox, the Byzantines and the Orthodox Church were far more cordial in this timeline with Europe and the Vatican. As such, they had gained the support of the Hospitaller Order in the efforts to reclaim North Africa for Christendom. This was far more popular than the Northern Crusades among Catholics and Orthodox alike, as they were reclaiming lost land instead of venturing into backwaters and forcefully converting the natives. Upon hearing the knight's orders, the caravan guards quickly got down from their carriages and released the lock on the gates which confined Lambert, where he was swiftly dragged out of his cell and handed over to the Knights of the Teutonic Order, who carried him off to the castle of Malbork. This would be the last time the boy saw the banners of House von Kufstein for some time. He would forever engrave them in his memory as he desired to see them burning along with his homeland. After arriving in the castle, Lambert was led to the recruits' quarters, where he acquired the attire of an initiate and had his head shaved. For the next few months, his life would be a grueling hell as he toiled and slaved away to prove himself worthy of the title of brother. Luckily for him, he was already a competent swordsman and would quickly make a name for himself among the initiates and the order members alike. After having a simple meal for the evening, he returned to his quarters, where he began to drift into a deep slumber. The thoughts of vengeance were the only thing that would allow him to survive this ordeal. Berenger was currently standing in one of his many nitraries, formed to produce saltpeter from common manure. It was the primary ingredient in the creation of gunpowder and was very rare in Europe as a naturally occurring substance. However, with the knowledge he gained from his previous life, which was far more advanced than this world, he knew of a way to create it from manure, ash, plant greens, and of course, cow urine. Though this was an extensive process, and as such, he had been relying on the trade networks throughout to import the material for the use in his malicious weapons. However, after nearly 4 months of producing the material, his first batch of homegrown saltpeter was about to come to fruition. Since he initially constructed his industrial district, he had set aside an area to produce potassium nitrate, also known as saltpeter. These facilities were called nitraries. With an ever-increasing demand for gunpowder, he had expanded his nitraries throughout the industrial sector and even into dedicated plots of land outside the burgeoning town. Though the process was simple, it took a lot of time to complete. Essentially, one would create a waterproof mixture of manure, green plant matter, and ash. From there, they would make sure it was covered in a stable environment with limited sunlight and pour the cow urine on the mixture once a week for 3 to 4 months. Eventually, yellow crystals would form, be skimmed out of the mixture, and then placed into a bucket with holes in the bottom with a paper filter. The remainder of the bucket would be filled 3/4 of the way with the leftover pile and have boiling water poured into it until the pile was gone. This process would be repeated until all of the saltpeter could be harvested, where it would then be mixed with charcoal and sulfur to make black powder. Now was finally the day when his armies no longer had to rely on expensive imports of the rare material and could produce it themselves in a constantly growing capacity. Truthfully, Berenger pitted the men who had to work in the nitraries at it seemed like a filthy job to him, but it was entirely necessary, and thus they were paid very well for their labor. There was a gaze of pride on Berenger's face as he saw the results of his efforts and was greatly pleased by them. He congratulated the men on their first successful batch of the substance. "Men, you have done an amazing job these last few months, and I hereby award you all with a 10% raise to your salaries. Keep up the excellent work, and more rewards are sure to come." The men who engaged in such dirty work were truly ecstatic when they heard they were given a raise for their performances. All of their hard work had paid off. However, they could not become complacent and needed to begin preparing the next batch. A continuous supply of the substance was necessary for Berenger to wage war in the most efficient manner possible. Thus Berenger left the men to their work as he returned to his other enterprises. Berenger noticed that the men beneath his command were currently running drills as per usual. There was a constant influx of recruits within the militia, which acted more as a national guard than an army at the moment. Despite some of the men in his militia being inducted into the town guard full-time, the majority of them only trained on weekends after completing basic and specialized training. Currently, his militia had reached his goal of roughly 1,000 foot soldiers in 6 companies, as well as 2 full artillery batteries filled with a total of 12 field guns and 300 men. He was 1 artillery battery away from fielding a full artillery battalion, a feat which he would desire to achieve shortly. However, it would be some time yet until he could achieve it. Berenger had gone through great expense to acquire a sufficient supply of warhorses, something his region was desperately lacking. As such, he currently only had a company of 80 cavalrymen, though he had initially decided to use demi-lancers. Ultimately he had changed his mind after he considered the fact that for now, he would be fighting medieval armies, without any significant access to gunpowder. As such, he decided to go with the extremely effective cuirassiers, which would be capable of breaking any spear formations with their pistols, before charging them down with their sabers. This elite unit of heavy cavalry was equipped in 3/4 plate armor, with an enclosed burgonet and a pair of gauntlets. The weapons they wielded were a pair of pistols, as well as a Dussac sword. Recognizing his dire need for warhorses, Berenger had begun a breeding program for species such as coursers. Still, it would be years before he could see the results in any significant capacity. Thus, for now, all he could do was import the horses to his region at a high cost. Luckily for him, his family was now extraordinarily wealthy due to the steel and textile trades. Many noblemen were willing to pay a premium to get their hands on such a large quantity of steel for use in their armies. Completely unaware that against Berenger's forces, mass equipping your forces with steel brigandine and plate was useless, but then again, they never expected Berenger to have such lofty ambitions. After overseeing the militia exercises, Berenger returned to his home, where he sat in his father's study with a liter of beer in his hands, slowly going over the remaining paperwork for the day. Tomorrow Adela would depart from his land, and he would not be able to see his little fiancée's adorable face for some time. At least he would be able to visit her for her birthday in a few months, speaking of which he should probably have some exquisite jewelry made for her to show his affection. After thinking about such things, he spent the remainder of his nightly work drafting plans for a ludicrously expensive set of jewels for his beloved. The day had arrived, and Berenger was up bright and early, properly dressed to see his little fiancée off from his territory so that she may return home to her homeland. Despite her suspicions about Berenger's potential affair with Linda, she had been quite happy during these past few months she spent getting to know her fiancé. After some serious soul-searching over the past few days, she had concluded that even if Berenger had secretly taken Linda as a lover, she would still marry him. She was confident in her ability to keep Berenger by her side, even if he did spend time with Linda. Who knows, maybe when her body finally matured, she would be even more beautiful than Linda. At that point, she could easily monopolize Berenger's love. Her only fear was that if Berenger was truly the father of Linda's child, that one day he might legitimize the bastard, and if it were to be born a boy, that bastard boy would become the heir to his titles. As such, she had decided she would do whatever it took to put her own future son on the throne in which Berenger was sure to carve out of this world. Truthfully, Berenger had been dreadfully busy these past few days, and saw very little of either of his women, and thus was unaware of the conflicts between them or the resolutions they had come to. However, to see her off, he was here now, and Linda was not present. Fearing it might sour the relationship between her lover and his fiancée, she felt it would be best to be absent. Though she liked teasing Adela, she had no plans to steal her position as the wife. Berenger had made it clear that he intended to marry Adela and that his mind would not be swayed, and Linda had come to accept that. Adela stood in front of her luxurious carriage, which was flanked by the retinue of knights who had protected her all of this time. They knew better than to get in the way of the young lady and her fiancé. Berenger hugged the little girl before seeing her off. However, the words she whispered into his ear caught him off guard. "I want you to know that even if you are with Linda, I will not stop fighting for your love." With that said, the little girl pecked him on his lips with her own before running away from his embrace and into her carriage, leaving Berenger stunned in silence as the caravan drifted off. He had a million thoughts racing across his mind as he watched Adela waving at him from the carriage in the distance. Am I really that bad at hiding my affair? Despite realizing he was not as sly as he thought he was throughout this time, Berenger was happy that despite suspecting his illicit relationship with Linda, his little fiancée did not give up on marrying him. It would have been an unmitigated disaster if the girl had caught on to his actions and ended things after all of his efforts. As such, a wicked grin spread across his face as he stared into the clear blue sky above and voiced his thoughts aloud. Monogamy is for suckers. Berenger quickly returned to the castle after leaving his parting words for nobody to hear. He was not the type of guy to cultivate a harem. After all, trying to satisfy the emotional needs of more than 2 women was enough to drive any man to an early grave. However, if he could achieve it, he had more than enough love to spare for 2 beautiful ladies. As such, he was happy that things were progressing in the manner he intended. Things were going to be lonely now that Adela was gone, but with Lambert having been exiled and his family already aware of his relationship with Linda, he no longer had to hide his actions and could openly flirt with Linda and enjoy her company without having to sneak around all the time. Surely that would be a liberating experience. Apparently, Linda had the same idea, for the moment he entered the castle's doors, she jumped into his arms and began kissing him passionately. In between their kissing, Linda asked the question on her mind. So is the little girl gone? Berenger flicked her on her forehead, which interrupted their passionate display, and chastised his lover. Yes, but curiously she said something to me before she departed. Something unexpected. By the look on his face, Linda knew Adela probably mentioned something about their affair. As such, she acted innocently as if she had no idea what it could be about. As such, Berenger repeated what Adela had told him before narrowing his eyes and interrogating the young beauty. So tell me, what exactly did you say to Adela about us? Linda was caught off guard and blushed lightly as she tried to hide her embarrassment from Berenger. Ultimately, she had been caught. After being cornered like this, she had no option but to confess. I may have said something along the lines of I would take good care of your fiancé while you are away. Berenger stared at Linda with a tyrannical expression before speaking the words on his mind. You know what this means, right? Linda nodded, though she tried to hide it. She had an excited look in her eyes that told Berenger she had deliberately done this to be punished by him. Even if she enjoyed such a rough display of dominance, he would do exactly as she desired. As such, he dragged his lover into his room and spent the rest of his day punishing her severely for her actions, which could have gone horribly wrong. For the first time in a long time, Berenger took a day off from work and merely spent it playing with his lover. If he were going to live a long and prosperous life, he would need to spend some days in such a manner. With Adela's departure, Berenger quickly found himself thrust into his work once more. He had to find an instructor to replace her as the teacher for Kufstein's children with her absence. Unfortunately, implementing his public education system was proving to be a slower endeavor than initially estimated. Because of this, he was currently interviewing a prospective candidate for the position Adela had left behind. The young man in front of him was one of the children of the late Marshal. Despite being responsible for the assassination of Marshal Friedhelm von Thiersee, Berenger had successfully shifted the blame for the man's death onto his little brother, thus gaining the von Thiersee family as a valuable ally. Currently, the second son of the family was sitting before Berenger. At the same time, the young regent conducted a thorough interview on whether or not the man could instruct the regent's children in basic education. The first matter of importance was determining whether or not the man understood the basic material. Over this past hour, Berenger had given the young man a basic arithmetic and language test, which the man passed with flying colors. Afterward, Berenger gave him the booklets that contained the learning materials that had been distributed to the students to see if he could thoroughly understand its content. The young man went by the name of Frederick, and he was relatively average-looking in all aspects. He was a studious and quiet man who perfectly exemplified the ideal of the noble scholar. Frederick shared the same dirty blonde hair and emerald eyes as his elder brother. The young man looked at Berenger with a passionate smile as he repeated a part of the social studies that contained Berenger's propaganda. The German people are a distinct ethnic group among the Germanic peoples who reside within the German-speaking regions of Central Europe. It should be the aim of every German to unify under a single cohesive empire free from foreign influence. Only by uniting with each other can the German people pursue their destiny of global hegemony. It was quite honestly a propaganda piece taken from the teachings of a certain regime from Berenger's previous life, yet if he was going to build an empire, the fatherland should be united as the core of it. Berenger had distributed a map for visual reference, which contained the regions he wished to incorporate into his future empire. This map was essentially an exact copy of the idea of a Greater Germany from a certain Austrian art student, with the addition of the Adriatic littoral and the Alpine foothills. After confirming that Frederick could teach the children, Berenger approached the man with a smile on his face and shook his hand. It seems you are more than qualified to teach the children. You start tomorrow. I promise you will be paid a fair wage. The young man nodded his head in agreement and spoke his inner thoughts. I'm just glad to be of service to the realm, my lord. Hearing such words, Berenger decided to celebrate and pulled out a flagon of beer while pouring it into 2 mugs he offered to the young man in front of him. If you know anyone else who would be a good fit for the position, let me know. I want to expand public education across the entirety of the barony and need qualified instructors. Frederick smiled at Berenger and took out a list of names he had come prepared with for this very topic and handed it over to the young lord. Berenger was perplexed by this action, but he took a sip from his mug of beer while reading over the list of names. Most of the names written on the sheet of paper were from the younger generation of nobility, many of whom he had met at his engagement ceremony. Frederick smiled as he shared his thoughts with Berenger. Many of the children of the nobility within the realm are fully educated and are inspired by your actions. They want to support you in any way they can, and since they are idling about in their homes wasting their lives away, I figured I could convince a few of them to take up teaching as a way to stem their boredom and be productive. Berenger's smile grew wider as he clasped Frederick on the shoulder and thanked the man for making such a list. You have no idea how important this list is to me. I have had a challenging time trying to convince people to take up the position of a teacher. With this list and your aid, I can greatly expedite the process. Frederick grinned as he reveled in the compliments from the young lord. Now that Lambert was removed, those previously aligned against Berenger were either living in fear of his retribution or trying to suck up to him. Being from the family of one of Berenger's supporters, Frederick had received substantial benefits due to his elder brother's service. For starters, he was given priority in the field in which he desired to work. As a studious young man, Frederick was more than willing to teach his knowledge to the children and further his own studies from the materials in which Berenger provided. The two men continued to drink and chat for some time about Berenger's plans for the education of the realm. However, Berenger left out his imperial aspirations. It was evident by the map he had drawn and the propaganda in his social studies curriculum that he desired to be emperor. Knowing about all of the revolutionary innovations Berenger had invented and his benevolent character, Frederick could not help but support the young regent on his quest for power. Frederick had no way of knowing it at the moment. Still, one day he would become the Minister of Education for Berenger's Grand Empire, and it was at this moment that Berenger had gained another loyal and competent supporter. Together, the two men would accomplish great things on the path to power. Berenger spent the remainder of his allotted time chatting with Frederick and building a valuable friendship. However, it would not be long before his duty called and he was forced to get back to work. For a tyrant, there is never a moment of respite in his busy life. Ingbert was currently overseeing the transport of a shipment of steel and textiles to the Count of Steiermark, who resided in the city of Graz. He had just recently departed from the barony of Kufstein and he was now sitting at the entrance of the town of Kitzbühel, the capital of the barony of Kitzbühel, which was the barony which lay directly to the east of Kufstein and shared its border. The moment he had come close to the town of Kitzbühel while flying the banners of House von Kufstein, he had been stopped by the town guard with whom he was currently engaged in a fierce debate. Under whose authority do you dare to stop this trading caravan? The man who had stopped him was dressed in a brigandine breastplate and wore an iron bassinet helmet on his head. He currently had several archers and spearmen nearby, holding the caravan captive. They all looked as if they were ready to unleash their fury at any moment. Clearly, they were holding a grudge against the barony of Kufstein. The man in charge sneered in disdain at Sir Ingbert as he answered the young man's questions. Under the decree of Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel, anyone who enters through the barony of Kitzbühel through its western border shall be investigated for heresy. I hereby order you to stay within the confines of Kitzbühel until after the investigation is complete. In the meantime, we will be seizing all assets in which your caravan carries as potential evidence. If you are determined to be innocent of the charges, then all items seized shall be returned to you at the time of your departure. Ingbert was furious at the blatant disregard for his identity and lashed out at the guard. This is outrageous. The guard grinned wickedly at Ingbert and lowered his spear threateningly as he proceeded to taunt Ingbert. Any resistance will be considered a recognition of guilt, and thus we will be forced to execute you as a heretic. I suggest you hand over your weapons peacefully and come with us. Though Ingbert wanted to fight his way out, the town guard greatly outnumbered him and his caravan guards. As such, there was not much he could do about the current situation. All he could manage was to inform Berenger's spy network set up in Kitzbühel of this matter and have them relay the message to Berenger. As such, he was placed under confinement in the local tavern, where he quickly met up with the bar wench who worked for Berenger in secret and gave her the message. It would not be long before Berenger heard of the egregious actions of the Baron of Kitzbühel and demanded a response. Berenger sat upon his seat of power where Linda was kneeling before him, informing him of the events that had transpired to Ingbert and his caravan within the barony of Kitzbühel. He slammed his fist on his armrest in a fit of fury and rose from his seat as he yelled at Linda. Preposterous, the Baron of Kitzbühel has no right to interfere with my trade. Clearly, he's doing this at the behest of the church as retaliation for my execution of those fucking inquisitors. That goddamn pious cunt, I swear to God I will get back to him for this. Though Berenger was screaming in anger, Linda did not mind. She liked this tyrannical side of Berenger. However, she kept her mouth shut and let him vent his anger. Berenger paced around the great hall as he contemplated on how to proceed. I want an envoy sent to Kitzbühel to mediate this grievance. I will not allow my business to be interrupted by that self-righteous prick. Linda frowned in dissatisfaction at Berenger's inaction and tried to goad him into violence as she approached his side and poked his chest tenderly. "Why don't you send your armies? With the power of your forces, the Baron could not refuse your demands." Berenger knew what she was trying to do and pet her silky strawberry blonde hair before pulling her in close to her. "You are a little vixen, you know that? No, I will not resort to violence over such a small matter. Besides, it would be just the justification your father needs to bring his armies down upon me if I did so. I would prefer to avoid war with the entirety of the Tyrolean forces if I could. There are too many of them. At best, I could withstand the siege until they yield, but by then, my businesses would be destroyed, and my people slaughtered. I will avoid violence until he gives me a proper casus belli." Linda pouted but ultimately accepted his decision. Not only was everything he said correct, but he knew that when Berenger made up his mind about something, there was no swaying him. As such, she rested her head on his shoulder and enticed him further. "Hopefully, he does something to justify war. It is getting dreadfully boring around here now that I can no longer tease that little fiancé of yours." Berenger scoffed at Linda's reaction. This girl may be a masochist now, but that did not mean the entirety of her sadistic tendencies had disappeared. Clearly, she needed more training. However, he was busy at the moment and could not entertain his little pet. As such, he gave her a task to ease her boredom. "I won't let Guntram get away with this. Reach out the cell in his land and have my hands burn down Guntram's granaries. Let him see what happens when he dares to provoke me." With this, Linda smiled mischievously. This was the ruthless and domineering tyrant who had stolen her heart. She was quick to obey his commands and set forth to task the local cell in Kitzbühel to engage in sabotage against the barony's food stores. It would not be long before this conflict escalated into an all-out war. When that occurred, Berenger would show what the thunder of a dozen 12-pound cannons could to the seemingly mighty walls of Guntram's castle. Years in the future, historians would come to recognize this as Berenger's first conquest and the beginning point in the rise of the German Empire. In the dead of night, under the lack of illumination of the new moon, a group of individuals clad in dark clothing set forth from the town of Kitzbühel and began to engage in a sinister plot to burn the local granaries. With this act of sabotage, the people of Kitzbühel would lack food stored and be forced to purchase food from their neighbors to survive. Not only was this an act of retaliation from Berenger to Baron Guntram, but it was also a way to force Guntram to the bargaining table so that his shipment could be returned. As such, the individuals snuck in the darkness of the night around the granaries, which were guarded by a unit of the town guard. However, the men appeared to be half asleep at the moment and were having difficulty staying awake. This was because they had been to the tavern earlier that evening and drank wine mixed with a sedative, which the local tavern workers had provided to them. The entirety of the tavern staff was either directly or indirectly involved with Berenger's spy network. The saboteurs waited another 15 minutes before the men were completely unconscious. Afterward, they lit up a few torches they had brought with them and tossed them inside the granary. Before long, the majority of the town's food stores were lit ablaze, and the perpetrators had absconded into the night, never to be caught. By morning, Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel was furious. He was not sure how, but this could only be the act of the regent of the neighboring barony. Who else would have cause and conscious of engaging in such vile behavior? Currently, he sat with his council of advisors, who each had a different view on how to proceed further. His chancellor was the first to speak his concerns among the group of aging men. "This is clearly an act to bring us to the negotiating table. I say we comply before things get out of hand. We should return the shipment and allow his traders free passage through our lands under the condition that Kufstein compensates us for the loss of food stores. It is the only reasonable action." Guntram's marshal was of an entirely different opinion. He spat on the ground in disgust of the chancellor's opinion on the matter. "What we need to do is return this despicable action in kind. If we can torch their granaries, they will be in just as bad a situation as we are. Then they will think twice before provoking us further." Quickly, the council chamber broke into bickering as none of Baron Guntram's advisors could agree on a solution. Ultimately, the Baron pounded his fist on the table and made his decision known. "We will return this act of sabotage with one of our own. Not only will we burn down his granaries, but we will sabotage his steel factories in which he is so proud of. That way, we will hurt his trade far worse than simply seizing a shipment of steel and textiles." Though many of his advisors recognized that this might lead to an outright declaration of war, they could no longer sway their baron any further. As such, his decree was made, and his saboteurs were set to task. They would sneak into Kufstein in the night and engage in their criminal acts. It was now the dead of night, and once more, a group of black-clothed and masked individuals was up to no good. However, the shoe was on the other foot this time as these people quickly crossed the border and rode towards Kufstein under cover of darkness. However, unfortunately for them, Berenger was expecting an act of retaliation and had set his forces in the shadows in at the task to hunt down and eliminate the would-be saboteurs. The moment they stepped foot into Kufstein, their actions were already being closely monitored by Berenger's assassins. The town guard heavily guarded the industrial district, and as such, the saboteurs could not find a way to enter it unnoticed. Before long, the leader of the group exclaimed in defeat. "This is impossible. Why the hell does he have this place locked down like it is some fortress?" However, an unfamiliar voice came from the shadows, which immediately put him and his team on high alert. However, the origin of the voice was completely shrouded in the darkness. "Because His Majesty Berenger has many secrets to hide, kind of like these." The last thing the would-be saboteurs saw was a flash of blinding light as they heard the thunder of the guns echo in the night. Before they could even react, their bodies were torn to shreds by the revolving flintlock pistols of the assassins who had surrounded the saboteurs without their knowledge. These prototype weapons were issued to Berenger's spies and assassins, and were based on the Collier revolving flintlock pistol from his previous life. Immediately, the town guards were alerted and rushed to the sounds of the gunshots, with their muskets loaded and ready for combat. However, when they arrived, they saw the corpses of the saboteurs riddled with musket balls, with no sign of the perpetrators. Half an hour later, Berenger was enjoying schnitzel and spätzle with a nice cold lager at the dinner table, in which he ate by his lonesome, despite it being well past midnight. His family was all asleep, though even if they were awake, it would not matter. Berenger had become accustomed to eating his meals with only Linda to accompany him. However, she currently was not present. Unfortunately, Lambert's actions had devastated his family, and he had not seen Henrietta in weeks. However, according to her servants, she was still alive and eating the food brought to her. As for his mother, Gisela, she had secluded herself alongside Sicard where they continued to read the Bible Berenger had given her to find some answer to the Lord's plan, and by extension, Lambert's sinful actions. At this moment, Linda approached with an excited expression, though the moment she saw Berenger was eating a midnight snack, which just so happened to be her favorite meal, she pouted like a child. "You could have told me you were eating, I would have surely joined you." Berenger chuckled as he finished his meal and wiped his mouth with his napkin before draining the remainder of his beer down his gullet. Afterward, he teased Linda with his response. "Too late now." This caused her to pout further, though eventually, she remembered her reason for seeking him out and gave him the good news. "Just as you had expected, Guntram sent men to sabotage the granary and the factories. Your hands assassinated them before they could cause any trouble." Berenger smiled wickedly as he grabbed Linda and pressed her into his embrace, before kissing her passionately. "Excellent, everything is going as planned. As long as the violence keeps escalating, sooner or later, he will give me a valid casus belli for me to declare war on him. Hopefully, I don't have to wait long." With that said, he dragged his sly lover back to his room and enjoyed the rest of his waking hours training her. Berenger currently sat upon the seat of power within Kufstein, listening to his father's advisors squabble over trivial matters. He was beginning to gain the desire to blow his own brains out with one of his pistols if this dreadful conversation continued any longer. Throughout the past 2 weeks, Berenger had been engaging in a war of intrigue with his neighbor the Baron F. Kitzbühel. What started as a simple seizure of assets under a bogus investigation quickly turned into repeated acts of sabotage, with Berenger getting the best of Guntram in every single encounter. At this point, Berenger was starting to get bored with how easy it was to best Guntram in the minor war of intrigue they were waging. Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel was a deeply pious man in his 40s who was an ardent supporter of the Church. He donated a significant sum to the Vatican each year as a show of his faith. In pursuit of justice on behalf of the Church, the man had foolishly been seizing Berenger's trade caravans and holding them for an extended time, while investigating the caravans for any heretical materials. By now, the man was sitting on a significant stockpile of steel and textiles that should have been delivered to their buyers during this time frame. Without the shipment of these supplies, Berenger's lucrative trade to the east of his lands was beginning to halt. Though on the surface Berenger had attempted to resolve these differences diplomatically, the reality was he was giving significant pressure to his rival behind the scenes. Of course, none of his agent's actions could be tied to him other than mere speculation. Baron Guntram had initially promised that after the supplies were thoroughly searched, he would allow them to pass through his borders. However, it had been 2 weeks since the man had first begun seizing his trade caravans, and Berenger was starting to lose his patience on this matter. If he could not resolve the issue soon, then he was sure to suffer heavy financial losses. However, merely seizing his goods and inspecting them was not a proper cause for war, and as such, Berenger could not force Guntram to return his assets. While spacing out in a daze of boredom, Berenger briefly overheard Eckhard's shouts as one of Berenger's spies rushed into the Great Hall and reported the situation to the new marshal. Baron Guntram did what? This is clearly an act of war. Berenger, with a look of confusion, as he was unaware of what had transpired and decided to confirm the situation. By the sound of it, it was bound to be good news. What is an act of war? Eckhard respectfully bowed before Berenger and reported the current situation at the border to his liege. My lord, Baron Guntram has stated that he will be seizing your supplies indefinitely and donating them to the church as compensation for the alleged crimes you have committed against Christendom. He also has begun executing the caravan guards, saying that they are heretics without providing any evidence to back his claims. Despite the horrific news, a sadistic grin spread across Berenger's face as he heard Eckhard's words. Finally, this was his chance to not only use force, but lay waste to the pious cunt once and for all. As such, the young regent gave his decree immediately without any form of hesitation in his tone. Eckhard, call the banners and rally the militia. If Guntram thinks he can execute men under my protection while robbing me like a common brigand, then he clearly underestimates my power. Aside from the local garrisons, I want the full military might of Kufstein deployed to the border as quickly as possible. Eckhard quickly pounded his chest in a salute. It will be done, my lord. With that, he quickly departed and began to rally the barony of Kufstein's forces. The professional army in which his father had fostered had roughly 1,000 men among their ranks, and they would be fighting alongside Berenger's militia, which now numbered over 1,300 strong. If the Baron of Kitzbühel wanted war, then Berenger was more than happy to oblige. As such, Berenger quickly drafted an official declaration of war to deliver to Baron Guntram, which was then rushed to his territory by an official diplomat. Though Berenger's other advisors quickly swarmed around him and attempted to calm him down, in particular, his chancellor gathered by his side and chastised him for so quickly resorting to violence. My lord, do you believe it is wise to march upon the barony of Kitzbühel? Baron Guntram has quite a large force of well-equipped professional soldiers, and while your father may have outfitted our troops with excellent supplies, that does not mean it will be easy to lay siege to his mighty castle. I beg you to rethink this recklessness and focus on diplomacy. Berenger sneered at his chancellor with disdain. What purpose did this man have to lecture him on the art of war? However, he refrained from doing anything unwise and merely scolded the man. Fakko, I have been robbed of my people's labor. I will have satisfaction. The entirety of the barony of Kitzbühel will more than make up for the assets which have been stolen from me. A look of horror spread across the chancellor's face as he quickly realized what the young regent meant by these words. You would lay claim to the baron's lands? Berenger's sinister gaze landed upon Fakko and made him shiver in fright. The words the young regent spoke only furthered the dread in which the chancellor felt at that moment. My dear chancellor, my father is getting quite old. What kind of son would I be if I did not make him a viscount before he passes from this world? Berenger would use this excuse for war as a means to destroy Guntram's entire family and incorporate his domain into Kufstein. This would accomplish two of Berenger's ambitions, sending a clear message to his enemies that he should not be provoked, and expanding the borders of his family's dominion. While Fakko gazed upon Berenger with a horrified expression, Berenger marched off to get himself equipped for battle. He would personally lead his forces into the barony of Kitzbühel and lay waste to their army. The young regent could not help but think to himself as he dressed for the upcoming war. Finally, something interesting has happened. Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel was currently sitting on his seat of power in his castle, drinking from a glass of water. The man was currently fasting as a sign of his dedication to the Lord and, as such, chose not to consume anything other than the natural liquid. Kneeling before him was a man from Berenger's domain that had ridden throughout the night to inform the Baron of Berenger's decision. The messenger handed the letter over to Baron Guntram with a concerned expression on his face. He did not know how the Baron would react to being declared war upon and certainly did not want to be executed for delivering such a message. Baron Guntram read through the contents of the letter with a serious frown across his face, which only increased the more he read. Dear Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel, I have received word that you have unlawfully seized my shipment to the Count of Steiermark, and as such, I consider you nothing more than a common brigand. By stealing from the labor of my people, I am entitled to compensation, and as such, I have decided that I will be taking your life, and that of your family, as well as your entire domain as recompense for your unlawful actions. Henceforth I Berenger, regent of the barony of Kufstein appointed as such by my father Baron Sieghard von Kufstein, openly declare war on the barony of Kitzbühel and the house von Kitzbühel. May God have mercy on your soul, for I will not. Sincerely, Regent Berenger von Kufstein. Baron Guntram glared at Berenger's messenger with fury as he finished reading the message, before thinking aloud. This boy would seriously go to war over something as trivial as seizing a small shipment of steel and textiles? Truly he is the spawn of Satan and must be eliminated for the greater good. Afterward, the man stood up from his seat of power and walked down its steps. He was a short and thin man with long graying hair. He was near as thin as Berenger was when he reincarnated into this world. Yet there was a fierce look of determination in his steel-blue eyes as he gazed upon the messenger. You may return to your master and tell him that he is a fool for declaring war on me, and I will return the favor by taking his sinful life. The messenger quickly nodded his head and spoke to the enraged baron. I will do as you have told me, my lord. Afterward, the man rushed off back to Berenger's domain as quickly as he could. On the other hand, Baron Guntram summoned his marshal, who appeared from behind the corner. He had been listening to the entire conversation from afar. Guntram quickly gave the marshal his decree. Rally the troops, let us see what this would-be tyrant is made of, shall we? A wicked grin spread across the marshal's face as he replied with excitement. Aye, we shall. As such, Baron Guntram sat back on his seat and allowed the marshal to take command of his forces, where he would meet Berenger's armies on the field of battle before he could have the ability to lay siege to the heart of the baron's domain. Berenger was currently sitting on the ground near a burning campfire. The full might of his militia had already been deployed to the border throughout the night. They were a force that could rapidly assemble. However, the same could not be said for the rest of his father's feudal forces and the vassals who commanded them. By now, only half of the barony's army had arrived. They were mostly equipped with a mixture of brigandine and plate while armed primarily with pikes. While marching alongside the incredibly advanced forces of Berenger's militia, the army looked as if it were a mixture of medieval, Renaissance, and early modern troops. It was truly a unique army in this world. The camps had been set up on the border between Kufstein and Kitzbühel, and Berenger was merely waiting for the arrival of the remainder of his forces, which should take no longer than a day. As he was camped out at the border, Berenger cleaned the sword in his hand, which was recently created and outfitted to his cuirassiers. It was an example of a 16th-17th century dussac. Essentially it was the Renaissance equivalent of the infamous sabres, which would come to prominence throughout the cavalry forces of Europe and the Western world during the early modern period. In the hands of his cuirassiers, it was a deadly weapon and would wreak havoc across the many lightly armored feudal infantry that they were sure to fight against in the upcoming battle. Eckhard approached Berenger, garbed in the Renaissance-style armor of the militia, with his musket slung across his back. He took off his brass-trimmed burgonet as he sat down next to Berenger with an eager expression on his face. The remaining forces should be here before nightfall. What are your orders? Berenger nodded in response and began to smile at the news as he gave his commands. Let the men rest. At first light, we march into the enemy's territory. I want the men to conduct themselves civilly, no raping or raiding, and no unnecessary murder. We will be ruling over these people soon enough, and I don't want any pointless grudges to be formed. Anyone who conducts themselves in such a manner will be sentenced for war crimes and executed by firing squad. Am I understood? Eckhard nodded as he heard the words. He was truly getting old. With Berenger's command and his ethics of how warfare should be conducted, the savage ways of mass looting and rape after a successful siege would die out soon enough. The dawn of a new age of warfare was on the horizon, and the feudal powers of Europe would either have to rapidly adapt or bend the knee to the rising German Empire. Either way, the medieval period was on the edge of its lifespan. The two men continued to chat for some time before parting ways for their tents that night. When the dawn rose, the barony of Kitzbühel would feel the wrath of a new era knocking down their door. The sound of the horn echoed throughout the campsite in which Berenger's forces had gathered, signaling it to be dawn, thus being time for the troops to rise from their tents. Berenger was already awake and taking care of his horse. It was a solid black destrier of noble stock. The beast was truly magnificent as its shining obsidian coat glistened under the rays of the rising sun. Berenger had named this horse Erwin after the famous German general from his previous life. The young regent had spent quite the sum acquiring such a magnificent steed for his warhorse, and as such, he tended to pamper the stallion. He quickly attached the steel plate barding onto the horse, which was blackened to match his armor and had brass trimming across it. Unlike normal cuirassiers, Berenger had elected to armor his horse appropriately. After all, he did not wish to lose such a majestic creature to the horrors of war. After attaching the armor to the horse, he climbed atop its saddle and waited for the men to muster. They would be marching soon enough into the enemy's territory and hopefully engage their army on the field of battle. Before long, his forces had gathered and loaded their muskets, setting the firing mechanism at half-cock so that they were prepared for battle at a moment's notice. As for the so-called professionals, they were appropriately equipped with primary pikes and swords as sidearms. The use of the pike was an innovation in which Berenger had equipped the standard infantry of his father's professional army after he rose to the position of regent. It did not take long for the infantry to become proficient in their use and formations, as it was far simpler to train a group of pikemen than it was to train musketeers, artillerymen, or cuirassiers. The armies marched together in the dawn under the banner of House von Kufstein. By the time they countered the enemy forces, they were merely a few kilometers away from the main town within the region. They were sandwiched between two sets of mountains and were in the valley below. However, they were still far from the enemy forces, which allowed Berenger's army time to get into formation. The artillery batteries rapidly set up the guns at an appropriate distance away from the battlefield where the armies were organized upon. The primary target of the artillery would be the archers and crossbowmen used by the enemy forces. If they could wipe them out before the infantries clashed, the casualties on Berenger's side would be greatly reduced. While his artillery got into position and loaded the 12 field guns, Berenger took charge of the cavalry, a mix of heavily armored knights and cuirassiers. There was roughly 110 cavalry in Berenger's army, which was far larger than the opposing forces. With 80 cuirassiers, each armed with a pair of pistols, they had the ability to engage the enemy knights with 160 shots, which were far more shots than necessary to eliminate the enemy knights. If fired at close range, it was more than enough to kill the riders or their horses. As such, his cavalry would be taking on the role of hunting down and destroying the enemy knights. As for the infantry, they were led by Eckhard and the appropriate officers under his command. The militia musketeers were an effective force capable of reloading their muskets in a matter of 7 seconds. They would approach the enemy forces while flanked by the pikemen, and open fire when they were within sufficient range to deal the most damage. Then the pikemen would protect them while they reloaded and fired again. If necessary, they could fix their bayonets and aid the pikemen in melee battle. This was the strategy with which Berenger had opted to go with. Once his forces were ready for battle, he ordered them march on the enemy position. Forward march! While covered by the echo of the thundering guns and their explosive shells, Berenger personally led the cavalry in a slow trot towards the enemy cavalry. They would begin a full charge once they were in the range of the enemy knights. Luckily his cuirassiers were backed by the veteran knights. Considering they were the newest branch of his army and had yet to be tested in battle, it was good to have the knights alongside them under the circumstances. Before Berenger could even reach the enemy forces, the explosive shells of the artillery tore the lightly armored ranged forces of his enemy apart. Shrapnel filled the air, while the explosive blast shredded bodies, blood, and limbs flew across the field, creating a chaotic scene of death. The whistle of the shells in the air was all that could be heard before the detonation claimed the lives of their enemies. Already the enemy forces began to panic. They had never witnessed such a terrifying sight before. They thought to themselves that the wrath of God had descended upon them. Luckily, the marshal was a veteran of many battles and quickly rallied his troops. "Hold the line! Hold the line!" He called off to the men of his army who were being picked apart by artillery fire. Nevertheless, while saying prayers to themselves, they marched towards the direction of Berenger's forces. A decision that would ultimately be their downfall. When the enemy knights spotted Berenger's cavalry rushing towards their position, they began a full-scale charge. With the heavily armored knights on their backs, the trotting of horses and steel barding was enough to install fear into any average soldier. Still, Berenger merely gazed upon them with a sinister smirk as he gave the order to his own cavalry forces. Charge! His cavalry forces greatly outnumbered the enemy's, and right when the two forces were about to clash with their lances, the 80 cuirassiers pulled out their pistols in both hands and pulled back the hammers on their flintlock mechanisms. The sound of 160 pistols going off in unison as their lead balls shredded the armor of the enemy knights was a spectacle to behold. In a single second, all but a few of the enemy knights fell from their horses, their lifeless bodies crashing against the ground like steel coffins. The remaining knights sat in shock upon horseback, however, they were completely run through by the enemy knights and their lances, ending their miserable lives before they could even react. Just like that, the battle had begun, and the most elite forces of the enemy were crushed beneath the heel of the regent of Kufstein. The thunder of 1,000 guns fired in unison echoed throughout the vicinity of the battlefield as the militiamen stood in their line formations a mere 20 feet away from the enemy infantry. The front line kneeled and aimed their muskets, while the second line stood above them with their muskets raised. Instantly, the massive amount of lead flying downrange decimated the enemy forces. At best, the infantry of the enemy was equipped with a brigandine breastplate. However, such an obsolete piece of equipment could not protect the men wearing it from the devastating effect of the musket. As the militiamen quickly began to reload, the pikemen standing nearby rushed forward and defended them as they rapidly reloaded their weapons. During the 20 seconds it took to reload, a sturdy pike wall was set up in front of the enemy, who desperately tried to barge through and attack the men behind it. After witnessing the defeat of their cavalry, they had no choice but to go all out. As such, a frenzied charge began as men threw themselves at the pike wall in an attempt to break through. A single man clad in a mixture of brigandine and plate managed to storm past the pike wall with a sword in hand as the men around him were stuck like pigs by the massive length of the pikes. He quickly slashed at one of the militiamen who was reloading his weapon. However, before he could finish his attack, the militiaman dropped his activity and lifted his musket into the air with its bayonet affixed, stabbing directly into the open bassinet of the soldier who dared to attack him, instantly piercing through the man's eye and ending his life. Scenes like this appeared across the pike wall. Considering the importance of the militiamen and their hand cannons, the enemy's infantry did everything they could to prevent another volley from being fired off. After all, they doubted these men could quickly reload their weapons. Unfortunately for them, this was a miscalculation as most of the lines were fully reloaded and ready to fire again within a matter of seconds. Before long, their weapons were once more aimed in the direction of their enemies, many of which had yet to recover from the shock of their front line being torn apart. The pikemen quickly fell behind the line of fire and waited for the second volley to go off. Within seconds, the order to fire was given, and with Eckhart's command, another volley of thunderous gunfire riddled the enemy's lines. By now, much of the enemy force no longer dared to fight and began to rout. The enemy marshal looked in horror as he witnessed his lord's glorious army being gunned down in front of his very eyes. He had never before witnessed such an overwhelming defeat. Despite his forces being roughly on par with Berenger's in terms of numbers, they were quickly overwhelmed by the mysterious weapons in the hands of his enemy's well-trained soldiers. His knights were dead, his infantry's ranks were shattered, and what little remained of his archers had already begun to rout. As such, he quickly gave the command to retreat, as he yelled to whatever troops could still hear him. Fall back! Fall back to the castle! Retreat! Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain as soon after the marshal had given his command, Berenger's decree resounded throughout the air when he arrived with the cavalry, who instantly crashed into the routing forces, cutting them down in the process. Still, considering he was on horseback, the marshal managed to escape the field of battle, where he quickly fled back to the castle to inform his liege about the disastrous result of this battle. Give no quarter! With that command, the musketeers quickly dropped their reloading process and engaged in a massive bayonet charge. Nearly 2,000 infantry armed with muskets, which had their bayonets affixed and pikes, quickly surrounded the routing forces of the enemy and reaped their lives away like wheat to the scythe. The horrific display of the chaotic battlefield was enough to make one's stomach churn. The enemy forces were quickly encircled and pierced in the weak points in their armor by bayonet and pike alike. Berenger slashed down from horseback with his saber, decapitating a soldier who was trying to attack him. He could not help but feel like this was where he was meant to be, leading his forces in a charge against his broken enemies. This was an absolutely humiliating loss to the barony of Kitzbühel, whose surviving forces were quickly cut to ribbons. After defeating the enemy army, his troops broke out into cheers and celebrations. The enemy army had been annihilated, with only a pile of corpses remaining from their ranks. Due to the archers being decimated at the start of the battle, and the heavy cavalry was taken out early on. The most serious injury was some minor lacerations caused by the brave souls who were lucky enough to get past the pike wall. If this had been a larger army he was forced to fight, Berenger was unsure if he would get the same results. However, against an army of equal size, the weapons and tactics Berenger employed were too advanced for his enemy to even contend with. The men within the ranks of the professional army were stupefied beyond belief at how effective the muskets were. These were obviously not ordinary hand cannons. If not for the fact that they were veteran soldiers with plenty of experience, they may have failed in their duty to protect the militiamen while they reloaded due to shock. Berenger, on the other hand, was impressed with the performance. Once more, his victory was overwhelming. Who in this feudal era could contend with the power of steel and shot? While his troops were cheering, he reloaded his pistols while Eckhard approached him. "Congratulations on another overwhelming victory, my lord." Berenger smiled and accepted the gesture before staring down at Eckhard, who stood below his mighty steed. "We may have won the battle, but the war is still waging. Get the army on the march. I want a siege camp built outside their castle walls before dusk." With his orders being given out, the army quickly began to march into the nearby town, where they would begin the lengthy process of laying siege to the enemy's remaining forces hiding cowardly behind the castle's walls. The enemy marshal had made it back to Baron Guntram and informed him of his massive defeat before the enemy forces had arrived in the town of Kitzbühel. Baron Guntram could not believe his ears as he listened to the near-fantastical tale of how easily his armies were torn apart by Berenger's forces and the thunderous weapons they wielded. "My liege, our armies are defeated, the survivors of our forces are few in numbers, and have already begun to flee the land. It will not be long before the enemy has us surrounded, and we are besieged. Tell me, sire, what are your orders?" Baron Guntram was still shocked by the news and truly did not know how to react to this situation. The best he could do was hope his walls could withstand the cannon fire of Berenger's artillery. After all, surely his marshal was exaggerating their effectiveness? After regaining his senses, Guntram gave his decree. "I want every man and child capable of bearing arms atop these castle walls, defending it with their lives. If you have to, send the garrison into the village to gather the forces necessary to achieve this, and do it swiftly before the enemy arrives." For once in his life, the marshal wished his liege would sue for peace. Unfortunately, he could not voice such concerns as his orders were already given. As such, the man quickly gathered the castle's forces and rode into the village, conscripting anyone capable of bearing arms into their forces to defend the castle's walls. It did not matter if they had never used a bow before, simply having the bodies necessary to launch missile fire at the enemy attackers was good enough for the Baron, who had grown desperate after his recent defeat. Berenger rode atop the back of his mighty steed as he and his forces marched into the town of Kitzbühel. The local castle lay in the hills above, overlooking the valley and the people within it, displaying the authority of the mighty overlord of the region. Berenger had no time to spare with securing the township and merely ordered his troops to move through it so they could set up a siege camp within the vicinity of the castle. Sieges were long-lasting endeavors, but he figured he could bring down the large stone walls fairly quickly due to his superior firepower. As such, he barked commands at his troops who heeded his commands. "I want a siege camp set up and fully fortified by dusk. Make sure it is out of the range of enemy missile fire." Eckhard, who was marching in command of the infantry forces, quickly pounded his breastplate as he saluted Berenger while responding to his orders. "It will be done, my lord." The local townsfolk who remained after the massive conscription which had just taken place quickly fled their homes as they saw the army arrive. They were frightful of the potential actions which the enemy forces would take against them now that their own had been defeated in the field of battle. Many women and children wept for the loss of their husbands, fathers, and sons, who were torn to shreds by the overwhelming might of Berenger's forces. Very few of the Baron's soldiers had escaped the wrath of their enemy. Those who were lucky enough to survive had begun to flee with their families towards one of the other villages in the barony. After witnessing the frightening display of their enemy's power, they had no hope in rallying behind the castle walls and successfully defending against the siege. Berenger made sure his men were fully disciplined as they marched through the village. He had made it abundantly clear to his men beforehand that the people of this region were not to be mistreated, and as long as his watchful eye cast over them, they managed to behave themselves. Whether they would be able to maintain this degree of professionalism during a protracted siege was a different story. Berenger set his siege camp up just out of range of the enemy defenders. However, Berenger's forces were still in range of attack, and as such, they could successfully bombard the enemy defenders with cannons and rifles throughout the entire period. The effective range was essentially a mere 300 feet, and their longbows had a maximum range of 328 yards. Even the once mighty steel crossbow had a mere 380 yards of effective range. In comparison, the effective range of Berenger's cannons was roughly 1,618 yards. His long rifles, while in the hands of effective marksmen, were roughly 500 yards in range. As such, by placing their siege camp roughly 400 yards away from the enemy castle, they were able to effectively attack their enemy from dawn to dusk without a single enemy attack on their forces. It took quite some time, however, the siege camp was fully set up and effectively fortified by the evening. The guns had been loaded and begun their bombardment, they would not stop until the next morning. The Napoleon-style 12-pound cannon was already a sturdy and robust cannon design in his previous life, mostly made of bronze. However, Berenger's cannons were made of high-quality steel, and as such, could withstand the pressures of a steady firing rate throughout the night. As such, the thunder of guns echoed throughout the entirety of the night while the 12-pound solid steel cannonballs battered the mighty stone walls of the enemy's castle, slowly chipping away at the enemy's defenses. Those defenders unfortunate enough to get caught in the blast were torn apart by the enemy bombardment. Stone shards constantly spat out the areas affected by the continued bombardment and acted as shrapnel against the defending forces. Though it was only 12 guns, they were able to effectively bombard the enemy defenders to the point of suppressing them completely. Even if they were within firing range of the defenders, those who lie behind the castle walls would not be able to cause much harm upon their foes. The might of steel and shot had shown itself as Berenger sat in his tent drinking from a goblet of wine. Tomorrow he would allow the cannoneers to rest and give his enemy a slight reprieve. He would resume his bombardment the following morning. The dawn had risen, and Baron Guntram and his family had not been able to get a wink of sleep. Instead, they were huddled in the great hall listening to the near-constant thunder of guns while shivering in fear. Baron Guntram's 2-year-old daughter was particularly frightened by the thunder that echoed throughout the night and held on to her father's hand firmly. "Daddy, I'm scared." The look on Baron Guntram's face was not reassuring. After all, in his declaration of war, Berenger had promised to show no mercy to Guntram or his family. If the walls crumbled and the enemy forces rushed into his keep, there was no chance of survival. As such, he had begun to regret his decision to provoke Berenger in the name of the church. Why was God testing him in such a manner? What had he done to deserve this fate? Those were the questions the pious nobleman asked himself as the echoes of the cannons continued to bombard his castle. However, shortly after praying to the Lord, the thunder of the guns had ceased. After waiting nearly half an hour for the bombardment to resume, there was still only silence from his enemies. As if his prayers had been answered, Guntram rushed outside to see for himself what was transpiring. After standing atop the walls, which had been greatly diminished by the night of bombardment, he could see the besieging forces standing idly by in their siege camp below. He could not help but wonder if they had run out of munitions. At the next moment, a small lead projectile whizzed past his face, and the thunder of the rifle which had fired it echoed in the distance. He quickly ducked below the ramparts and hid from the enemy fire. Just what kind of weapon was that? Seeing that his men were cowering in fear beneath the protection of the walls, he could not help but empathize with their pain. As such, he quickly returned to the keep, where he hid with his family once more. Though the cannons may have stopped the hand cannons in which the enemies used posed a significant threat to anyone stupid enough to expose themselves. Berenger was currently standing in the middle of his siege camp in front of 3 men who were stripped of their arms and armor and currently wearing nothing more than the gambeson they wore beneath it. These 3 men were of his father's forces, and they were currently bound and kneeling in front of him. During the night, these men had abandoned their posts and raided the local town. They had even raped a local teenage girl who was ever so slightly older than Adela, which Berenger found disgusting and unforgivable. However, they did not pull this off on their lonesome. Clearly, there were other people involved. However, only these 3 men were caught, and they were not willing to rat out their brothers in arms. Berenger strode back and forth in front of the men and glared menacingly at them. His fury exuded from the very depths of his soul as he lectured the surrounding army, which was forced to bear witness to this scene. "I have made my orders very clear. The local population are not to be harmed, and yet the 3 of you have disobeyed my orders. You abandoned your posts in the night to engage in raiding, raping, pillaging, and burning while flying the colors of my family. Do you have any idea how this makes me look, as the lord and commander of this army? Standing next to Berenger was the little girl on which the three men had preyed upon. Her family had remained in the region, along with a few of the more stubborn families who did not wish to leave their homes behind. After Berenger had heard about their crimes, he instantly had the men arrested and interrogated. Unfortunately, they were quite resilient and did not rat out any other members of his father's forces who had acted in a similar manner. As such, Berenger was left with no further options and had gathered his army and the villagers alike to witness the upcoming scene. Berenger spat in disgust on the men bound before him and boldly declared for all to hear. As regent of the barony of Kufstein, and commander of this army, I hereby find you 3 men guilty of war crimes and sentence you to death by firing squad. May God have mercy on your souls. As such, Berenger motioned for his militia to drag the 3 men away to a safe area where they would publicly execute the soldiers. While the men were tied up to posts and prepared for their execution, Berenger addressed his armies with a vicious gaze. Any one of you who is guilty of engaging in this activity in the future will be afforded the same punishment. I come to these lands as a conqueror, but that does not mean my army will act like a bunch of brigands. You will obey my orders, or you will face the consequences. The members of his militia were fully disciplined in the manner in which Berenger desired to conduct war. Against enemy forces, Berenger would allow virtually any use of force. He was also not afraid of civilian casualties if they were caught in a bombardment or assault of an enemy's position. His ruthlessness and his pursuit of victory could be considered war crimes by the standards of the 21st century in which he resided during his past life. However, as far as Berenger was concerned, raiding, raping, murdering, and other crimes of the like which deliberately target unarmed civilian populations were absolutely unforgivable, especially when enacted against those he deemed to be children. Unfortunately for him, these things were common in this feudal era, especially during sieges, and his father's professional forces did not take his warnings seriously. Berenger comforted the girl who had been violated by the men in his father's army as he crouched down and got into her line of sight. I know that no apology I could give you can make up for the crimes that you have endured under my watch. However, I hope you can find solace in the fact that justice has been dealt to the perpetrators. With this said, Berenger returned his attention to the public execution and motioned for it to proceed. The criminals were tied to posts, and a proper firing squad of 12 men was formed as they raised their muskets. Eckhard personally gave the commands that led to the deaths of these men who were guilty of doing nothing more than what was a common occurrence in this primitive era. Ready. Aim. Fire. With the last command given, the thunder of the muskets echoed as their projectiles shredded the bodies of the men who were tied against posts and ended their miserable existence. Many of the soldiers from his father's army were shocked and outraged at Berenger's action. Until the moment it transpired, they truly believed Berenger was just bluffing in an attempt to scare them into following his ludicrous ideas of civility in warfare. The last orders Berenger gave before the gathered crowd would act as a permanent reminder to the men under his command as to the ruthlessness Berenger would enact upon those who failed to follow his orders. Throw them to the wolves. With that said, the criminals' corpses were cut down from the posts and left to rot in the wilderness. Under Berenger's orders, they were not even afforded a proper burial. The remainder of the day was spent intimidating the garrison hiding behind the deteriorating stone walls of the castle. Berenger had tasked his militia to keep an eye on his father's professional forces and report any suspicious activity to their NCOs. After the events that transpired during the previous night, Berenger was far more cautious about the behavior of the men beneath his command. Luckily for him, his message was obvious, and the knights and men-at-arms who comprised of his father's forces were thoroughly intimidated into following orders. They knew the militia were loyal completely to Berenger, and they did not have a chance of surviving if they mutinied. As such, the night was far more peaceful than the previous one. As for Baron Guntram and his forces, they continued to hide behind their walls, praying that Berenger's forces no longer had the capacity to bombard them. Unfortunately for them, when the sun rose the next day, the bombardment continued. The solid steel balls constantly battered the stone walls, and slowly but surely, they began to crumble. It was not until noon when the gates of the castle were opened, and a man dressed in knightly plate armor wearing the colors of House von Kitzbühel walked out from the entrance flanked by several guards. In his hands was a white flag of peace. After noticing this, Berenger ordered his artillery to cease their bombardment, grabbed a white flag of his own, and marched with his grenadiers to meet up with the man he presumed to be Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel in between the siege camp and the castle. When Berenger finally arrived in front of Guntram, the man sighed heavily. He knew his castle walls would not hold out for long, the damage done to them would already cost a fortune to repair, his armies were defeated, his conscripts did not have the means to defend the castle any longer, and he was waiting for the end of himself and his family. At least this way he could negotiate with Berenger for the survival of his family. I have come to negotiate the terms of my surrender. Currently, Berenger and his grenadiers stood across from Guntram and his house guard. The scene of the early modern force, standing across from their medieval counterparts, would one day be painted brilliantly and become a staple of German culture. The painting would be titled When Two Worlds Collide and would display the overwhelming might of Berenger's rise to power. Of course, neither of the two men knew such a thing would occur in the distant future, and as such, they merely conducted themselves appropriately. Berenger grinned at Guntram, though he had stated he would act ruthlessly towards the arrogant baron and his family during his declaration of war. It was all part of his negotiations. After all, the cost of rebuilding the castle and the resistance that would come to a new dynasty placed in authority by him was not something Berenger wished to deal with. What he wanted was Guntram's subservience to subject him and his territory as a vassal state and to raise his family's status to a viscounty as such. Berenger spoke with the authority and tyranny of a conqueror who would not accept anything other than an unconditional surrender. State your terms. That is all that Berenger said as he looked coldly upon the once mighty baron. This confused the man, but Guntram tried to appear as if he was negotiating from a position of strength. I will give you back your steel and textiles. I will also offer you compensation for the cost of this war. In return, I want you and your men to leave this land and my family in peace. Berenger gazed at Guntram seriously before breaking out into laughter. After a few moments of awkwardness, he calmed himself down before saying his piece. You must be joking. You realize that if we continue as things are, your walls will collapse, and my men will storm your castle. At that point, I really will not spare you or your family's lives. Guntram frowned at this response. He did not have a proper retort. He knew he could not effectively defend his keep for much longer. This was an overwhelming victory for Berenger, and Guntram did not have the means to enforce his demands. As such, he asked Berenger in a slightly agitated tone. What is it that you desire from all of this? Berenger moved closer to Guntram, which immediately alerted his guards. However, he maintained enough distance to maintain a degree of civility. What is it that I desire, you ask? I want you to accept your position as my family's vassal. I want to incorporate your territory into Kufstein and for my family's lands to be recognized as viscounty with all of the status and prestige that comes with it. Now I can take this land by force, but in my opinion, there has already been enough bloodshed. You have two options. You can return to your castle and wait for your death alongside your family. Or you can submit to my rule and live to maintain your land under my sovereignty. It is time to choose. With Berenger's demands having been made, Guntram was left with an ultimatum, one in which he knew Berenger could fully enforce. Either way, Kitzbühel would be incorporated into Kufstein. His choice would merely determine whether or not he and his family would live to preside over it. Being backed into a corner by the young regent, Guntram had no choice but to accept Berenger's conditions. Under these terms, I surrender to you. My lord. Berenger smiled as he clasped Guntram on the shoulder as if he were an old friend before saying his piece. Swear fealty unto me, and I will accept your surrender. Begrudgingly Guntram kneeled before Berenger and spoke the oath of fealty. I Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel promise on my faith that I will in the future be faithful to the Viscount of Kufstein, never cause him harm, and will observe my homage to him completely against all persons in good faith and without deceit. With these words spoken, the war that would be known to all in the future as the First Kufstein Border War was concluded, with Berenger and his family ascending to the title of Viscounts and doubling the territory under their dominion. This would be the first of many conquests the Tyrant of Steel would engage in on his path to becoming emperor. Over the course of the next couple of weeks, Berenger was tasked with incorporating Kitzbühel into his family's domain and going through the necessary procedures to declare his father Sieghard as the Viscount of Kufstein. Word quickly spread of Berenger's rapid conquest of the neighboring barony, and the other feudal lords were left scratching their heads wondering how Berenger had managed to effectively force the Baron of Kitzbühel to surrender in under a week. Of course, as per the terms of surrender, Baron Guntram and his surviving men were incapable of leaking information regarding Berenger's advanced weapons and tactics to anyone. As such, numerous theories came to be on how Berenger had achieved such a feat. Count Lothar, who was Berenger's liege, was unhappy with the news. With Berenger's conquest, he had lost a direct vassal. However, there was not much he could do about the situation as he was aware of his daughter's relationship with the young Viscount and had no way to punish him without gaining her disapproval. As a man tightly controlled by his desires to please his daughters, he dreaded such an outcome. As such, Count Lothar quickly recognized the results of the war and recognized Sieghard as the Viscount of Kufstein, even if he was currently still officially secluded in penance. Berenger was swamped with work. Not only did he have to provide proper compensation to the families who were affected by his men's war crimes, but he also had to incorporate many of his agricultural technologies into the new land. On top of this, he was spreading his propaganda to the people of Kitzbühel, who already had a fairly positive image of him after he executed the criminals in his ranks. While Berenger was managing the affairs of two whole baronies now, Linda was hard at work expanding the spy network. She did not idly laze about while Berenger was off at war. She had made quite some progress in establishing new cells throughout the nearby counties. She refused to be a pretty face for her man to make love to and instead supported Berenger in the best way she could. Currently, she was at the tea shop where she normally conducted business with the local speaker, who just so happened to be Ludolf, the deacon of the local church. The man was close to becoming a fully ordained priest and was beginning his path to the reformation of the church. "So, how is the sovereign?" Linda drank from the tea in her cup as she entertained her subordinate's small talk. "He's doing quite well. However, he is currently swamped overseeing the incorporation of the new territory, and as such, I have been rather lonesome." Though Ludolf suspected Berenger and Linda's relationship, he really did not inquire about it, as he did not wish to know the personal life of Berenger, who he viewed as a complicated man, one who was blessed by God and destined to lead the German people to a bright future but had a fair share of vices that he felt uncomfortable with. One thing was certain, Berenger was no saint. Ludolf passed over a letter on the table he had copied from the head priest's files, before speaking in a hushed tone. "The church is officially condemning Berenger's actions to invade and annex Kitzbühel. They are calling upon the local lords to form a defensive pact. If he makes another move, he will be beset upon from all sides by his enemies." Linda scoffed as she placed down her teacup and looked at the letter in his hands. After reading it, she placed it down with disgust. The church truly wanted to make things difficult for Berenger. In this letter, the church openly demanded that the assets seized by Guntram be handed over to the church as they had already been promised as such by Guntram, and as far as they were concerned, legally seized. This created an area of conflict with Berenger's trade routes, as they were encouraging other regions to do the same. It is not as if Berenger had the power to go to war with every region that stole the product of his people's labor. Linda sighed heavily as she came to an unwanted conclusion about how to resolve these troublesome matters. "I suppose I will have to contact that little girl." Ludolf looked at Linda with a gaze of confusion as he heard the irritation in her voice. Though he felt like he should not pry into her business, his curiosity got the better of him. "What little girl?" Linda snorted in displeasure. She felt uneasy just thinking about it, but now that the church was instigating theft of Berenger's supplies, she had no option but to get her father and the father of her rival to work together to counteract the church's influence. "Berenger's adorable little fiancé. If I can get Adela to convince her father to condemn the church's actions, 2 counts will publicly oppose the Vatican and their open endorsement of theft. The threat of the armies of 2 counts will be more than enough to dissuade anyone foolish enough to try to seize Berenger's resources." Ludolf nodded in agreement. What she said made sense. He could tell by Linda's frustrations that she was not particularly fond of Adela, and as such, he felt that his suspicions were confirmed. Nevertheless, he decided to try to mediate their conflict and suggested an alternative option. "Why not get Berenger to ask for assistance? That way, she is more likely to comply." Linda shook her head as she expressed her concerns. "Berenger will never ask Adela for help, he's too proud to ask for her father's assistance in the matter. This is something that I will have to do personally. I only hope she's willing to read my letter instead of burning it the moment she sees my family's seal upon it." Ludolf decided to steer away from this conflict among maidens after all and merely drank from his tea. He could tell by that statement alone that the 2 girls would likely never see eye to eye. Of course, in his eyes, it was obviously Berenger's fault for being greedy and wanting 2 beautiful young women by his side. Nevertheless, he somewhat envied Berenger, but as a man dedicated to God, he quickly squashed such notions before getting up from his seat. "I will leave the remainder of the task to you. I have to get back to the church." With that, Ludolf disappeared into the crowd, leaving Linda by her lonesome as she contemplated the best words to plead for Adela's assistance. Berenger currently sat in the dining room, the only two people present for this morning's breakfast were Berenger and Linda. As usual, his family was still fractured after Lambert's conviction. Berenger had not seen his father's or his sister's face in some time. Though Sieghard was officially declared a viscount, and his territory had doubled, he was officially in isolation for penance. The good news about this was that Berenger could openly flirt with Linda without getting the stink eye from his fellow family members. As Berenger snacked on a breakfast sandwich, he noticed the blue eyes of his darling little sister peering out from the corner of the entryway. Evidently, the little girl was spying on him and Linda. Though Berenger wanted to go over and greet her, he feared she would fly back to her room the moment she noticed she was spotted, like a scared little rabbit. As such, he continued to have a civil conversation with Linda about managing the realm's affairs. "Has your father guaranteed safe passage for my trade routes within the county of Tyrol?" Linda was gracefully dining on an omelette while she nodded her head. She only began to speak after she had swallowed her bite. "Of course, my father will do whatever I tell him to do. He dotes on his daughters far too much." Berenger smiled and decided to shift the conversation to something more personal. After a few moments of silence, he finally asked in an awkward manner. "So, what should we name the child?" This line of questioning instantly piqued Henrietta's curiosity, which was not so subtly listening in on the conversation. On the other hand, Linda wiped her mouth with her napkin before putting a gentle smile on her doll-like face. "If it's a boy, I was thinking of naming him after his father." Berenger smiled sadistically as he responded to her idea while she took a drink from her goblet of water. He could not help but tease his lover when the two of them were alone. Even if Henrietta was watching, he did not mind embarrassing the poor lass. "Oh, so you plan on naming him, Lambert?" Linda nearly spat out her drink as she heard those words. She struggled to contain the liquid as she swallowed it down. After doing so, her face shifted into a furious glare as she scolded Berenger for his behavior. "Don't even joke like that. You know I meant to name him after you." This news was shocking to Henrietta as she listened to Linda admit that her child was Berenger's. This invoked the inner fury of Henrietta as she already blamed Linda for Lambert's exile. Considering she was so young, Henrietta was not told that Lambert had attempted to kill Berenger. Instead, she was told that he voluntarily chose to join the Teutonic Order after changing his heart about his marriage with Linda. She may be young, but Henrietta was no idiot. She suspected something was going on between Berenger and Linda for quite some time, and now that it was confirmed, she was furious at the two of them. However, despite the little loli's inner fury, she continued to listen to the conversation between the scandalous couple. Berenger, of course, was not fond of any of his children being named after him. He did not want a Berenger too chipping away at the legacy he envisioned himself building in this world. He wanted people in the future to know and revere the name Berenger and immediately associate it with himself, much like they did to the name Alexander, which belonged to the world's greatest conqueror. As such, he came up with an alternative, one which was very dear to him as a man who had lived two lives. It was his father's name from his past life. As such, Berenger looked at Linda with a tender expression and grabbed a hold of her hand as he tried to convince her to name the child after his father from his past life. "If it is a boy, how about we name him Hans? That name once belonged to someone very dear to me." Though Linda did not know who Berengard was referring to, by the look on his face, it was a bittersweet memory at best, and as such, she did not pry for information. She did not dislike the name and as such, quickly agreed. "A fitting name. But what if it is a girl?" Berenger did not even need to think about it. He would name it after his mother from his previous life if it were a girl. "Then we will name her Helga." Both of these names were acceptable to Linda, and as such, she smiled and nodded her head as she accepted the terms. "That sounds good to me." After hearing these things, Henrietta finally revealed herself with a pouting expression. She did not like that Linda was getting all of the attention from Berenger and quickly jumped into his lap while staring down Linda with a furious gaze. Berenger was taken aback by this action as Henrietta had not done such a thing in many years. Thus he felt slightly uncomfortable as she looked up at him with a pitiful expression. "Big brother, you have not come to visit me in so long." Berenger did not know how to react to this. Indeed, he did not visit her while she was hiding away in her room and opted to give the little girl some space. However, he was dreadfully busy over the past few weeks managing the entirety of the realm, and as such, had no means to do so. He felt that he had no option but to pet her head and show her some affection, which he did as he chastised the girl for her behavior. "You know Adela left, right? She was quite sad that you did not bid your farewells." A distraught expression appeared on Henrietta's face as she realized she was too depressed to say farewell to her friend and began to slam her tiny fists into Berenger's chest as she threw a childish tantrum. "Why didn't you tell me?" Berenger chuckled lightly before restraining the girl. "Don't worry, her birthday is coming up soon, and we will go pay her a visit." Henrietta finally calmed down when she heard those words and began to smile for the first time in a long time. Just like that, Berenger spent the rest of his breakfast time doting on his little sister, much to the ire of Linda, who sat silently and ate her meal. Lambert was currently in the courtyard of the castle of Malbork, where he was currently undergoing the brutal training to which the initiates of the Teutonic Order must adhere. Currently, he was sparring with many of his fellow initiates. The young men wielded blunt steel swords against one another as they fearlessly tried to gain the upper hand against their fellow initiates. Joining the Teutonic Order was not the honor it had been centuries ago. In the eyes of the public outside of the German-speaking regions, they were seen as warmongers, spreading the views of Catholicism to the neighboring Orthodox kingdoms by the tip of the spear. An action that greatly strained the relations between the two pillars of Christianity. Currently, the Teutonic Order was in a war with the Grand Duchy of Moscow and, by extension, the Golden Horde, who were the Muscovites' feudal overlords. A war in which they were faring quite well. However, the need for new troops was constant, and as such, the Teutonic Order had begun taking in criminals as an attempt to fuel their endless crusades in the north. As such, Lambert was engaged in a sparring session with another initiate. The young man was an orphan adopted by the Teutonic Order many years ago and had been training within the castle for quite some time. Though he was talented, Lambert was far superior in the art of swordsmanship and easily bested the man as he dropped him to the floor with a murder stroke. After knocking the man to the ground, Lambert looked upon him with disdain before barking orders. "Get up." However, the moment he did so, he felt a thump on the back of his head from the Master of Arms of the Teutonic Order, who quickly chastised him. "Initiate. You do not give orders to your brothers. Nor do you use such force against them in a mere sparring session. As punishment for your actions, you will be cleaning the latrines after your training is over." By now, Lambert knew better than to protest. Despite being a man of noble birth, none of that truly mattered in the Teutonic Order. To every knight within this castle, he was considered nothing more than a criminal and a meeker initiate who had yet to earn the right to bear the black cross of the order. As such, Lambert merely nodded before getting back to sparring. Throughout the remainder of the session, he vented his frustration onto his sparring partners, resulting in the other young men greatly dissatisfied with Lambert and his unruly behavior. This past month since the boy had begun his exile, he had suffered constant humiliation at the hands of the established knights and had been greatly humbled in his duties. He hated every moment of his time spent here while blaming his brother and his ex-fiancée for his current circumstances. The only thing keeping him sane was the thought that one day he would gain his vengeance against those who had wronged him. After the sparring session, Lambert began to clean out the latrines. It was an exceptionally filthy and degrading task, but it was a fitting punishment for his behavior. Lately, he had spent a lot of time doing menial tasks such as this. Though he was by far the most talented of the new initiates, his attitude made him unpopular and unlikely to make any new friends anytime soon. After finishing cleaning the latrines, he was approached by a couple of knights. The one in command immediately gave him a summons. "You have been summoned to the Great Hall. I suggest you make yourself presentable before you meet the Grand Master." Without allowing him time to reply, the knights turned around and left. They had fulfilled their duties and no longer cared about what happened to the boy. Whether or not he heeded their advice was entirely up to him, and they had no desire to aid such a disorderly initiate any further than necessary. Thus Lambert took a bath and put on a clean set of initiate's attire before approaching the great hall of the mighty castle. After entering the great hall, he saw the Grand Master standing near the fireplace, reading a letter contained within his hands. This letter was from the Vatican and informed him of the many alleged misdeeds of Berenger since the young man had taken over the role of regent in his father's lands. When Lambert approached the Grand Master, the man turned around and stared at him intensely in silence. The Grand Master was an older man in his 60s. He was completely bald, with a large white beard and steel-gray eyes. He wore a set of plate armor in the appropriate style of the era with a white tabard on top of it, which had the golden and black cross of the Grand Master emblazoned upon it. The man looked at Lambert with a stern expression as he greeted the boy. "So you are the second son who tried to murder his elder brother for the inheritance? It is a pity you failed. Your brother has turned into a thorn in the church's side. Because of that, I just received a request from the Pope to invade your family's lands and annex them as a part of the Teutonic state." Lambert stood in shock as he heard this news. He did not know what events had occurred to his brother after he was exiled, but the Inquisition should have arrived by now. However, the fact that the Holy See had requested the Teutonic Order's intervention meant something extraordinary had happened over the past month. Lambert could not prevent himself from inquiring about the details. What happened? The older man placed down the letter in his hands on his desk and grabbed a chalice filled with wine as he began to drink from it. It was only after he had chugged the entire contents of the glass did he reveal the details of what had transpired. Your brother has killed 2 members of the Inquisition. Afterward, he was excommunicated and declared a heretic. An action that should make a man think twice before engaging in any further wicked behavior. Yet I just received word that he has unlawfully invaded and annexed one of his neighbors, declaring his father, a viscount under the newly established Viscounty of Kufstein. If that were not bad enough, the Baron of Kitzbühel had promised a substantial degree of raw materials to the Vatican as a gift. Your heretic of a brother has now seized those resources, and he refuses to relent on the issue. If the church was good at one thing, it was propaganda, and in an area so far away from Berenger's influence, the only news about his actions came from the church. They did their best to paint him as a villainous fiend whose very nature was antagonistic to the church and their teachings. The Grand Master was completely unaware of the truth behind these events and, as such, chose to believe his master's lies. After hearing the events that had occurred over the past month in his family's lands, Lambert struggled to find the means to express himself, and in his brief moment of silence the Grand Master closed the distance between the two and gazed at him with a grave expression. At the moment, I do not have the men to spare to fulfill the Pope's request. However, that will not be an issue within a matter of months, so the question on my mind is simply this. Are you going to continue to throw a tantrum like a small child? Or will you take up the mantle of our order and enact God's justice upon your heretical brother and the heathens who support him? Lambert had found himself at a crossroads. If he continued on his current path, the likelihood was that he would not be able to achieve his goals. However, if he started to behave himself and make an actual effort into joining the order, then climbing the ranks would be an easy task for someone like himself. As such, Lambert decided to kneel before the Grand Master and pledge his servitude to the order. I apologize for my actions, Grand Master, and henceforth I will make every effort to make up for my mistakes. If God wills it, then one day I hope to be a part of the army which brings the Lord's judgment upon my wicked brother. As such, on this day, Lambert had truly begun to dedicate his heart and soul to the Teutonic Order and the hope that one day soon they could allow him to gain his vengeance. Currently, Berenger was within the domain of his father's study, finalizing the blueprints for the city he envisioned to be his capital, the city of Kufstein. He had been hard at work on this project for well over a month at this point, seeing as it was something he mainly worked on in his spare time. He had yet to finish it, until now, that is. As the town of Kufstein became increasingly more urbanized due to Berenger's agricultural reforms, Berenger found his people suffering from a serious concern. Despite the fact that they were being paid exceptionally well and were no longer bound by the land owned by the feudal lords, the common people of Kufstein were forced to endure terrible conditions of slums and squalor. Considering Berenger was the kind of man who despised forcing people into such destitution, he had to come up with a new plan to resolve these issues. Luckily for him, he held almost absolute power in the region and had a substantial treasury built up from the lucrative steel and textile trade. Considering he had just finished making plans for the city of Kufstein, Berenger decided to put them into action and break ground on the construction of a grand city deserving the title of capital of Kufstein. As he labeled it, this grand infrastructure initiative was designed to reconstruct the region into a thriving metropolis. The first critical component of this initiative was sanitation, where he planned to have citywide sewers and plumbing where the waste would go through a sewage treatment facility and eventually flow into the local river. There would also be cisterns that could provide fresh and clean water into the homes of every citizen. The second critical component of this initiative was to build affordable housing in large apartment complexes. These apartment complexes would be built in the traditional half-timber style. If he was going to build a city, it was going to be an aesthetically pleasing city. Of course, each apartment would be outfitted with its own ceramic tub and toilet connected to the city's plumbing system. The third component of this infrastructure initiative was focused on defense. With civil war looming on the horizon, Berenger needed a way to defend his population properly. He was more than happy to introduce a complex set of city walls based on the Star Fortress platform of the Renaissance and early modern period from his previous life. However, unlike the walls made throughout the history of Berenger's past life, his would be made out of steel-reinforced concrete, which was a much more resilient construction method than the traditional stone walls that would normally come to be. A star fortress was essentially what it sounded like. It was a fortress designed in the days of the Renaissance to combat cannons' effectiveness and commonality, which would prove to be the death blow to the old medieval castle designs. Essentially, the city would be built out of a polygon, split down the middle, by the Inn River. At the edges of the wall would be a series of pointed fortifications called bastions that eliminated blind spots and allowed defenders to fire upon besiegers from all angles. Above these bastions would be cavaliers, a raised structure built entirely inside the bastion that acted as a secondary line of defense, allowing more cannons and musketeers to defend the same section of the wall. Below the bastions would be a series of ditches filled with water, which was similar to a moat in design, which would make the city virtually impossible to lay siege to fully. The design was based upon many years of fortification knowledge that Berenger had gained from his time studying at West Point to be an army engineering officer. In this era, no army could successfully lay siege to such a well-fortified city. Fourth and finally, he needed to construct a comprehensive set of roads between all the major inhabited regions of his territory and elected for the Roman method of road construction. This would certainly be an expensive endeavor. However, he could afford such luxuries, and as such, Berenger had immediately begun the process of constructing his grand city. At the moment, Berenger was walking through the town in which he currently presided over on his path to Ludwig's workshop, which was now his office space within the industrial district. He noticed the filth and squalor his people lived in and could not help but wish to speed up time, so they no longer had to endure these conditions. Luckily for him, his plans were complete, and he would soon break ground on the project. The people only had to endure these conditions for a little while longer. Berenger boldly walked through the doors to Ludwig's office and began speaking with the old man in the steel factory about the production of galvanized steel piping to construct his plumbing system. If the steel was properly submerged in molten zinc, it could create a relatively rust-proof layer, which would be essential for the construction of his plumbing system. What do you think, Ludwig? Is it possible? Ludwig stared at the details of Berenger's plans and felt a headache growing in the back of his skull. The old man sighed heavily as he looked at Berenger like he was a madman. Is it possible? Absolutely, however, it is going to be incredibly expensive to do this. Berenger clasped Ludwig on the shoulder and smiled before reassuring his old pal. Don't worry, I can cover the costs. This is not some venture that will be completed in a matter of months but will be an ongoing effort over the coming years. As long as it is possible, then I don't care about the cost. Ludwig could not help but admire the effort and expense Berenger was willing to go to ensure better housing and sanitary conditions for his people. Truly, there has never been a more benevolent lord, or so the old man thought. Ludwig could only imagine how hard Berenger had worked on the budget to ensure his vision of a grand city would become a reality. Ludwig sighed and accepted Berenger's enthusiasm for the project. All right, I'll get it done. After all, we currently have a surplus of steel that is sitting in a bunch of warehouses waiting for such a grand project. It would be a shame to let it all go to waste. Berenger smiled as he thanked Ludwig for his assistance. Good, if you will excuse me, I have many different people to contact to begin the construction of this project of mine. With that, Berenger left Ludwig behind and contacted the remaining subordinates on his list to begin constructing the Grand Infrastructure Initiative, which would later become the basis for how all German cities would be designed. Weeks passed and Berenger was, of course, busy overseeing the construction of his grand city and also managing the affairs of the realm at large. Linda continued to manage her spy network, and Eckhard continued to train the troops. Everything was running smoothly as far as Berenger was concerned. In this time, nothing major happened, though there were some minor improvements to Berenger's overall plans. For example, today was the day Ludolf finally became an ordained priest. As such, he was kneeling in the church at Innsbruck where the local bishop conducted his ordination. The ceremony was nothing extravagant, and it was soon over. When the Bishop of Innsbruck finished the ceremony, he began to speak to Ludolf, having no way of knowing that he was already in Berenger's camp. Ludolf, I must say you have your work cut out for your working in that godless territory. This struck a nerve with Ludolf as the land he was currently residing in was referred to as godless by the bishop simply because he disagreed with Berenger's policies. As such, he immediately defended it. Godless? What makes you refer to Kufstein as godless? The bishop smiled in with a condescending look as he chastised Ludolf for his naivety. Good Ludolf, I know you have sympathies towards the people of the region, but the regent who currently commands them is a heretic, excommunicated and damned as such by the Pope himself. Clearly, the people's souls are suffering under such a wicked tyrant. It is up to you to lead the people of Kufstein to the light of God. Thank goodness we will not have to put up with that heretic for much longer. The last portion of the bishop's lecture caught Ludolf by surprise. This meant there was clearly a plot underway against Berenger, and as such he decided to dig deeper into the bishop's meaning. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean by that. Why will we not have to put up with Berenger much longer? The bishop thought he was talking to someone on his and the Vatican's side, and as such had no qualms about discussing their conspiracy behind closed doors. Why? Because of the Teutonic Order, of course. Ludolf was visibly confused as he heard the bishop's orders. As such he explained the entirety of the situation to Ludolf, who listened intently. As you may be aware, the Teutonic Order is currently at war with the Grand Duchy of Moscow. However, they have a plan to wipe the floor with those damned Russ and install the power of the Holy See over their patriarch. As such, within 6 months to a year, they will be free to bring their wrath down upon the heretics in Kufstein and annex the territory as an area of the Teutonic state. Surely the control of the territory will return to God's favored son of the von Kufstein family at that time. Ludolf was shocked, but he clearly understood what the bishop meant by that. As such he had to ask the question on his mind. Does the Pope know about this? The bishop merely broke out into laughter, thinking that Ludolf was joking before noticing the serious expression on his face. Who do you think requested the aid of the Teutonic Order in this endeavor? If previously Ludolf had any doubts about the extent in which the Catholic Church was rotten, they no longer existed. Truly, the entire Catholic Church was filled to the brim with corruption, and he could no longer stand by it. Now that he was a properly ordained priest, he would take action. He had thought about everything Berenger had told him about the church and was certain now that everything he said was the truth. When he returned home to Kufstein, he would quickly get to an academic disputation of the church and its corruption. He would be sure to post it on the door to the Church of Kufstein and have Berenger print it with his printing press so that it could be distributed to all learned readers across the German-speaking regions. However, at the moment he was surrounded by enemies and had to play the part of a loyal subject. As such he quickly smiled and nodded to the bishop's response. Of course, I was merely curious. I hope Berenger gets what he deserves. As such the two communicated for a long while over a few glasses of communion wine. The revelations he heard from the bishop now that he had become an ordained priest only increased his resolve to publicly condemn the church. Embezzlement was the least of the church's crimes. They had done truly unspeakable things in the past, and the bishop let loose all of the details in which he was privy to after having more than his fair share of wine. Loose lips sink ships, and after a few drinks, the bishop was more than willing to share anything in which Ludolf asked. Ludolf quickly came to the realization that the institution he had once looked up to as the beacon of hope in a terrible world was utterly corrupted to the core, and it would take a miracle to save it. Berenger was right all along. Though the two had debated over the extent to which the corruption of the church reached, he had always seen Berenger as a benevolent ruler, and kind man to those who deserved it. Ludolf had always justified Berenger's more ruthless actions as bringing the judgment of heaven onto the wicked. Even when the inquisitors were executed he did not bat an eye. Yet now he was fully convinced that Berenger's ideals were 100% correct and needed to be preached by a proper priest. Little did he know that he was playing exactly into Berenger's hands. Berenger had long since desired to use Ludolf to be the Martin Luther of this world and to usher in the Protestant movement. Something which would give Berenger a valid casus belli to seize the territories of the German world for himself after he came to power in Austria. After all, the Catholics would never let an openly Protestant state exist, and through the might of science and engineering, Berenger would bring down the influence of the church over the German people and instate his own, one which would serve his interests. Adela was currently in her room playing with a letter in her hands, debating whether or not she should read its contents. On this letter was the seal of House von Habsburg-Innsbruck, and she knew of only one member of that family who would ever write to her. Obviously, this letter contained the words of Linda, though what it contained the young girl did not have the heart to find out. She was fearful it would contain the truth about the parentage of Linda's child as a way to mock her now that she was away from Berenger's company. After some time, Adela decided to open the letter and, after doing so, read through its contents with an anxious outlook. It was only after she had reread the letter 3 times did she fully relax. She realized that she had been completely overthinking things and that she should have opened it sooner. The letter contained Linda's plea to unite their families against the church's ploys to interfere with Berenger's trade. It did not contain a single spiteful comment by Linda and actually encouraged them to get along. However, there was a certain sentence that made Adela mildly upset. Her sight caught onto it and reread it constantly for nearly 10 minutes, and the passage was as follows. For the man we both love, I see no reason that we cannot unite and do our best to aid him in his hour of need. Though Linda had always hinted about her feelings towards Beringer, and Adela indeed suspected there was a relationship between the two, at this point, Linda was outright admitting it in this letter. Adela could not help but sigh and pout as she rested her cheek in the palm of her hand while expressing her thoughts aloud. Why did I have to fall in love with a womanizer like you? There was nobody in the room to hear her, and as such, she merely sat in silence thinking about all the great memories she had made with Beringer over the past few months. She greatly desired to see him again, but unfortunately, her birthday was not for another month. However, despite knowing about Beringer's actions, she was not angry and instead decided to aid Linda in helping Beringer. As such, she quickly rushed to her father, who was in the middle of his study. Count Otto was going over the ledger containing the steel reserves he had amassed from trade with Beringer. At this rate, he would soon be able to supply his armies with the best equipment. Like Sieghard had envisioned, his armies would be equipped mostly with a brigandine and steel plate mixture. As such, he was currently signing orders to produce such equipment when he heard a knock on his door. He quickly announced that the door was unlocked. It is open. After hearing such words, Adela opened the door and approached her father with a serious expression. Adela was the youngest of Otto's daughters and the one he doted on the most. If not for the dire need of iron, he never would have engaged his favorite daughter to her once sickly cousin. Instead, he would find her a prince. However, the engagement turned out for the best as Beringer proved to be quite the capable young man and had turned a massive amount of iron into steel, which was practically a miracle in this medieval world. The couple also seemed to be greatly fond of one another, so it worked out for the best. After Adela arrived in the room, she quickly spouted out her thoughts to her father. Beringer is in trouble. This struck a nerve with Otto as he was unaware of such things. In fact, now that Beringer ruled over both Kufstein and Kitzbühel in his father's stead, the young man should be doing better than ever. As such, he questioned what exactly his precious daughter meant when she said that. What do you mean? Adela was unhesitant as she quickly explained the situation to her father. The Pope has issued a decree openly endorsing the theft of his trade. Beringer does not have a reputation fearsome enough to dissuade his neighbors from engaging in such acts, let alone the territories between our land and his. If we do not issue a public statement backing him, then I'm afraid we will no longer be able to get the steel we require for the army. Count Otto was outraged when he heard this news. He immediately questioned in his own mind as to why he was not informed earlier. After thinking things through, he let loose his inner thoughts about the papacy and their constant interference into the secular realm's affairs. Why is it that the Pope always has to stick his nose into the business of the nobility? This is outrageous. I will immediately publicly denounce such a statement and stand by Beringer's side. I will also encourage my allies to do the same and make it clear what will happen if anyone dares to steal my shipments. Adela was elated by the news and ran up to her father and hugged him with joy. Thanks, Daddy. After saying that, she left the man behind in his study alone with his own thoughts. After Adela had disappeared beyond his door, the Count pulled out a chalice and a flagon of wine and began to drink from it before sighing out loud. Damn it, Beringer, I know the church is full of shit, but you just had to execute 2 of their fucking inquisitors. I won't be able to protect you from everything, but this is the least I can do to honor our alliance. As such, he quickly pulled out a piece of parchment and his quill, where he began to draft a public decree of condemnation against the church and their public endorsement of theft, labeling it a violation of the 10 Commandments and unbecoming of the Vatican and the Pope, who was God's representative on earth. After doing so, he had it spread far and wide so that anyone with half a brain could realize that provoking Beringer and his alliances with 2 counts was a terrible idea. Ultimately, this decision would help lead to the German schism with the Catholic Church, which was on the horizon. Word eventually reached Beringer of the papacy's ploy to have him removed from power by the Teutonic Order and to place his brother Lambert in control after the region had been annexed. After all, Ludolf had immediately contacted Beringer's burgeoning spy network in Innsbruck and had them send word to Kufstein about such a conspiracy. Beringer knew that sparing his brother would come back to bite him in the ass, but for the sake of his mother, he had done so. A decision which he deeply regretted at this point. The Teutonic Order was no small force, and with his current armies, he had little chance of defeating them, as such had no choice but to boost his recruitment efforts for his militia. Ultimately, he had decided to incorporate the militia and the professional army directly under his father's command into a united unit, and train them appropriately. As far as his father's forces when he was called off to war were concerned, Berenger would hire a group of mercenaries to fight alongside the Viscount. Aside from completing his artillery battalion and raising a larger group of cuirassiers, Berenger had done little in recruitment. However, with access to double the population he once had, he now knew that he had to begin using the barony of Kitzbühel and its large population to fill his ranks. But first, he had to make one innovation which he had revised after the successful campaign against Kitzbühel. As such, Berenger once more visited Ludwig's office with a new set of blueprints in hand. When he arrived, the old man was quick to greet his lord. "My lord, I was not expecting your visit. Is there anything I can help you with?" Berenger did not say a word and merely laid the designs he had drafted on the table for Ludwig to see. It was a new sword design, based entirely on the 1788 British heavy cavalry sword from his past life. If there was one thing that the conflict with Kitzbühel taught him, it is that the single-edged design of the Dusak was less effective against the heavily armored forces of the late medieval period. As such, he had to rethink the swords used by his cuirassiers, and searching through his memory, he found this gem. The blade of the sword was 38 inches in length and had a full edge on one side, with a half edge on the upper half of the other side. It was a weird mixture of a backsword and a broadsword, allowing for efficient cuts and thrusts and some more obscure attacks like the reverse slash. The hilt was almost like a basket hilt, but not quite, with a completely symmetrical guard that covered the entire hand. There was just enough space to allow for the full rotation of the wrist, making it both incredibly versatile and ambidextrous. The blade was more than tapered enough to get through the gaps in medieval plate armor, and as such, was the superior weapon for his cavalry forces. Luckily, his cuirassiers were little in number, and as such, he had not heavily invested into their Dusaks. Even Ludwig was impressed by the design and asked about Berenger's intentions. "This is?" Berenger grinned with pride as he clasped Ludwig's shoulder. "The new sword for my cuirassiers." Ludwig could not help but sigh. Every time Berenger visited him, it was either for drinks or to produce new designs. Though he had more than enough manpower to do such a thing, especially with the mass implementation of water-powered technology like the trip hammer, it just meant more work on his platter. He was already swamped with all of the production lines he was currently overseeing. After realizing he was merely switching the production of the Dusaks to these cavalry swords, he felt as if it really was not as big as a deal as he was making it and thus could not help but accept it. "All right, I'll see it done. It is a mighty fine blade after all." Berenger slapped Ludwig on the back before complimenting him. "You always know how to make me happy, Ludwig. How about we go out for drinks tonight at the tavern?" Ludwig could not help but smile. "Sure, I'll be there." Afterward, Berenger left him behind and went to his paper factory, where he encountered the men hard at work. The head of the factory quickly greeted him. "My lord, it is an honor to have you here." Berenger was used to the man's overenthusiastic attitude at this point and quickly cut to the chase. "I need some recruitment flyers for the militia made. Here is the basic design." As such, Berenger handed the man a recruitment flyer that he had personally designed and left the rest up his factory and the many printing presses they had within it. The foreman quickly responded to Berenger's request. "I will have it done, my lord." With that, his spy network would spread his recruitment flyers across Kufstein and Kitzbühel to act as a means to recruit many volunteers. He would not come to realize how effective his propaganda would be until later than the month when the number of recruits willing to join the militia raised significantly. After all, the people of Kitzbühel were well aware of how effective his forces were, and now that Berenger ruled over them in his father's name, much more disillusioned youth were more than happy to join such an elite force. Soon enough, his armies would be substantially larger, a force that a mere viscount would not normally have under his command. Thus Berenger's militia would soon drastically increase in size. By the time the Teutonic Order invaded his domain, they would be met with a rude awakening. As such, Berenger spent the rest of his day continuing on his daily tasks of overseeing the many aspects in which he was entrusted as regent of Kufstein. He seriously began to wonder if his father was still alive. It had been quite some time since the old man went into seclusion, and though Berenger was happy that he was finally able to accomplish so much, he was apprehensive about his father's health. As such, he vowed that he would take some time in the following day to check up on the old man and try to cheer him up. After all, he had been far too busy to maintain his familial affairs as of late. Berenger awoke bright and early once more. With his lover by his side, he could not help but smile at the shining of the dawn upon their gentle embrace. However, now was not the time to entertain his little pet. Instead, he quickly got out of bed and began his daily exercise. Today consisted of mainly cardio. As such, he went for his daily run before engaging in swordplay with Eckhard. By now, he was at least competent enough with the sword to survive in a fight on the battlefield. Today was not a sparring day. Instead, he drilled intensely, getting the proper movement of attacks and defensive positions ingrained into his muscle memory. After nearly 2 hours of learning swordsmanship, Berenger retired to the bath where he cleaned himself before visiting his parents' chambers. Berenger arrived at the door of his family's chambers, where he knocked upon it several times before his mother opened the door. She had a look of worry on her face as she glanced upon Berenger before dragging him into the room and shutting the door behind. Shocked by his mother's actions, Berenger could not help but question her motives. "Mother, what is going on?" Gisela did not say much and merely led Berenger to the bedside where his father was resting. It had been over a month since he last saw the man, and his condition had changed for the worse during this time. The old man truly looked as if he had aged 10 years, his hair, which was starting to gray in the past, had greatly progressed in that matter, and his face was gaunt with malnutrition adding to his age. Evidently, the man had been fasting heavily and repeatedly praying to the Lord for guidance. Yet, all such actions managed to achieve was deal a significant blow to his health. He now looked worse than Berenger did when he first arrived in this world. Berenger looked at his father with a great sense of guilt. If the old man was this bad after having exiled his son, then Berenger did not want to imagine his condition if Lambert had been executed for his crimes. As a dutiful son, Berenger took responsibility for this and approached Sieghard, lying in a state of depression on his bed. After grabbing hold of his hand, Berenger spoke to his father, informing him of some of the good news that had happened over the last month or so. "Father, I want to inform you that you are now a viscount. Due to a border conflict with Kitzbühel, I have successfully conquered them, forced Baron Guntram into your vassalage. As far as Lambert is concerned, I have received news that he fits nicely in the Teutonic Order and will soon take his vows. There is no reason to be suffering so much, the boy will surely redeem himself in the eyes of the Lord soon enough." Berenger did not have the heart to tell his father that he was engaged in a serious conflict with the church and that he had been excommunicated and condemned as a heretic. Nor did he have the desire to inform the old man that the Teutonic Order planned to march on their lands within 6 months to a year in an attempt to depose himself as regent and annex the territory, allowing Lambert to rule over it under the banner of the Teutonic state. If the man heard such terrible news, he might literally die of a broken heart, and Berenger could not bear to witness such a thing. Sieghard smiled for the first time in a long time as he heard the news. It brought a brief sense of respite from the crippling guilt he felt for failing his sons as a father. He spoke weakly to Berenger with an affectionate smile. "A viscount, huh? I suppose that is good news for you, my son. Soon enough, you will inherit my lands, and you deserve far more than ruling over a lowly barony like I was able to provide for you. I regret that I will not live to see your wedding." Berenger could not help but tear up as he heard these words. His father had truly given up on life. At the rate he was going, he would not even make it to the war to which he had been so desperately looking forward to. Nor did Berenger believe that Sieghard even cared for such a thing at this point. He tried to give meaning to the old man's life in any way he could. As such, he thought about Linda's pregnancy and tried to urge his father to care about that. "Father, do not speak in such a manner, you will soon be a grandfather. Do you not wish to gaze upon the sight of your first grandchild after it has been born?" With this, Sieghard merely scoffed and returned to his depressed state as he stopped looking at Berenger and returned his gaze to the ceiling of the cold stone room. He voiced his concerns aloud, not caring how Berenger would feel about hearing them. "Pfft. A bastard child, the result of which will forever be a reminder of my failure as a parent. One of my sons conspired to murder his elder brother, and the other impregnated his younger brother's fiancée. What a masterful job I have done raising you boys." Berenger's plan to cheer up his father had completely backfired so spectacularly that he had sent his father into a further state of depression. Berenger could understand his father's grievances with his relationship with Linda. At this point, he was just happy that Sieghard was unaware of how his relationship with Linda came to be. If the old man was aware that it was the result of yet another plot against his life by Lambert, he might actually die on the spot. As such, the young regent could not help but sigh in response to his father's state. There was truly nothing he could do. He was not socially adept enough to properly comfort his father through his sense of overwhelming guilt and grief. His one attempt to do so had just managed to make his father feel worse about the whole situation. He may have just caused several weeks to be taken off his father's life. Berenger needed to find something that could give the old man some hope, and quickly. If not, he feared the Reaper would take his father from him far earlier than he should. Before leaving the room, Berenger expressed his empathy for his father while choking back the anger he felt at himself for being so socially inept when comforting others about serious issues. "Get well soon, father." With that said, Berenger departed from his father's room with a sense of defeat. He did not know how to fix this situation, and all that he could manage was to throw himself into his work to avoid the sense of despair that had begun to take hold of his heart as he thought about the hopelessness of his father's current state. After leaving his father's quarters, Berenger returned to the dining room where he ate breakfast. Once more, Linda and Henrietta were at the table. However, this time, the two girls were far more cordial with one another. Berenger did not know what Linda had said to Henrietta, but they appeared to be on better terms than before. At the very least, the little girl no longer seemed to pin the blame of Lambert's exile on Linda. While snacking on some wurst, Linda could not help but ask about Berenger's visit to his father, which put him in a difficult spot. If Henrietta were still secluded, he might be able to tell the truth of the matter, but with the little lowly innocently snacking on breakfast sausage, he could not very well inform both of them to the severity of his father's condition. As such, he merely shrugged his shoulders and said the least dishonest thing he could think of. "I have done all that I am able." Though Henrietta was too engrossed in enjoying her breakfast to notice Berenger's solemn expression, Linda immediately picked up on it and could tell that things were not going well for the von Kufstein family, especially for the head of the household. She felt bitter after seeing that helpless expression on Berenger's face, knowing full well that if there were nothing he could do, then anything she might attempt would only worsen things. After all, Berenger's parents did not exactly accept their relationship, even if they tolerated it. As such, she snacked on her breakfast in awkward silence. Berenger, on the other hand, gazed deeply into his flagon of milk, which he desperately wished to be wine. However, he had more than enough self-restraint and forcefully deterred himself from resorting to morning drinking as a way to quench his sorrows. He preferred the slightly more healthy alternative of throwing himself into his work. As such, he quickly steered the conversation into a path more favorable for him. "The construction of the city walls is underway. Soon enough, Kufstein will be a city like no other. It might take a couple of years to achieve fully, but ultimately the designs I have planned will usher in a new age of security and prosperity for the German people." Linda had witnessed his grand plans and was excited about such a proposition. It was truly an extraordinary design, and she had no idea how Berenger kept coming up with such revolutionary ideas. She greatly admired his intellect and his approach to problems, though she felt he was spending too much money to make the common people's lives better. The defenses she could understand, but the advanced plumbing system and the complex apartments would come at great cost, and even if he rented the apartments out at a fair price as he planned, it would take quite some time to recoup his losses. As a woman who grew up in the privileged family of the higher nobility and was greatly spoiled in her formative years, some things like snobbery were hardwired into her DNA. As such, Linda could not understand Berenger's benevolent attitude towards the commoners. Though she did not understand it, she did not look down upon it. She figured Berenger's benevolence to his people was one of his better qualities. If he was a completely ruthless sociopath who only cared for himself, she figured she would never have fallen for him to the depths in which she had. Knowing that her lover's plans were progressing well made Linda feel happy, even if she felt he was spending too much money on the happiness of the commoners, as she smiled and congratulated Berenger on the current success of his grand infrastructure initiative. "That is excellent news. I can't wait to witness the city's defenses once they are completed. Your designs are impressive, to say the least." Henrietta looked up from her plate at the couple with a gaze of confusion. She had no idea what Berenger was planning, nor the ludicrous amount he was spending daily on such plans. She lived a carefree life, completely devoid of any thoughts regarding the realm's future and its prosperity. However, the term city and walls brought a minor degree of interest to her. As such, she could not help but question what Berenger was planning. Her azure eyes twinkled with excitement as she questioned her big brother about his supposed plans. "What city? Walls? What are you talking about?" Berenger could not help but smile at the innocent look on his little sister's face. It greatly calmed his nerves about the issues with his father's rapidly deteriorating health. As such, he decided to spoil the girl with information about his extravagant project. "I'm currently transforming the town into a full-fledged city. With the increase in urbanization, a lot of the locals live in horrible conditions. As such, I have plans to alleviate those concerns and build a strong defensive barrier around the city." Though Henrietta did not understand half of the words Berenger had used, she felt as if it was something extraordinary as such. She smiled and congratulated Berenger on his progress. "Good job," she said while raising her thumb in approval. Though she would later come to realize just how effective Berenger's plans were, it would not be for some time before she came to such a conclusion. For now, the little girl merely enjoyed her food as Berenger and Linda continued their discussion about topics that bored her. After finishing her meal, Henrietta looked up at Berenger with a cute expression. Considering he was now sitting at the head of the table, it would be considered rude to run off without his permission. "Big brother, may I please be excused?" Berenger smiled and nodded, allowing the little loli to flee off to her room to play with her toys. Completely unaware that she was missing a discussion about the construction of monumental advancements in defensive technology that would one day come to dominate the cities of the future German Empire. A few days had passed since Berenger visited his father, and he was currently sitting on the seat of power in Kufstein, where a messenger rushed in and handed him an intelligence report. The report contained the joint public denunciation of the Church's endorsement of theft against Berenger's trade by Count Lothar of Tyrol and Count Otto of Steiermark. The counts were quite gutsy in their rebuking of the Church. They even went so far as to declare that the Pope was advocating for the people of Austria to break the seventh commandment. As such, this event caused quite a stir in the Christian world, as a proclamation by the Holy See condemning a heretic turned into quite the scandal, as there were plenty of lords, priests, and bishops who agreed with the two counts and their joint declaration. Surprisingly, several Orthodox patriarchs came out and condemned the Pope, especially the Patriarch of Moscow, whose territory was currently at war with the Teutonic Order, a Catholic military order which had invaded their lands to convert the Christians within them to the Catholic variety, which was a great point of contention between the Catholic and Orthodox churches at the moment. Berenger read the report with a wide grin. He did not know how Adela had heard about this relatively mundane matter, but he was thankful for her support. He was completely oblivious to the fact that Linda had set this up behind his back, but even if he did know, he would not be angry, as this only caused a further rift in the Christian world, in which Ludolf would be able to exploit soon enough. Speaking of Ludolf, the man was currently working on a scholarly paper written about the corruption of the Church and thought it would take some time to compile the evidence into a collection of cohesive theses. He had little doubt that soon enough, the Christian world would turn on itself. He began to wonder how his actions would affect the Council of Constance in this timeline. As he was going over these details, Linda walked in, saw the large smile on his face, and inquired about the reason for his pleasant mood. "What has made you so happy?" Berenger chuckled lightly as he placed his paper to the side and turned his attention to his beautiful lover, who by now was starting to show physical signs of pregnancy. "Nothing much, I just love seeing my enemies at each other's throats." As his spymaster, he had given her maternity leave as her pregnancy had progressed, and she was mostly resting about enjoying a slothful life. As such, she was unaware of the ongoing schemes in the background. However, when he said such things, she could estimate what had happened, and thus she smiled in return. "That is good to hear." Instantly a devilish idea began to form in Berenger's mind. Considering that nobody was around, he motioned for his lover to come over and sit upon his lap. He took pleasure in teasing the girl who was carrying his child. Though her cheeks began to flush in embarrassment, she could not disobey her master's orders. As such, she sat upon his lap in an awkward display in the middle of the great hall. However, as he was blowing on Linda's ears, his mother just so happened to be walking by and witnessed the affectionate display, where she quickly began to scold Berenger as she marched in his direction. "Berenger, just what is it that you think you are doing on your father's seat of power?" Gisella's shrill voice immediately caused Linda to attempt to hop away from Berenger's grasp in embarrassment, but the young regent managed to capture his lover in his arms and keep her in place, which caused her to look down at the ground and cover her face. This was truly a mortifying position to be in. Berenger, on the other hand, had a smug expression on his face as he responded to his mother's chastisement. "Father has placed me in charge of the realm during his absence. As such, I see no reason why I cannot relax on this chair while playing around with my lover. Even a viscount needs a moment of rest now and then." Gisella's gaze immediately narrowed in response to Berenger's claims. Though it was true Berenger was viscount in everything but name, that did not mean they should behave in this manner. Especially so boldly declaring in the open that he and Linda were lovers. Did he not care about his reputation? Seeing his mother's piercing gaze, Berenger could not help but scoff internally as he held his arms tightly around Linda, preventing her from escaping from his clutches. This public display of affection had really gotten him excited. Nevertheless, he could not do anything at the moment, so he listened to his mother's lecture with a smug expression on his face. Regardless as to whether or not you can behave in this way, it is simply unacceptable. Have you no shame? Beringer laughed lightly at his mother's words, which infuriated the woman. If he acted this way as regent, she could not imagine how he would behave when he was officially viscount. However, just when she was about to chastise him further, he let out a bold answer to her question. Evidently not. Beringer truly was shameless. If he really wanted to, he would tie Linda up to a leash and have her kneel before him while he sat on his throne with her leash in hand, but he was not that wicked yet. Nevertheless, his mother would not accept his inappropriate actions any further. As such, she marched up to the seat of power with the intent to slap him. Seeing he had gone too far, he let Linda go, where she quickly scurried off while filled with an overwhelming sense of humiliation and shame. Of course, he made sure to voice his thoughts aloud as his mother stopped at the steps just below him. Damn, I love that woman. With that said, Gisela looked at him with disgust and stormed off. She could not believe her son had grown into such a womanizer. Beringer, on the other hand, began to stretch. Now that he was relaxed from the little fun he was able to achieve in this brief moment, he quickly got back to the task at hand. For a man with great ambitions like him, the work was never done. During Linda's maternity leave, the position of spymaster was temporarily handed over to her bastard half-sister Adelheid, who operated out of Innsbruck. She was the personal maid of Linda, who had since her departure been working at the family estate and directly serving her father, Lothar. She was not exactly fond of her father due to how she had been treated throughout her youth and desperately looked up to Linda as her eldest sister and the only one who seemed to care for her. As such, she was more than eager to spy on her father's domain for her precious big sister. Of course, she was not happy with Beringer for making Linda his lover. Adelheid thought that Linda's love had blinded her to Beringer's true nature and that in truth he was an absolute scoundrel, much like her father. However, if supporting him was what Linda wanted, then she would comply. Even if she believed Linda was deserving of the position of Beringer's wife and not that little girl from Graz. Currently, Adelheid was cleaning her father's study, where she came across a variety of letters issued that exchanged the details between the Bishop of Innsbruck and her father. Now that Lambert was exiled from the House of Kufstein and sent to the Teutonic Order, Lothar's plans relied entirely on his daughter's illicit relationship with Beringer. As such, a rift had grown between him and the Bishop of Innsbruck, who kept insisting on deposing Beringer for the sake of the church. Seeing literally no benefit from this request, Count Lothar had abandoned the bishop and the church's pleas. Instead, he sided with Beringer to win his favor and potentially gain an even better deal on the steel trade. Adelheid read over all of the information she could gather from the Bishop of Innsbruck and her father's correspondence and added it to the web of knowledge she had collected. As she was looking over the information, she heard footsteps and a pair of voices approaching, one of which she recognized to be her father's. Thus, she quickly put away the letters in the order she had found them and began to sweep around the office, making herself look busy. By the time her father and the unknown figure arrived in his office, they noticed Lothar's bastard daughter fulfilling her duties of cleaning the room and felt no suspicion whatsoever. After all, as his personal maid, that was something she ought to be doing. The count did not even mind her presence as he began to speak with a man dressed in the attire of a bishop, who Adelheid recognized as Bishop Ernest of Innsbruck. The man was morbidly obese and was easily in his 60s. He had a particularly troll-like face, and was completely bald with a long mustache that looked like a set of walrus tusks which were as white as snow. This fat bastard looked lustfully at Adelheid as she cleaned the office in the background. Noticing his sinful gaze, Lothar snapped at him. "Don't even think about it." Considering the fat old man was here to negotiate with the Count of Tyrol about withdrawing his support for Beringer, the man snarled but ultimately retracted his gaze before speaking to Lothar in an obviously fake polite tone. "Count Lothar, I'm sure you are aware that by supporting a condemned heretic like Beringer, your very soul is at risk of sharing that same fate as his." Lothar pulled out a pair of chalices and then filled them with wine, handing one to the fat old bishop before discussing his terms with the man. "Cut to the chase, I do not want to hear any bullshit from you. If you do not give me something of worth, then I will not think about abandoning the boy in favor of your lot." The old bishop grimaced as he heard those words. He was well aware of Beringer's miraculous ability to turn iron into steel. He was also aware of Lothar's ambitions to be Duke of Austria, and as such, even with the overwhelming wealth of the church, he would have to pay a heavy price in order to convince the count to join his side. Adelheid keenly listened to this conversation as she quietly cleaned in the background. neither of the two men was concerned about whether or not she overheard their conversation and the potential conspiracy it may contain. As such, the bishop quickly spoke his terms he was willing to present to win Lothar's favor. Very well, what the church is willing to offer you is the entire Prince-Bishopric of Che to add to your domain. Not only was Count Lothar shocked, but so was Adelheid. This was no small domain owned by the church, which bordered the county of Tyrol. It contained many resources and a relatively large population. If Lothar acquired this, he would be able to increase his wealth and military power vastly. He could not believe the church was willing to go so far to put down a minor viscount. As such, he had to clarify the issue. You will give me the entire region of Che? The bishop nodded his head in approval as his next words confirmed his offer. The Holy Father has already approved it. All you have to do is side with us when the time is right and invade Kufstein alongside the Teutonic Order. Count Lothar thought about it for several moments. The minerals, wealth, and forces he would gain from Che would be worth more in total than the trade he had with Berenger. As such, he had no reason to decline, especially when he considered the fact that he despised the boy who had knocked up his favorite daughter. As such, Lothar reached out his hand and cemented the alliance with the church. Though he would still officially remain on Berenger's side for the time being, when the time was right, he would turn on the boy regent and bring order to his territory once more. He did not care who ruled over Kufstein so long as they submitted to him. The fat old bishop laughed heartfully as he shook the count's hand and declared their alliance on the spot. I knew you were a man of great faith. Together, we shall destroy this heretic and prevent his views from spreading across Europe. He has already caused more damage to the faithful than you may realize. The truth of the matter was, with the scandal the Vatican had found itself in over the matter of publicly endorsing the seizing of Berenger's assets and the letter of rebuttal the two counts had made against them, Berenger's popularity was rising among the German nobility, and his views were currently being spread in his propaganda. It would not be long before this heresy, in which the Church had officially deemed the Berenger heresy, spread to every corner of the German world. At that time, the Church would lose significant power, and as such, they were willing to give up such a huge chunk of land to get rid of Berenger as quickly as possible. After all, they did not want the Teutonic Knights to have to face Count Lothar's forces, nor did they wish to engage in an entire crusade just to put down this growing heresy. Overhearing this grave threat to Berenger, and more importantly, her dearest sister, Adelheid, was more than happy to report this news to Linda at the first opportunity available. As such, after witnessing this despicable alliance being formed, she used the first chance she got to leave the office and write a letter to Linda informing her about the threats that had begun to manifest within Innsbruck. Linda sat in her quarters within the castle of Kufstein. She received a letter which was written from her sister. In this letter, it described the scene in which Adelheid had witnessed and their father's treachery. The girl twirled a strand of her strawberry blonde hair in boredom as she read the words. She suspected sooner or later her father would betray her lover. It was only a matter of time before the church offered him something he could not refuse. After reading the words the letter contained, Linda burned it before leaving her room, seeking out Berenger to inform him of the crucial issue at hand. Before long, she found Berenger in his father's study reviewing the ledgers on his grand infrastructure initiative. When Linda arrived in the study with a worried expression, he could guess that her sister had reported some troublesome news, and as such, he immediately inquired about the details. Well, don't keep me waiting. Linda immediately shut the door behind her and informed Berenger of the matters reported to her. The Bishop of Innsbruck has promised my father the Prince-Bishopric of Che so long as he aids in the invasion of your realm when the time comes. He has accepted these terms, and thus in doing so, betrayed you. Berenger contemplated what this meant for a few moments. The Teutonic Order was sure to send a large army to enter his lands, but with the Count of Tyrol, on the other hand, would at best send a small punitive task force. He had greater ambitions than to gain the city of Che, and by the time the Teutonic Order could muster a force to attack Kufstein, the kingdom would either be on the brink of civil war or fully engaged in it. This truly did not change Berenger's plans all that much. In fact, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. By betraying Berenger and the alliance they had formed, Count Lothar was giving him a justifiable reason to invade his territory. As such, Berenger decided at that moment on his plans to usurp the county of Tyrol from Linda's father. A wicked grin spread across his face as he thought of such things, confusing Linda as that was not the reaction she was anticipating, forcing her to ask why he was behaving so oddly. Why the hell are you smiling? Isn't this a serious matter? Berenger could not help but further smile at Linda's response, but ultimately he decided to inform her of the changes to his plans. Actually quite the contrary, this is wonderful news. Linda looked at her lover and master as if he were a lunatic before expressing her doubts. How could this possibly be considered wonderful news? Berenger got up from his seat and approached Linda, where he began to rub her shoulders as he explained the depths of his plots. Your father will at most send a few hundred men to honor the alliance with the church. The reason being is that he can't afford to lose many men here in Kufstein. He has already threatened me once, and I easily repelled the bluff by addressing this point. The safety of Kufstein will be secured either way. On the contrary, this gives me a justified reason to march on Innsbruck and usurp his title when he is off at war trying to usurp the duchy. Linda's gaze shifted from one of looking at a madman to looking at a genius. She struggled to believe Berenger came up with such a diabolical scheme directly after hearing about the news she thought was disastrous. This was why he was the man she had chosen, gentle but firm to his loved ones while being utterly ruthless to his enemies as a true man should be. At this point, Linda had no allegiance to her father, and if Count Lothar realized that his precious daughter had completely turned on him, he would do his damn to personally flay Berenger for warping her mind to such a degree. Berenger no longer questioned her loyalty. She had proven herself to be absolutely obedient to him on many occasions. As such, he merely hugged his favorite pet from behind and stroked her hair. However, it was not long before he heard a knock on the door interrupting his fun. As such, Berenger ceased his activities and answered the door where he saw the figure of Eckhard. The man immediately realized he was interrupted something by the cold gaze of Berenger, and the flushed expression on Linda's cheeks. However, since he was already here, he decided to attempt to give his report. My lord, may I have a minute? Berenger nodded and allowed Eckhard into the room, where he proceeded to sit down before the desk and pour a couple of glasses of wine. After taking a sip from the chalice, Berenger motioned for Eckhard to continue. Go on. As such, Eckhard stood at attention with a look of pride on his face. My liege, we have so many recruits joining our forces from the region of Kitzbühel that we have filled the artillery battalion. As such, I require a directive on where I should focus on the training of the troops next. Berenger thought about it for a moment before he issued his decree. We should focus on establishing a full battalion of cuirassiers, a minimum of 800 men. Any additional men should begin forming the 2nd Infantry Battalion. Send the expense report to me when it is drafted, and I will approve of it. After hearing his lord and commander's orders, Eckhard pounded his chest in a salute and marched off after accepting the terms. Yes, my lord. Linda looked in shock as she realized that Berenger's military might would be greatly expanding soon. 800 cavalrymen was no small amount, even by the standards of a viscount. Luckily his population had doubled recently, and he could afford to draft so many men into his army. Knowing the technological edge in which his forces had, Linda could not help but think that Berenger's army would soon be the most capable in the world. Berenger, on the other hand, was satisfied with the results of his recruitment drive. He was certain that before the Teutonic Knights arrived, he would have 2 full battalions of infantry, roughly 2,400 men in total, a full battalion of cavalry numbering anywhere between 800–1,200 men, and a full artillery battalion numbering a total of 450 men, and 18 field guns. All in all, his army would be capable of defeating whatever force the Teutonic Order brought down upon him, so long as it was not the full army, which he highly doubted they would do considering their position with their neighbors. Just like this, a counter-conspiracy to the church's plots was put in place to destroy the enemies of Kufstein utterly, and by extension, its regent. A few days had passed since Berenger had begun plotting against Count Lothar and his backers, which was long enough for his father's vassals to gather within the castle of Kufstein. Realizing that he would have to completely reform the military structure now that he was incorporating the professional army with the town militia into a single cohesive force, he had called all of his father's vassals to Kufstein so that he could directly inform him that he would be removing their feudal rights to raise their own armies. This was a decision which he knew he had to make eventually to modernize the military fully, but as of right now, he knew this would be a bitter pill to swallow for the men who served his father. After all, he was essentially revoking their right to defend their own land with their own armies. With the men gathered in the great hall, Berenger sat upon the seat of power as Viscount in every way but name. The young regent made his shocking declaration to the men who swore allegiance to his family. As of today, I am hereby abolishing the rights of my family's vassals to raise their own armies and will instead be incorporating them into a single cohesive military under the control of the Viscount of Kufstein, where one's ranking is based entirely upon merit and not birth. With this said, the room resounded with the protests of dozens of minor lords and knights. The knights were especially outraged with this decree, as by doing away with the feudal traditions of the military, Berenger was essentially depriving them of their purpose in life. Despite the fury of the noblemen, they kept themselves well behaved due to the fact that Berenger was flanked by his elite guard, who had been formed from the ranks of his greatest grenadiers. They were prepared for any act of rebellion against their lord and commander, and as such, viciously stared down the unruly mob of gentlemen. Eventually, Berenger slammed his fist upon his armrest, which instantly quieted the room, before he began to speak further. I have invited every one of you here personally to inform you of this decision and to address any concerns you may have. As such, you are free to voice them one at a time in a civil manner. An old knight was the first to approach Berenger and voice his concerns. I am a knight, like my father before me, and his father before him. What am I supposed to do now that I can no longer fight for my lord? Berenger smiled gently at the man, as he knew his concerns all too well and had already prepared a response for such a question. I am sure your expertise in warfare is needed among the ranks of my army, and as such, I will offer you a place among its ranks. So long as you complete the necessary training, you will receive a position as a commissioned officer. From there, you may progress in the ranks based upon your ability. Though the man wanted to protest further, yet he could tell Berenger would not budge, and as such, he responded to Berenger's words. I will take it under consideration. Afterward, the man returned to the crowd, where a minor lord rose and voiced his opinion on the matter. If the army is entirely under your command, then who will protect my borders? Berenger once more smiled gently at the man as he expressed how the military would function going forward. Forts will be constructed in each region to ensure proper defense. These forts will be manned by a garrison of soldiers who fall under the command of the army. These garrisons will also be in charge of law enforcement until a time where a self-sufficient and dedicated police force is established in the region. Many of these lords were familiar with how Berenger had chosen to rule. Over the last month or so since he ascended to regency, Berenger had forced his reforms on his vassals one at a time. It was getting to the point where many of them were thinking of rebelling. Yet right when they were considering such an option, Berenger not only planned to undermine their ability to effectively do so, but establish garrisons in their territory, which were manned by soldiers loyal only to him. This was considered absolutely unacceptable to many of the lords shackled by vassalage to the von Kufstein family. Nevertheless, the lords had no choice but to accept these terms. After all, they were all aware of how quickly Berenger had put down the Baron of Kitzbühel's army, which was far larger than anything they could muster. Many of these knights and lords were present to witness such a shocking display of power. It was something they would never forget in their lifetime. One by one, the lords and knights of Kufstein voiced their concerns, and Berenger addressed each and every one of them with a carefully planned answer. By the time the convention was over, Berenger had received all of their signatures while signing the military reforms into law, thus dealing a mortal blow to the old feudal system in which he was inching ever closer to completely replacing. For now, what settled the noblemen's minds was that they still had access to their land and would thus be able to live a lavish lifestyle without having to worry about dying in war. They could leave that to the common people and those foolish enough to glorify such a thing. If they knew that Berenger was currently designing land reforms that would completely strip them of their ownership over such vast swaths of land and redistribute it to the public and private sectors, they would have tried to skin him alive then and there, even with his elite guard present. Fortunately for Berenger, these old and bitter men had no knowledge that their feudal authority would soon come completely crashing down upon them. Their roles as nobles would soon become little more than a ceremonial title passed down throughout their family. Of course, to ensure there was not an outright rebellion, Berenger was thinking of ways to appease the nobles and maintain some degree of their wealth. However, that was a discussion for another time. For now, Berenger had successfully enacted his military reforms and would be incorporating all knights, men-at-arms, and other professional soldiers into the ranks of what would one day become known as the Imperial Army. With the military reforms in place, Berenger began incorporating the militia and professional army into one cohesive force. The men were made to swear an oath under pain of death and damnation that they would protect the realm from all foreign and domestic enemies while also swearing their allegiance to the Viscounty and its commander-in-chief, which at this point was Berenger. Afterward, roughly 1,000 infantry were transferred into the ranks of the 1st and 2nd Infantry Battalions. By doing this, Berenger ensured that the new and possibly disgruntled troops were alongside those that were already completely loyal to him so that they had no chances of turning on him. As far as the 30 knights under his command were concerned, they were transferred into the ranks of the 1st Cuirassier Battalion, which was growing in numbers by the day. The expense in raising cavalry was far more than that of infantry or artillery, yet it would be worth the amount as far as Beringer was concerned, thus, he had no qualms about funding such an endeavor. Though it would take a few months for the new troops to go through basic and specialized training, he was confident by the time the upcoming war broke out that he would have a large, well-trained, and well-equipped army that was far greater than any force in the world that was equal in size. Every day the arms factory and the armory worked to produce the necessary equipment for Beringer's army to properly field. As such, he quickly was left with a vast stockpile of the obsolete weapons and armor that kept growing by the day. Eventually, Beringer decided he would sell the equipment to Count Lothar at a discount, considering it was used equipment, and some of it had been especially fitted to certain people. He would never think of gaining full price for it. Nevertheless, it was fully functional equipment and better in quality than basically anything else in the world aside from his own forces. Thinking of this idea, he personally wrote the letter to Count Lothar, who was more than interested in the offer and absolutely curious why Beringer would be selling such a large amount of steel plate and brigandine. Thus the man made his way to Kufstein as quickly as possible, where he was currently meeting with Beringer in his armory which housed the equipment, where the two noblemen discussed the exact details of the trade. Count Lothar was not shy with his questions. He could not think of a reason why Beringer would give up such valuable equipment unless it were faulty. So why are you selling such a vast quantity of steel arms and armor? Do you not need it for yourself? Beringer began to laugh. He had already planned an excuse for selling his army's obsolete equipment. I am currently investing in a massive infrastructure initiative, and I need more capital than I am making on the steel and textile trade. I figured my peasant levies did not need such superior equipment. Thus I decided to sell it and equip them with a much cheaper design of the armor. Lothar did not even think twice about this answer. It was entirely reasonable, especially since Beringer said this equipment was used to outfit peasant levies. The armorers that Lothar had brought with him began inspecting every piece of equipment to determine if it would hold up. The equipment had only ever seen one battle, and most of the men were completely untouched in that battle. As such, it was in fantastic condition. While his men were inspecting the equipment, Lothar began discussing terms on the sale of such a vast amount of high-quality arms and armor. Everything except for the pikes used in the previous battle was for sale. If my armoires confirmed the quality of the equipment, then I would be more than happy to purchase the goods off of your hands. However, because it is used, and much of it will require refitting, I cannot offer you full price for the lot. Considering the equipment was almost entirely brigandine, with steel helmets, and a small number of steel vambraces, and greaves which were thrown into the mix, the value was quite substantial as the manufacture of such a mass amount of equipment was unheard of at this time. As such, Count Lothar threw out an enticing offer. I will pay 10 guldens per set of armor as well as a matching weapon. The gulden was a gold coin in use for currency, and when considering the price of a steel breastplate by itself was worth a little over 4 guldens brand new, as well as the fact that this was mostly used brigandine, it was a fair price. However, Beringer would milk Count Lothar for every piece of the equipment's worth and immediately countered his offer with a higher figure. 15. Count Lothar frowned at this number and offered with a new figure. 12. Beringer shook his head and negotiated with his final offer while wearing a smug smile on his face. 13, and I'll cover transportation. If you don't accept, I'm sure the Count of Steiermark would be happy to have such fine equipment for his armies. Beringer had struck a nerve with Count Lothar. After all, the man was well aware that Count Otto was a loyalist to the main Habsburg line and someone he considered to be a future enemy. If Beringer sold his equipment to that man, then it would surely make things difficult for him. After all, with this equipment, it would greatly diminish his need to buy raw steel and manufacture it himself. After careful deliberation, Count Lothar had no choice to accept and curse at Beringer. Damn it. All right, I accept your terms. However, although they shook hands and smiled at one another, Lothar was secretly thinking within his mind. What an idiot, he has no idea the danger that is approaching, and he just sold such valuable equipment to his enemy, leaving his armies in a poor state. The Teutonic Order should be able to wipe his army with ease. Lothar had no way of knowing that this armor he was being sold, which he thought was the pinnacle of equipment in Europe right now, and possibly the world was already considered obsolete in Beringer's mind, and that the young regent was already in the process of replacing it with better equipment for his forces to use. Beringer smiled with an arrogant expression as he was all too aware of what Lothar was thinking and could not wait to see the look on his face when his forces were torn asunder by the thunder of Beringer's guns. With this first step, Berenger had entered the arms trade and made a massive profit of a whopping 13,000 guldens, or close to it. He would use some of this profit to invest in the arms trade, where he would begin to supply all factions of the upcoming civil war, from which he would profit significantly. Only for the factions who bought his equipment to come to the horrific realization that against the might of the flintlock muskets and 12-pound cannons of Berenger's army, the equipment they had been sold was completely and utterly useless. Ludolf had been hard at work on his academic refutation of the Church's corruption and abuse of power. So much so that his manifesto had grown even larger than Martin Luther's from Berenger's previous life. After collecting evidence of the Church's sins and its wrongful attempts to dominate secular affairs, Ludolf compiled it together in a well-written thesis completely disputing the Church and its insidious actions. He had spent nearly a month gathering what he needed in an attempt to reform the Church for the better. Now that he had finished writing his paper, the priest brought it to Berenger's attention for review and possible alterations. Berenger smiled as he read through the manifesto, which spoke many of his ideals, and unlike Luther, he spent a large amount of time focusing on the necessity for church and state. From an academic standpoint, the work was solid. From a theological standpoint, it was brilliant. After reading through the whole thing, Berenger placed down the paper and looked at Ludolf, who had been silently waiting in patience for Berenger to finish it as he sat upon the seat of power in Kufstein. After placing down the manifesto with great care, he approached Ludolf and patted the man on the shoulders. "My friend, it is a work of brilliance. I am truly inspired after reading it. This must be distributed across the German-speaking regions and Europe as a whole. With my press, it can be mass-produced, much like the Bibles we have been distributing, and spread to the hands of true believers everywhere." Ludolf smiled greatly upon hearing the massive praise he received. He too agreed that the work needed to be spread. As such, he did not hesitate to agree to Berenger's suggestion of mass-producing and distributing it across the German-speaking regions of the world. "Thank you, Berenger. I must say I would never have walked this path without your guidance. It is truly an honor to be your friend." Berenger grabbed the paper and placed it in Ludolf's hands, before complimenting the man further. "The pleasure is all mine. Now shall we head to the press and begin the process?" Ludolf nodded and agreed to Berenger's request once more, and as such, Berenger and Ludolf marched down to the press, which was now located within its own factory run by his propaganda department. Berenger's elite guards flanked the two men as they did so. Despite being in the safety of Kufstein, Berenger had made many enemies, and he could never be too careful when it came to his safety. The average citizens looked upon the men as they marched into the city under construction and into the industrial district where they entered the press, where the foreman was more than happy to greet them. As always, the man was a bootlicker and showered Berenger and his guest in compliments upon arrival. "My lord, it is an absolute pleasure to witness your immaculate visage enter the factory. Tell me, how can I help you on this glorious day?" Berenger could not help but sneer at the man's remarks. He was not the kind of man who desired to be around sycophants. Nevertheless, the man was good at his job, and as such, Berenger kept him in place. "I need a special production line dedicated to the mass production of this work. Can it be done?" The foreman once more put on the air as he continued to compliment Berenger, which ultimately looped right back around to a simple agreement. "Of course, my lord, for your benevolence, I can make anything possible. As you know, we have expanded operations quite successfully lately, and as such, we can easily afford to dedicate full-time production to this work." With that said, Berenger motioned for Ludolf to hand it over, after which the priest quickly did so. Berenger looked around the area and noticed that the security was lacking for this vital installation. As such, he looked over to the foreman and informed him of his decision. "I will attach a security detail around this facility around the clock. It looks like the garrison needs more forces." With the influx of recruits to his army, Berenger established a significant garrison in Kufstein whose full-time job would be to defend the region and act as internal security. Essentially, they would become the gendarmerie until he could establish a dedicated police force. After saying that, Berenger left while trying to ignore the exaggerated praise from the foreman, who could refrain himself from saying such flatteries. After Berenger and Ludolf returned to the castle, he pulled out a pair of goblets before filling them with wine and handing one to Ludolf before saying a toast. "To the Reformation, may the Church be purged of its corruption." The two men clinked glasses before taking a sip. Ludolf, of course, could not refrain from his excitement. "I truly do hope something comes of my work. I cannot sit idly by and allow the Church to be blighted by the immoral bishops and cardinals who turn a blind eye to the teachings of Christ in pursuit of their greed." Berenger merely smiled and took a sip from his glass. He knew the possibility of the Catholic Church actually being reformed was very slim. What was most likely to happen from Ludolf's actions was the Church splitting off and forming the Protestant movement. Though such an event would inevitably lead to chaos within the European sphere of influence, Berenger needed that chaos to transition the German world into a scientific and industrious way of thinking. As the two men celebrated their achievement, only Berenger was aware of how things would turn out. The future would be filled with endless blood and destruction due to these two men's actions. Yet, it would allow Berenger to build one of the mightiest empires in history. An achievement that would one day brand him as the father of the German nation. Among his many nicknames for which he would be known, this was the one of which he was most proud. Nearly a month had passed since Ludolf made his public denunciation of the Church, and by then, thousands of copies of his manifesto had spread across the German-speaking regions. Priests, bishops, and noblemen alike flocked to his cause, sharing their support for his claims. What started as a localized heresy as it was deemed by the Church quickly consumed the German world and caught on like wildfire. The Catholic Church was in a crisis. Both the papacy in Avignon and the Vatican publicly declared Ludolf's Reformation as an extension of the Berenger heresy, which the Vatican had long since been trying to combat the growing influence. Having the support of Berenger the Accursed, as the Church referred to him, actually helped Ludolf's cause, considering many of the German noblemen privately sympathized with his plight. However, now that a properly ordained priest had publicly endorsed his ideas, which had already begun to spread around Austria, they quickly became openly accepted by many seeking to end the Church's influence over secular affairs. It did not take long for the Church to convene a council over this issue, and several of the other issues which plagued the Catholic Church at the moment, such as the reconciliation of the papacy and the affairs of the Teutonic Order, now that they had thoroughly provoked the Orthodox Church with their crusade of the Rus. A group of cardinals, bishops, and two men, both declaring themselves the one true pope, sat in a chapel located within the Bishopric of Constance, a region within the Holy Roman Empire, and what would be considered part of the Kingdom of Germany. The large group of men was currently in a heated debate, firstly over the issue of the Berenger heresy, which was now spreading rapidly across the German world. If something were not done soon, then even if they successfully managed to rout out and destroy Berenger the Accursed and his regency, they would still not be able to squash this heresy thoroughly. Pope Simeon II, who was the officially recognized Pope of the Vatican, was in an argument with his counterpart from Avignon, who was known by the name of Pope Avilius III. Simeon was the first to speak up about the Berenger heresy, which was beginning to become a serious issue for everyone in the room. If we do not put an end to this heresy while it is still within its infancy, it might fracture the Church as a whole. Clearly, we must get not only the crusading orders, but the pious noblemen from every Christian kingdom to march into the regions most affected by this blasphemy, and put every one of these heretics to the sword. Avilius, on the other hand, could not help but scoff at this notion. It was utterly ludicrous to think that they could get the entirety of Christendom to invade Germany. The German lords would not simply allow an army of foreigners into their lands to butcher their people. If anything, it would unify the German states and prevent the upcoming civil war, which the Church desperately wanted to happen to take advantage of the chaos and gain more power and influence. As such, the other so-called pope in the room could not refrain from refuting the first one. "Tell me, Simeon, how do you plan to differentiate the believers from the heretics?" Simeon did not hesitate to offer his opinion and boldly declared for the whole room to hear. "God will know." The implication being that they would kill everyone in the affected areas and leave it up to God to judge their souls. After all, it would not be the first time the Church had done something like this. Several of the high-ranking members of the ecclesiarchy nodded their heads in approval of this suggestion. In contrast, many others looked in horror at the suggestion of doing such a thing. Ultimately, the voice of reason came down to a particularly charismatic cardinal who suggested to all of them a more diplomatic approach. "Have either of you actually tried reasoning with the man we call Berenger the Accursed? Clearly, the man is an educated individual with a vast knowledge of Scripture. Seeing as how before Ludolf even made his accusations against us, Berenger had accurately translated the Bible into German and began distributing it, along with his own interpretations, in a series of pamphlets." Both Simeon and Avilius shook their heads. In fact, if anything, Simeon was guilty of constantly escalating the conflict. By now, he was familiar with how Berenger reacted to anyone who tried to exert their authority upon him, and clearly, it had negative results. As such, the cardinal continued his speech and laid part of the blame on the Pope of the Vatican. "Simeon, if you took a second to reflect on this matter, you would realize that if you had not endorsed Lambert's attempt to eliminate his older brother and steal the inheritance, which is rightfully Berenger's, then none of this would have happened. Every time you try to force your way upon a lawfully appointed regent, it blows up in your face. A mere youth has outwitted you in every matter you have conspired against him in. Who's to say he is not going to outwit and defeat you once more, when you invade his lands with the Teutonic Order? After being lambasted and accurately so by a cardinal under his command, Pope Simeon II lowered his head in disgrace for all of the bishops and cardinals to see. What the cardinal had said was true. However, he would be damned if he did not have Berenger pay for the constant humiliation he had suffered, including the one that had just transpired here in the Council of Constance. As such, Simeon could not help himself but protest the very notion that the Almighty Church should be negotiating with a lowly regent of a viscounty. I refuse, as God's representative here on earth, I will not bow my head to some lowly viscount or his accursed son acts as regent in his stead. I will have satisfaction for the indignant actions of this heretical youth. With that, the Council of Constance was divided on how to proceed on the matter of the Berenger heresy. Some wanted to invade the lands in which were affected by it and slaughter every living person within them. Some wanted to negotiate with Berenger to see if he would cease his anti-church propaganda, and some secretly sided with Berenger and the points he and Ludolf had made. If anything, Simeon's reaction to the whole thing proved that Berenger was right. However, they were too afraid to voice their concerns and, as such, stayed silent. These bishops and cardinals who agreed with Berenger and Ludolf would become the backbone of the German Reformation. For now, the council continued, there were plenty of topics to talk about, and they had yet to conclude how to proceed with Berenger and his views. The figureheads of the ecclesiarchy debated well into the night about their arguments before concluding the meeting for the evening. After a night of proper rest, they reconvened in an attempt to discuss further the potential solutions to the problems which plagued the Catholic Church at the moment. Rather than discuss the Berenger heresy further as they had exhausted so much effort on only to remain entrenched in their own positions, Pope Avilius chugged a chalice of wine before he brought up the growing divide with the Orthodox Church over the issues of the Teutonic Order, who, while favored by the Pope of the Vatican, was not gazed upon fondly by Avilius and the Avignon papacy. As such, he spoke his thoughts on the matter. The Teutonic Order has gone too far by forcefully converting the Orthodox of the East into Catholicism. If things progress from where they are now, relations with the Byzantines, as well as their sphere of influence, will continue to drop. The support of the Hospitallers in the Byzantines' efforts to reclaim North Africa can only stall a permanent rift for so long. Something must be done about this unlawful crusade in which Simeon has sponsored. Like a true Frenchman, Avilius, who was gulping down wine as if it were water, was not afraid to directly blame the crisis at hand as the fault of his rival, when in reality the Teutonic Order was an independent state and was largely acting on its own without the official endorsement of either papacy. Though Simeon had never outright condemned them, after all, they were still a powerful force he could call upon to enforce his will upon the increasingly secular lords of the German world. This did not mean that he, in fact, supported them, at least publicly. This was the main reason the Orthodox had not outrightly schismed from the actions of the Teutonic Order, as officially they were a monastic state acting on their own accord without the public endorsement of the Church. Avilius was more than happy to tie their actions to Simeon and his so-called papacy despite knowing this. After hearing these accusations, Simeon was outraged and instantly began bickering with his French counterpart. Lies and slander. I have never once endorsed the war against the Orthodox. Those bastards have their own self-sufficient state and have used their power to declare this a holy war on their own. Simeon was playing right into the hands of Avilius, who was obviously trying to provoke Simeon's wrath so that he would further make a fool of himself in front of the cardinals and bishops who had gathered. It seemed to be working quite well, as even those in Simeon's camp were quite embarrassed by his actions. Once more, the voice of reason was left to the particularly charismatic cardinal, who had pretty much been responsible for keeping this entire council civil throughout the last 24 hours. Simeon, while I understand your reasons for not condemning the Teutonic Order, after all, none of us want a repeat of what happened to the Templars. I can't help but ask why you have not withdrawn funding from these crusades in the north if you are so morally against it. I mean, the Baltic has been thoroughly converted at this point, so what is the purpose of further funding the Teutonic Order's ongoing conquests of their Orthodox neighbors? Once more, Simeon did not have a proper answer to this. After all, he could not openly admit that he had disdain for the Orthodox Church and that he actually supported the actions of the Teutonic Order as they forced Catholicism on their eastern neighbors. His disdain for the Orthodox was that they refused to recognize his authority as the Vicar of Christ and thus the ruler over all Christians. This was one of the reasons he despised the French at the moment, because they boldly declared Avilius to be the one true pope. After silence for a few moments, the charismatic cardinal once more spoke up, insisting that Simeon answer for his actions. "Well, we are all waiting." After another few moments of silence, Simeon came up with what he perceived to be a valid excuse for his actions. The Teutonic Order are the guardians of the faithful in the German-speaking regions. Without proper funding, how could they possibly combat the heresies which have begun to spring up from within the Kingdom of Germany and the surrounding regions? Avilius laughed at this response and chastised Simeon for his reasoning. The Teutonic Order has been trying to convert the Orthodox in Eastern Europe for decades. Yet, they have received funding from the Vatican the entire time. The heresies popping up in southern Germany are a recent thing that only transpired these past few months. Do you really think that is a valid excuse for your actions? The charismatic cardinal sighed in response to these two old men and their ceaseless bickering. Simeon was a control freak who desired to rule the world and had fewer brain cells than a goldfish when he was thoroughly enraged, which more often than not he was in such a state. At the same time, Avilius was an indolent and drunken wastrel who gained pleasure from antagonizing people, especially Simeon. Neither of these two men was fit to call themselves God's representative on earth. Nevertheless, at the moment, these two fools were the highest authority in the church. Of course, if the Western Schism was ended and one of these two incompetent asshats was recognized universally as pope in the Catholic world, it would only mean disaster. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the cardinals and bishops present as the conversation went on that the removal of both of these pretenders and the election of a new pope altogether would be the best path forward. However, nobody was willing to bring up this discussion at the moment in fear of being excommunicated for merely suggesting it. Thus, despite the obvious inadequacies of both men proclaiming themselves pope, they would go on to rule over their territories for at least another year before things would progress any further. With no viable solutions to the problems at hand, this constant bickering would continue for another week. Ultimately, like the previous years, the Council of Constance, which had been ongoing to some degree since 1414, ended in a miserable failure. None of the discussions were met with a proper solution, and all that managed to happen was further division in the church. Simeon would continue to antagonize Berenger over the following year, and Berenger would continue to spit in his face. For now, just like it had in prior years, the meeting of the ecclesiarchy known as the Council of Constance had ended with absolutely nothing worthy of note being accomplished. Berenger awoke bright and early once more. After getting in his normal exercise routine and taking care of his personal hygiene, he ventured to the dining room, where he would arrive at roughly the same time every morning. However, much to his surprise, both his mother and father were already sitting at the head of the table. In his father's hands was a list of reports, ledgers, and laws Berenger had signed into place during his father's absence. There was a serious expression on his father's face. Berenger assumed the man was going to end his so-called solitary penance and assume the mantle of Viscount. However, what was actually about to transpire would greatly shock him. It was not until Henrietta and Linda had arrived that Sieghard placed down the papers from his hands and addressed his family with the concerns he had deeply thought through since he secluded himself from the world at large. Henrietta was deeply concerned by her father's haggard appearance. She had not seen the man in quite some time, months even, and he had grown significantly older and frilier in this time period. This was the first time she witnessed the poor condition her father was in. His hair was now completely gray while being long, raggedy, and oily, his beard unkempt, and his eyes were sunken. She barely even recognized her father, who used to be so filled with life. On the other hand, while looking a bit exhausted, Gisela still maintained her beauty, albeit at some expense. Neither of the two siblings' parents was as vibrant and healthy as they had been before Lambert's exile. Henrietta quickly voiced her unease. "Daddy, are you okay? You look unwell." Sieghard drank from a glass of water before attempting to placate his loving daughter about his failing health. "I'm fine, I have just become a little ill, but I assure you I will make it through this." Though Henrietta was deeply concerned about the man's well-being, she chose to believe her father's words. After addressing his daughter's worries, Sieghard cleared his throat before making an announcement. "Berenger, during my absence, you have turned out to be a far better ruler than I could have ever been. Not only have you expanded our territory and power, but you have begun to break ground on the construction of a magnificent city, all while balancing our coffers perfectly. Words cannot express how impressed I am by your actions." Berenger smiled as he heard the compliments from his father, who had been ruling the barony of Kufstein for decades. However, the words that followed shocked him deeply. Because of this, it is with a heavy heart that I must announce that I am no longer in the condition to rule this land anymore. Thus today, I will formally abdicate in front of my council and announce you, my only son and heir, as the new Viscount of Kufstein. I am sure you will go on to do great things in the future. Berenger was deeply astounded by these words. Out of all the ends to his father's reign, he never figured the man would voluntarily abdicate and retire. As such, he had many questions for his father and his decision. I am to be the new Viscount? Then father, what will you do? Sieghard chuckled lightly, which induced a slight cough. He told Berenger of his plans after recovering himself. I will retire to the countryside in a villa, where I will live out the rest of my days in peace. Some fresh air would do wonders for my condition. Berenger sighed. This was truly the best end he could ask for his father. The man was now far too frail to go to war, as he had once desired. Hopefully, Sieghard could find some much-needed rest and cure the demons he harbored inside him, which began to manifest after what happened to Lambert. He could tell Berenger was struggling with this news and decided to comfort him. Do not worry, my son, as I have already stated, you have done wondrously on your own, and I am certain you are destined for great things. I would only be holding you back if I continued to rule this land. Though Berenger agreed with these words, he felt he would be missing something now that his parents would be moving away. On the other hand, Henrietta was concerned about her future and where she should go and, as such, asked her father like an obedient little daughter. Daddy? What will happen to me? The old Viscount stretched out his hand and grabbed onto his daughter's in an attempt to comfort her as he gave her one final order. You will stay here with your brother and obey his every command as if he were your father. He will provide for you and eventually find you a good husband to marry. I completely trust him in this regard. Tears began to stream down Henrietta's eyes as she nodded her head in agreement. She could not make out the words she wanted to say and instead ran over to her father and hugged him. Linda, of course, was quite happy with the results. Despite the fact that Berenger currently held absolute authority in the territory due to his large and powerful army, the nobles were technically sworn in fealty to his father. As such, they had begun to grow quite rebellious with Berenger's many reforms. The only thing keeping them in check was the overwhelming might of Berenger and his military. With his father's formal abdication, they would have no excuse to disobey Berenger's orders and could not create any crazy conspiracy theories to justify the act of open rebellion. After discussing things for some time, the family began to eat breakfast together. They did not have many more occasions to do so in the future. Because of this, they took advantage of this moment to enjoy time together as a mostly intact family. When the meal was finally over, Sieghard had gathered his council in the great hall where he sat upon the seat of power in Kufstein one last time. By his right-hand side was Berenger, who stood at attention. When every person of political importance within the town of Kufstein had gathered in the room, Sieghard stood up from his chair and made a shocking declaration, one which would go on to resound in history as a deciding factor in Berenger's rapid rise to power. Standing boldly in front of the gathered nobles, Sieghard made his decree for all to hear. I, Sieghard von Kufstein, first of my name and the current Viscount of Kufstein, hereby declare my formal abdication of power, and henceforth transfer my land, and titles, and wealth to my only son and heir Berenger von Kufstein. All kneel before your new Viscount. With those words being spoken, every person in the hall kneeled before their new sovereign with a great degree of respect. Berenger was now officially the Viscount of Kufstein and would wield his power to a great degree. The changes he would make in the following months would thoroughly transform Kufstein into a semi-modern state and invoke the ire of the church and nobles alike. Weeks had passed since Berenger assumed the title of Viscount, and all of his father's vassals had come and gone after swearing fealty to the new regime. Berenger, of course, was quite pleased with the results. Even the hardcore backers of Lambert had swallowed their pride and knelt before him and kissed his ring. The fact that he did not need to fire a shot to ensure his controversial transition to power was a victory in and of itself. Currently, Berenger was in his study, going over the codification of laws in Kufstein and overhauling practically everything. The first change he provided was the concept of equal protection under the judicial system to all citizens, regardless of class and gender. This in itself would become quite a point of contention towards the nobles in his territory. Still, as Viscount, and with an overwhelming military force under his direct command, he did not fear any act of insurrection on their part. The second major act of reform was the establishment of an innocent until proven guilty system, inspired by the legal system of the country in which he resided in his past life. Beringer completely turned the judicial system on its head with the establishment of proper courts, lawyers, law enforcement, and everything else you could think of for a semi-modern judicial system. The new legal codex had gotten rid of several asinine traditions like trial by combat, which had actually been a way for people to determine trials within many of the Germanic regions. The next major legal reform in which Beringer took care of was establishing a legislative branch of government that represented both the nobility and the commoners. To put it simply, the more Beringer expanded, the more work he found himself drowning under, and he needed a dedicated branch of government to handle these affairs for him. As such, he built a system inspired once more by the American legislative branch from his previous life. Essentially, his Congress had two chambers, much like America. However, it was split between a House of Commons and a House of Lords, much like Britain was in his past life. The House of Commons consisted of representatives of the common people who were voted into power by those same people. The House of Lords essentially acted as the Senate from Beringer's previous life and comprised members of the nobility who were voted into power by the nobility. Under this system, there were strict voting requirements. First and foremost, one had to be a citizen of Kufstein, second, they had to be male, thirdly they had to pass a literacy test, and finally, they had to be a full-blooded German, which all of his citizens were, because this was not exactly an era of globalism. Though Beringer had desired to create a semi-constitutional elective monarchy in the future which afforded representation to both the nobility and the common population, he was by no means an egalitarian. Much like America, the territory that was currently known as the Viscounty of Kufstein would be split into more localized districts presided over by a similar form of local governance as America from his past life. With towns, town halls, mayors, etc. The districts themselves were ruled over by a governor who was elected by the commoners and the nobility of the region. As far as the executive branch was concerned, the seat of power was ruled by the Viscount, who after Beringer's death would be elected by the House of Nobles from among the male members of his dynasty. If for whatever reason there were no surviving male members of his dynasty, then the next ruler would be elected from the female members, and she would be required to have a matrilineal marriage with her spouse. This would ensure the power would forever remain in his family's hands, but hopefully, the most competent member of his family would be succeeded. If the current Viscount chose to abdicate for whatever reason, he was also allowed one vote to decide who his successor would be. His position as Viscount held significant authority. Like the president from America, he both signed bills into law, held power to pass executive orders, and was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The difference primarily was the fact that his position was for life, or until voluntary abdication. Of course, Beringer did not forget to explicitly enact a separation of church and state within these reforms, thoroughly dissolving any influence the Vatican had over secular affairs within the Viscounty of Kufstein. This action would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Vatican, but what else was new? Beringer was definitely pleased with how stable and efficient he had made things as he glanced over the forms for review. Obviously, these monumental changes would not go into effect immediately. To ensure everything progressed smoothly, this law was allotted a time span of 5 years for the complete transition of power. At the moment, these legal reforms were more of a declaration of his intentions on how he will proceed with the future of governance. However, these massive legal reforms would eventually become the basis of the constitution of the German Empire. He knew that by reforming the feudal system as early as possible, he could get the people in his territory accustomed to it. If he waited until he had an actual kingdom or empire under his command to implement these reforms, he would surely be fighting rebellions against the nobles for decades to come. Thus, he estimated things would go much more smoothly by starting the transition of power early on and incorporating the regions he would come to conquer into this process. When Linda looked over these legal reforms, she was absolutely shocked at his changes. Ultimately, she began complaining about the situation. As a girl who had grown up as a pampered noble, she could not imagine giving up unlimited authority for future stability. "So you're giving up your power just like that?" Beringer chuckled and patted his lover's head as he tried to explain his actions. "It is true that with these reforms, I will not hold absolute authority over the lands, but then again, when my territories expand into a mighty empire, I will not have the time to micromanage every facet of society. Times are changing. When the common people become educated and are given more spare time due to industrialization, they will inevitably demand representation in the government. To deny it would invoke revolution. By taking the first step to ensure the people's future, and by giving them a degree of representation which they have never seen before, they will see it as an act of divine benevolence and will come to see that my dynasty is not a bunch of haughty noblemen presiding over them like cattle, but more like a shepherd defending his flock from the wolves. Linda was completely shocked by his vision for the future and the fact that he was willing to give up absolute authority for the sake of creating a stable monarchy ruled by his family for generations. However, when she read about the succession laws, she could not help but smile and cling to him with a vice grip. She interpreted these laws as a way to place her future son on the throne despite being a bastard, not realizing that although Berenger saw monarchy as one of the most efficient forms of government, the succession laws currently in place often managed to put the least effective ruler on the throne, which had often resulted in disaster in both this timeline and the one of his previous life. As such, his true intentions were that he was trying to mitigate such a result as much as possible. Nevertheless, the Viscount and his lover stayed like this for some time, as they discussed the future implications of his laws and his idea for a united German Empire. Berenger was glad that he had someone he could discuss his vision with. Until now he had never really discussed his plans for the future with anyone, but with Linda by his side, he felt as if he could say just about anything to her without her stabbing him in the back. Before long, Berenger was forced back to work. Many things required his attention, especially mass recruitment into public education. As usual, there was truly no rest for the weary. When word of his legal reforms spread across the land, it was not just the nobles who were his vassals who had become upset by the news. In fact, pretty much the entirety of the Austrian nobility was outraged by such wild and ambitious ideas. For starters, they were unsure if Berenger actually had the legal authority to do this. Technically, Berenger was a vassal to Count Lothar, who was, in turn, a vassal to the Duke of Austria. As such, it was entirely unclear if he had the legal authority to do away with the feudal system in his own territory. The second major point of contention was that he was essentially challenging the absolute authority of the nobility across Europe as a whole, when the commoners of other territories heard that their counterparts in Kufstein were going to be afforded political representation and public education in Kufstein. One of two things was going to happen. They would either abandon the land in which they slaved away upon for the sake of their feudal overlords, or they themselves would demand representation in their territory and thus pave the way to revolution. Berenger's actions had not exactly made him any friends. However, there was really not much they could do about it. Rumors of him having the power to conjure thunder and lightning had spread across the German-speaking regions. Not only that, but Kufstein was a relatively isolated and fairly mountainous territory. It would be challenging to invade and would surely cost many lives. Needless to say, his reforms were woefully unpopular among the nobility of this feudal world. As time passed and word inevitably spread, Kufstein received many German peasants running away from their masters and seeking a better life in Kufstein. This massive influx in the population of Kufstein rapidly expanded his workforce and sped up the production of the Grand Infrastructure Initiative, increased the size of his army, and enhanced industrial productivity. Of course, the most important group who were attracted to the Viscounty of Kufstein by these bold new legal reforms were a group of fugitives on the run from the church's persecution. These fugitives were alchemists who had invoked the ire of the church, as men of science commonly had done in the past. Knowing that Berenger was branded a heretic by the church, and seeing as how he had supposedly enacted legal reforms to separate the church from the political power of the state in his region, these alchemists arrived in Kufstein under cover of the many peasants seeking a better life, which despite the protests of nearby noblemen, Berenger refused to return to their former masters. When they arrived in the growing city of Kufstein, the men comprised of this small group of alchemists numbering no more than a dozen were amazed by what they saw. The ongoing construction of the city walls set up in strange star-like pattern, the large apartment complexes that were being built, the industrial sector which had technology they had never seen before, even the sewage treatment facility which was currently under construction had caught their eye. It was as if these men stepped into a land of technological marvels. Of course, after sightseeing for some time, they made their way to the castle's gates, which were guarded by men in strange attire and unknown armor who wielded what appeared to be a hand cannon, but the design was not like anything they had ever seen before. When they approached the guards, they were quickly stopped by the bayonets affixed to their muskets, with the deep gruff voice of the squad leader giving them a command. "Stop right there. The Viscount is not seeing guests at the moment." Fearing the unknown weapons, the group of fugitives quickly did as they were commanded while lowering their hoods, which revealed their faces. The man in front of them all was a tall and regal man who was in his 50s with a finely groomed set of gray hair, a matching mustache, and a monocle. The man quickly introduced himself and stated the urgency of his need to visit the Viscount. I am Aldo von Passau, former court alchemist for the Duke of Bavaria, and these are my students. Please, I have urgent business to discuss with your lord. The guards immediately looked at each other and began to discuss whether or not they should allow this group entry into the castle. After all, Berenger had long since informed his men that if an alchemist ever arrives in his territory, he would very much like to meet them. However, they were also under strict orders not to let people into the castle at the moment. Ultimately, the squad leader decided to make an exception and allow the men to pass. If they were really who they claimed to be, Berenger would surely forgive them. As such, the group of a dozen scholars was led to the great hall where Berenger was currently working. Their arrival surprised the young viscount as he stared at the uninvited guests. Before he could inquire about their identities, his guards properly introduced the men. My lord, I know that you have given us orders not to allow guests into the castle, but these men claim to be alchemists, and as such, I thought you might like to meet them. Berenger's sapphire eyes immediately sparkled with delight as he heard those words, and a smile beamed across his immaculate visage. Finally, after many months, he might have a group of dedicated chemists working for him. The mustached man with the monocle quickly introduced himself to Berenger. My lord, I am Aldo von Passau, former court alchemist of the Duke of Bavaria. I have traveled a long way to meet you. I wish to offer my services to you and that of my students. Berenger frowned when he heard this. He was quite skeptical about why a court alchemist of a duke would bother coming to a lowly place like Kufstein. As such, he decided to investigate. If what you claim is true, then why are you here in my domain instead of at the court in Bavaria? The man quickly explained his story, which was all too common for brilliant men in the medieval period. He was studying alchemy when he discovered some new advancement that the church declared blasphemy in their massive ignorance. As such, he was declared a heretic, imprisoned, and his research was stolen. With the aid of hidden supporters in the duke's castle, he escaped with his students and had been on the run since. He was quite lucky to escape. Otherwise, he most likely would have been burnt at stake. After hearing his story, Berenger thought it was plausible, but he wanted to confirm the man's story. As such, he would later task his spy network to determine if the man was telling the truth or not. If he were, then Berenger would gladly accept his employment. For now, he would provide shelter to the man and his so-called students. If they happened to be enemy agents, he would have no qualms lining them up against a wall to be shot. As such, he informed the group of his decision. Until I can verify your identities, I will grant you shelter here in my domain. If your identities are properly verified, I have no qualms about offering you employment as I have a dire need for chemists. As for the consequences if you are lying to me, and seek to do me harm, well, I'm sure you can imagine them yourself. Aldo bowed gratefully to Berenger. He did not doubt that his identity and that of his students would be confirmed, and as such, had nothing to fear. Thus he thanked the local viscount for his gesture before being led away. I thank you for the kindness you have shown my student and me on this day, and I look forward to working for you. The only thing Aldo thought was strange was that Berenger had used the term chemist instead of alchemist. Maybe he had misheard the young viscount. With the arrival of a dedicated team of alchemists in Kufstein, Berenger would teach them actual chemistry and would be able to accomplish many things in which he was currently lacking. As such, he was brimming with excitement. He truly hoped they turned out to be who they claimed and that they harbored no evil intent. The day was quickly arriving for Adela's 13th birthday, and the excellent set of jewelry in which Berenger had specifically crafted for his little fiancée was complete. The set comprised of a 24K gold necklace in the Tudor style from his previous life, with finely cut black garnet gemstones as well as an official engagement ring, made of a matching composition of materials, and finally, a pair of clip-on earrings, which was also made from gold and black garnet. Ultimately, when worn by Adela, it would be the most extravagant set of jewels in possibly all of Austria, and Berenger was greatly satisfied with the result of his craftsman. Linda gazed upon the magnificent jewels with a hint of jealousy as she looked at her own, which were exquisite in their own right, but not quite as grand as the set crafted for Adela, which were fit for a queen or even an empress. She could not stop herself from remarking the grand expense Berenger was making to appease his future wife. I see Adela is getting a costly gift for her birthday. Berenger flicked Linda on his forehead and gave her a strict order. Stop being jealous, it is only right that I spoil Adela. After all, she is to be my wife one day. As for you, I already have spoiled you more than enough. Though Linda continued to pout, she could not argue with his words. The sheer capacity of her wardrobe was filled to the brim with magnificent clothing designs and accessories in which Berenger had personally designed for her. Now that Berenger's parents had moved out, Berenger had taken the master bedroom as his own and moved Linda into the quarters with him. She no longer had to sneak around at night to spend time with him. If anything, despite being merely his lover, she was currently living the life of a wealthy viscount's wife. Ultimately, Berenger had one final request of Linda before he departed for Graz, and he knew Linda would not like the decision he had come to. As such, with a heavy heart, he addressed his lover with a serious expression. "Linda, I have a favor to ask of you." Linda was immediately aware of his tone and knew it would be something she disliked, but she nodded, signaling that he could continue. Thus Berenger made his request in an authoritative tone. "I need you to stay here while I visit Graz. It would be inappropriate of me to arrive at my fiancé's birthday celebration with my lover in hand. Thus I have decided to leave you behind. Promise me you will behave yourself while I am gone." Linda had not expected Berenger to leave her behind while he went off to flirt with another woman. Though she knew nothing would happen between the two besides some childish kisses, she was still perturbed by the idea of being left out. Despite this, she knew this was not actually a request but an order, and as such, she obeyed her master's will, albeit begrudgingly. "I will do as you command." Berenger could tell by the expression on the young woman's face that she was not happy with the news, and as such, he made her promise to lift her spirits. "I promise that when I return, I shall make it up to you." With this, Linda smiled. She knew she would be able to use his actions as an excuse to monopolize him to herself for a few days, and thus she was instantly amicable to the arrangement. After saying this, Berenger gave her a parting kiss, before leaving the castle and entering his carriage. An entire company of cuirassiers was tasked with guarding Berenger as he departed to Graz. Needless to say, he was properly guarded in the event some conspiracy was to take place. After traveling for an uneventful 23 hours, Berenger and his caravan finally arrived at the castle in Graz, which currently acted as the capital of the county of Steiermark, over which the von Graz family presided. He was still a day early, but the von Graz family quickly greeted him as he arrived. Berenger immediately paid his respects to Count Otto von Graz, whom he had not seen since the engagement ceremony. "Count Otto, it is an honor for you to receive me like this." Count Otto returned his praise to Berenger. He was truly impressed with the boy's performance. It was not easy to expand the territory of a barony into that of a viscounty, and yet he had done it so rapidly that his liege did not have time to interfere. It was truly a remarkable feat. Looking at the strange armor and weapons in which Berenger's knights wielded, Otto was immediately filled with curiosity. However, it would be inappropriate for him to ask about the details at such a time. After observing the force, the count welcomed Berenger into his home. "Viscount Berenger, the honor is all mine. I have heard of your exploits and am deeply impressed with your feats. To think that you would rise to such a level of power and infamy so quickly is quite astounding." It had been a matter of months since Berenger had changed his character. Yet, during this time, the youth had crushed a rebellion, removed his brother as a threat to his future, seized his neighbor's lands, and ultimately succeeded his father. Of course, Berenger accepted the praise from the count with magnanimity. "You honor me with your praise, Count Otto." The count merely smiled and grasped Berenger's shoulder. "It is well earned, my son." After exchanging pleasantries with Otto, Berenger walked over to Adela, who was waiting patiently for her turn. After arriving in front of her, Berenger began to pet her head as he greeted the girl. "Adela, it has been some time since I last saw you. You have grown even more beautiful in my absence." As always, Berenger played the part of a charmer with his little fiancée, causing her to blush at his words immediately. Despite her reaction, Adela was still quite mad with him about his affair with Linda, in which she was almost certain of. As such, she muttered under her breath in a voice so low even Berenger could not hear it. "Womanizer." Berenger did not hear her properly and tried to clarify what she had said. "What was that? I'm afraid I didn't hear you." The girl quickly snapped out of her daze and returned to her normal cheerful self. After putting on a wide smile, she accepted the praise Berenger had given her. "I said thank you." After this brief reunion, Berenger entered the von Graz family's castle, which was significantly larger and more fortified than his own, where he spent the rest of the evening playing the part of a loving fiancé and a graceful viscount. The next day arrived with Berenger having slept alone in the chambers he was provided. He desperately missed the warmth that Linda's body had provided him these last few months. As such, he had difficulty falling asleep. After all, he was accustomed to spooning with his lover during the night, so much so that something felt horribly wrong without it. Berenger decided to make today one of his rest days and thus spent his morning lazing about in bed. It was not until 11 in the morning where he finally rose from his much-needed rest and got prepared to face the day. As a man who was accustomed to sleeping in until the break of dawn, he was pleased with the long sleep he had gotten, especially after considering how long it took him to fall asleep during the night prior. After arising from his bed, Berenger opted to take a bath and was extremely disappointed by the primitive wooden tub with linen cover, which Adela's family had used. This was undesirable, to say the least. It reminded him of the painful days when he had first reincarnated into this alternate Earth. Needless to say, he made his bath as short as possible as there was simply no way he was going to enjoy himself in such a pitiful excuse for a tub. Berenger spent the remainder of his free time getting caught up with Adela, who was deeply concerned about his ongoing conflict with the church. She herself had personally studied Ludolf's manifesto and the teachings of Berenger's Reformation. Though she agreed with most points, she still felt that the church was not nearly as corrupt as outlined in the paper. Especially now that Berenger was excommunicated and condemned as a heretic, she felt it necessary to discuss religion with him now more than ever. "Berenger, I worry for your soul. The Pope has condemned you as a heretic. Do you not worry about the afterlife?" Berenger merely smiled as he embraced Adela into a hug. He was glad that she was concerned for him, but the truth was he did not believe in such things. At most, he would be reincarnated again as he had already experienced. If not, he would become food for worms, as he had previously thought before his brief experience with death. As for the existence of heaven and hell, he was certain such things did not exist. Nevertheless, he did not admit to it and instead tried to comfort the girl with a similar message he had delivered to the Pope in the past. "The Pope may have the authority to excommunicate me, however, when I finally perish from this world and am set before the gates of heaven. Ultimately, it is God, not the Pope, who shall determine whether I am worthy or not of entry to the kingdom of heaven." Though Adela wanted to complain, she knew his words were true, or at least according to the Bible. On the other hand, Simeon and many popes before him would surely try to convince her otherwise. Yet because she had read the Bible in which Berenger had accurately translated into German, she was convinced what Berenger spoke was the truth. After their intimate moment was over, Adela could overhear her mother looking for her. When she finally found the two of them, they had already separated, and Adela, in particular, was blushing. The Countess had a look of concern on her face, but decided not to ask about the question in her mind and instead informed Adela and Berenger that it was dinner time. "Quickly, the both of you, come to the dining room. It is time for dinner." Berenger entertained Adela and her family, as well as the other guests who had arrived. He currently sat at the dining table across from Adela, where all of the nobles who had gathered for this occasion were present. The food on the table was one of Berenger's recipes in which he had given Adela as a parting gift when she had departed from his family's lands. After eating such exquisite cuisine, he could not allow her to go back to her house's relatively bland medieval food. As such, there were all kinds of food across the table, ones to which Berenger was well accustomed. However, to many of the nobles who were visiting, this was the first time they had dined on such delicacies and were greatly shocked at the quality of the food. With one particularly fat noble giving his compliments to Count Otto. "Count Otto, these dishes are delightful, you must share the recipe with me." Count Otto smiled as he drank from his chalice of wine. After finishing his sip, he responded to the noble who was one of his many vassals. "I'm sorry, but I do not have the authority to do so. These recipes are a gift from Viscount Berenger and were created in his realm. If you truly wish to obtain them, I am sure he would be willing to sell them to you for a fair price." Berenger, ever the scrupulous merchant, could smell an opportunity he had not thought of before. Why did he not think of selling his recipes across the German world? It was absolutely brilliant. He could spread traditional German culture from his old timeline and make a profit while doing it. Even though it would not be nearly as profitable as his steel, textile, and arms trades. He had already planned to expand into the jewelry trade by showing off Adela's presence in front of the nobility of Steiermark. Yet, the Count had given him another source of revenue that he had not thought of prior. The fat nobleman quickly asked Berenger about the details of such a transaction. "Viscount Berenger, name your price, and as long as you can fulfill it, I will buy any recipe you have." Berenger smiled. However, before he could make his declaration, several other noblemen chipped in. "Me too. I also desire such fine recipes." Eventually, the whole table had shifted the conversation to business, where Berenger sadly had to put a pin in their plans. "We will discuss this later, now is not the time to discuss business." Though the noblemen were impatient, they could not deny Berngar's words and, as such, forced themselves to calm down as they enjoyed the food that was present. The remainder of the meal was fairly pleasant as Berenger chatted with the nobleman, and Adela chatted with the noblewomen who were all quite envious of her fiancé. On more than one occasion, one of the daughters of the nobleman who were invited approached Berenger in an attempt to win his favor but was quickly shut down by him. Berenger already had two women who fulfilled their roles perfectly, and he did not have the emotional capacity to deal with a third. As such, he made polite conversation with these girls but never once hinted that he was interested. Adela, of course, watched him closely, like a vulture, but she found that Berenger did never attempt to flirt with any of the girls who approached him, even some of the more beautiful ones. This greatly pleased her as she began to believe that maybe Berenger was not a complete and total womanizer, though she was still certain he and Linda were an item. As such, for the moment, her fears were dissuaded, and she enjoyed the evening of her birthday celebration. After finishing the meal, the guests for Adela's birthday all sat around for a while and discussed things with one another. Shockingly, the Duke of Austria had shown up to the occasion, alongside several of his children. This greatly showed how favorable Count Otto was in the eyes of the Duke. Duke Wilmar von Habsburg was the current head of the Habsburg dynasty and the ruler over the entirety of the Duchy of Austria. He was relatively young for a man of his position, being in his mid-30s. Despite this, he already had several children in their teens. One of his children who were attending the ceremony was a boy named Conrad, who was slightly younger than Adela and had been friends with her since childhood, where he held a crush on her for the longest period of time. Unfortunately, the girl had been sold off to her cousin by her wretched father, for whatever reason. As such, he had to endure the humiliation of seeing the girl he most desired handed over to another man. One who he believed to be quite inferior to himself. Conrad was entirely unaware of Berenger's recent rise to power and his bold defiance of the church. He never really kept up with the politics of the realm and instead enjoyed his time with frivolities. As such, the boy decided it was time to approach the woman of his desires and see if he could win her over to his side. After all, who would want to marry a sickly fool like Berenger? I mean, there was clearly nobody at the party who remotely resembled the youth's description, and that meant that the scoundrel had not even bothered to show up to his fiancée's birthday celebration. Clearly, that must be a point of contention for Adela, which Conrad could use to win her favor. Adela, it has been a long time since we last met. I must say you have grown ever more beautiful since then. I heard you were betrothed to your pathetic and sickly cousin. Surely you must disagree with such a decision. I mean, after all, a lowly baron's son who does not even have the gall to visit his fiancée on the night of her 13th birthday is clearly not a match for a woman of your caliber. Berenger, on the other hand, watched the display of the boy slandering him peacefully as he sipped from the wine contained within the golden chalice in his hand and narrowed his gaze upon this little rat who sought to steal his bride from him. Any man who coveted what belonged to him and made a move on it would surely suffer his wrath, no matter what their position may be in life. As such, he became quite hostile to the hyena who sought to steal his lioness and approached the boy with his hand extended in friendship as he introduced himself. I am Berenger, Viscount of Kufstein and Adela's fiancé. Who might you be? Conrad was shocked when the tall and strong man in front of him introduced himself as Berenger and as a viscount. Clearly, there had to be some sort of mistake. As such, he looked over to his father for support, who merely stared at his own son as if he were looking at an imbecile. Seeing his father was not going to support him in this matter, Conrad decided to take the word of this man claiming to be Berenger and reached out his hand to accept the gesture. When he did so, the boy felt as if a vice grip had squeezed his hand. Conrad nearly yelped in pain as Berenger kept a friendly expression on his face while sending a clear message to the little rogue who sought to abscond with his woman. Luckily, Conrad had managed to contain himself and responded politely to Berenger, hoping that his background would save him from further pain. I am Conrad von Habsburg, son of Duke Wilmar von Habsburg, and an old friend of Adela's. However, much to the boy's shock, Berenger did not let go of his vice grip and continued to shake his hand for another few seconds before releasing it. The sheer audacity to continue to threaten the boy after he had already made his superior position clear was something he could not fathom in his naive little brain. Fear instantly filled the boy's mind as he saw the sinister smile on Berenger's face and the authoritative look in his eye. Despite being in a much lower position than himself, Berenger exuded an aura of domination that did not go unnoticed by the other lords. Even Duke Wilmar gazed in curiosity at the foolish display his son was putting on. As if by the simple fact that Conrad was his son, the boy could steal this man's fiancée. The Duke did not even take Berenger's actions as a sign of disrespect to himself, merely that the young man was confident in his ability to protect what was his. This was not an act of arrogance, but overwhelming conviction. The more he observed Berenger, the more he desired him as a member of his council. Despite his young age, Berenger was clearly competent, to say the least. Ultimately, Berenger's little display of authority was broken up by Adela, who noticed that Conrad had been trembling in fright and thus glared at Berenger while tugging on his sleeves and pleading with a pouting expression. "Berenger, he is just a boy, there is no reason to go this far to intimidate the kid." Adela's words wounded Conrad's pride more than anything else could have. At this moment, he finally realized that Adela had never viewed him as a potential partner. With her confirmation, he also realized that the man beside Adela really was Berenger, and he foolishly had attempted to swipe his fiancée away right before his eyes. After realizing the looks he was receiving, Berenger retracted his tyrannical expression and put on a facade that made him seem like he was joking the whole time, as he tried to justify his actions to Adela, who was still pouting. "I was just teasing the kid, there is nothing to worry about, right Conrad?" The kid was grasping onto his own hand, which was now sore from Berenger's tight grip, and stammered as he tried to come back to his senses. "Why? Yes, it was all good fun. I have to go now Adela, I will see you later." With that, the boy returned to his father to lick his wounds only after suffering a humiliating defeat in front of all the lords and ladies of Steiermark. When Conrad finally reached his father, he was chastised for his behavior in the cold and monotone voice that he was so familiar with. "You overstepped your bounds, Conrad, that man is formidable, and you openly coveted his future wife. You are lucky he showed you respect for your position." Conrad began to throw a tantrum after being scolded by his father, which luckily went unnoticed by the surrounding nobles who were too busy conversing with Berenger and Adela. "Showed respect for my position? He hurt my hand." Wilmar merely drank from his chalice with a stoic expression as he continued to lecture his errant son. "The fact that he did not break your hand after your pathetic attempt to steal his woman was more than enough respect." With these words, Conrad was instantly shut up by his father and sat in the corner in silence, rubbing his sore hands and reflecting upon his actions. Not only was he ever so slightly injured by Berenger, but the girl of his dreams so ruthlessly rejected him, and his father had chastised him for his actions. This was the most degrading day of his life. As for Berenger and Adela, they did not think twice about the occurrence after it had been dealt with. Even if the Duke wanted to pick a fight with him over teaching his son a valuable lesson, he would welcome it. Luckily for everyone, the Duke only felt respect for Berenger's actions. If the young Viscount had grovelled when Conrad mentioned that he was the Duke's son, his estimation of Berenger truly would have plummeted. After conversing with the guests for nearly an hour, the dessert was brought out, which of course, was a giant German cheesecake, which was made from Berenger's recipes. Adela, who had witnessed Lambert's birthday, had followed Berenger's tradition and placed 13 candles on the cake, which were currently lit. Before the birthday girl had managed to blow out the candles, Berenger made sure to shout out, "Make a wish." After hearing his words, Adela made a wish in which only she would know the details of before blowing the candles out with a simile on her face. At first, many of the nobles were confused by the candles and cake. Still, it seemed fun, and they instantly desired to do it at their future birthday celebrations, especially among the younger generation. As for Berenger, he waited for Adela to receive her gifts before giving his last. She had received many expensive objects, from silk dresses to old literature. However, nothing she received would compare to the set of jewels Berenger would give her. After opening all her presents, all that was left was the gifts from her fiancé. Many higher noblemen smirked with disdain at Berenger, who only recently achieved status as a viscount and surely would not be able to afford a proper gift. However, when Adela received his present, which was properly wrapped, she could not wait to open it and see what was inside. Anxiety was filled on the faces of everyone in the room, as they wanted to see what kind of humble gift a man who had grown up as a baron's son and heir could provide such a high-class fiancé. However, their eyes turned to shock when they gazed upon the extravagant set of jewelry that was unlike anything the nobility had ever seen before. The look on Adela's face was priceless when she realized the gems were better than anything that her mother wore. Even the Duke was stunned at the magnificent display of the polished black garnet and gold jewelry. Of course, Berenger made the set in the colors of his house as a symbol of their future union. Before Adela could speak her praise, Berenger had pulled the luxurious ring out of the container and bent down on one knee before placing the gilded object upon the young girl's ring finger. After doing such an action, Berenger spoke to his young fiancée with a genuine smile spread across his lips. "Happy birthday, my sweet Adela, I hope all of your wishes come true." Hearing those words, Adela's face began to flush with embarrassment. During the romantic scene, several feminine shrieks could be heard escaping the lips of some of the more envious young women in the audience. They, too, hoped that one day they could have a fiancé as handsome and generous as Berenger. Count Otto could not help but approach Berenger and inquire where he had gotten such an elegant set of jewelry. After all, his wife was giving him death glares over the fact that her youngest daughter now had even better jewelry than herself. Even his other daughters were giving the Count the stink eye. The pettiness of women was something that could not be avoided. "Berenger, my son, where did you get such a majestic set of jewels?" A slight smile spread across his lips. Just as he had planned, everyone in the room had taken the bait, and now he could expand into the business of jewelry. As such, he boldly proclaimed the origins of the jewelry for everyone in the room to hear. "I had it specially made by the jewelers in my territory, though I was the one to provide them with the basic designs. It was the craftsmen of my industrial district who managed to create such a grand display of art." The words he spoke sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the room. Did he seriously design this jewelry? Just like how he designed the clothing in which Adela and her family wore? Immediately, everyone wanted to do business with Berenger and the craftsmen in his viscounty. Even the Duke was surprised. This young man was not just an excellent statesman and a brilliant commander, but an artistic genius. Truthfully speaking, Berenger merely copied designs from his previous life and decided to make them with colors he thought looked best, black and gold. Aside from that, he left the rest up to the true artists of his territory. If he were to try to develop an artistic design on his own, it would be an unmitigated disaster akin to so-called modern art. He was more of a mind of science, engineering, and tactics than a creative type. Luckily, he had a good sense of aesthetics and photographic memory, so the designs for clothing and accessories, which he thought were beautiful from his previous life, were easy to replicate on paper. At the same time, the rest of the work was done by true craftsmen. While Berenger was addressing Adela's father, the now teenage girl grabbed a hold of his hand, which startled him. When he turned around, she had stood up from her seat and pecked him on the lips for all her father's vassals to witness. The action was incredibly embarrassing for the young maiden, but she managed to express the words deep in her heart. "Thank you." It was blatantly obvious by how red the girl's cheeks were that she was extremely embarrassed by the whole situation. However, what Berenger said next nearly melted her heart. "You don't need to thank me, it is a husband's responsibility to look after his wife." With those words spoken by Berenger, Adela was no longer angry at him for being with Linda because no matter what relationship he had with the young temptress, Linda would never be his wife, and as such, Adela could hold her head high with pride. Thus at that moment, she had finally accepted the possibility of Berenger having a lover on the side. After all, she knew deep in her heart that one day Berenger would become a great man, and didn't all great men have some mistress? Nearly 6 months had passed since Adela's birthday, and Berenger had long since returned to his home, where he continued to oversee the construction of his city, the transition of power, the expansion of his armies, and of course, the progress of industry. It was now winter, and Berenger stood in the middle of his newly constructed Reichstag, which operated as the chamber for his House of Commons. Seated within the room were the many men who had been deemed intelligent, capable, and charismatic enough to represent the interests of the common people of Kufstein. The young Viscount was giving a powerful speech to the lower house of his legislative branch about Kufstein's achievements since his father had voluntarily abdicated, leaving him control of the entire territory. "Over the past several months, we all have worked tremendously to enrich further the lands in which we call home. Thanks to the chemistry department, we have been able to refine a large amount of TNT, which has been instrumental in rapidly expanding the operations of the many mines within the Viscounty, which have fueled our growing industries, bringing us a significant degree of autonomy and wealth." The ears of the commoners who were now elected officials of Kufstein's transitional government listened intensely to Berenger's impassioned speech, carefully paying attention to each word spoken as if it was being uttered from the voice of God. "The mighty walls which shall secure the future of the city of Kufstein have been fully erected, constructed from steel-reinforced concrete blocks. They shall provide safety and security for every citizen who dwells within them for many years." Several of the congressmen nodded in approval. The investment into the walls was considered of dire importance and had been the first among many rapid changes that have come to the region. "As far as defense is concerned, we have amassed 3 whole infantry battalions, 2 entire artillery battalions, and a full cuirassier battalion to act as the first field army of Kufstein. Forts have been constructed among the inhabited regions of the Viscounty and are fully garrisoned, as is the city, thus adding a great degree of protection to the lands and its people. I dare say the city of Kufstein could be laid siege to by an army of 100,000 men, and we would still be the victors. The House of Commons was all too familiar with the army's funding and was fully supportive in the endeavor. Even though the government was originally supposed to be a mixture of the USA and Great Britain from Berenger's previous life, the constitution was already redrafted 4 times to the point where it now greatly resembled the constitution of the German Empire from that timeline. However, the primary differences being in regards to the degree of authority in which the head of state held, which was significantly more than the Kaiser from Berenger's past life, and the succession laws which remained elective, albeit with more protections in place to ensure a peaceful transition of power from one viscount to the next, and to avoid any form of corruption within the electorate. In essence, Berenger still held significant authority as the Viscount and could do practically whatever he wanted as long as it was within reason. In truth, the Parliament acted more as a means to alleviate the heavy burdens of work that Berenger had to endure rather than act as a way to limit Berenger's authority. Berenger continued his fervent speech as he began to transition from the topic of defense to that of housing. Thanks to the ongoing efforts of our construction team, a series of affordable and comfortable tenements have been erected to reduce the horrendous conditions in which the common people have had to endure as a result of our rapid increase in population and urbanization. With proper plumbing and sanitation, we have significantly reduced the risk of an outbreak of a dangerous disease. Every one of the members of Parliament had a look of pride on their faces as many of their families were living in these wonderful apartment complexes, which had sprawled up and replaced the slums in which the city had previously been plagued with. They continued to listen to Berenger as he moved on to the topic of agriculture. Our agricultural initiatives have proven to be a resounding success as the serfs have been liberated, and the farmers who chose to remain in the fields have been given the tools and knowledge necessary to tend to their fields with a minimal amount of labor while resulting in the greatest yields possible. The harvest this year was multiple times larger than any in the history of Kufstein. As such, we have stored plenty of grain to sustain our population for the years to come. The last topic in which Berenger had addressed was the field of public education. Under the Department of Education, schools have begun being constructed in every inhabited region, and we have seen a rapid rise in literacy rates. We will continue to work hard to provide the knowledge and resources that both the young and the old need to succeed in the path they choose in life. As such, I implore every one of you to do your best in the upcoming year as many of these directives are still incomplete and will need your assistance. I ask this of you all so that we may turn this land we call home into a land in which we can all be proud of. With his closing statements, the entire crowd of Parliament rose to their feet and erupted in applause and cheers. Not a single man had stayed seated, as that would be a sign of disrespect to the man who helped transform Kufstein into what it is today. While Berenger was basking in the glory of his accomplishments, far to the north in the capital of the Kingdom of Germany, the time had finally come. The old monarch laid lifeless on his deathbed, his reign had come to an end. With his passing, the stability and peace he had brought to the Kingdom of Germany and the many fractured realms that it comprised of would come to a brutal end. When the pretenders who had sought to press their claims to the throne became aware of this information, the German world would be embroiled in the fires of war. No region was safe now that the king was dead, not even Kufstein.